Chapter 910, The Soul Power of the Sheep Spell, Bucky's Painful Memories, Part 1. Early the next morning, a sleek black sedan rolled up to the small fortune-telling house. Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff climbed out and carefully lifted Bucky Barnes, his body swathed in bandages and secured to a stretcher, out of the trunk. They carried him inside without a word. Hala, lounging on a battered sofa and flipping through channels on a small television, glanced at them briefly. Then she shrugged and went right back to her show. The cramped room smelled faintly of incense and old wood. Jane Foster, quietly observing the newcomers from the corner, stepped forward and called for Aaron. Aaron emerged from the back room, wiping his hands on a stained towel. He knelt by Bucky's side and examined his right arm and legs with professional interest. The wounds have been cleaned, stitches look good, no sign of infection. Natasha offered a half-smile. Thanks to your potions, Aaron. Looks like Nick Fury actually loosened the purse strings for once. Aaron paused, eyebrow raised. Fury's generosity? That's not his usual style. He let out a soft chuckle. He already has one Captain America. Now he wants a Winter Soldier, too. Natasha shrugged, crossing her arms. Don't ask me, I just escort him around. Aaron shook his head in disbelief. You left Hydra to join Esild. That alone makes you the luckiest operative alive. He looked at Bucky, genuine concern softening his features. You've been through hell, my friend. If anyone deserves a break, it's you. At that moment, Bucky's eyes fluttered open. A flicker of recognition passed across his face, memories of the previous day's torment suddenly surfacing. He tensed, his limbs trembling against the straps. The ropes that bound him creaked faintly, as if straining under the weight of his panic. Steve and Natasha exchanged a glance. They tightened their grip on the stretcher, ready for the storm they knew was coming. Bucky, calm down. You're safe now. Steve Rogers leaned forward, gently taking Bucky's hand. He'd tried everything, recounting old battle stories, quoting jokes they'd shared, anything to wrest his friend's mind back from Hydra's grip. But those memories, however warm, were only temporary reprieves from the conditioning that still pulsed beneath Bucky's eyes. Across the room, Aaron crossed his arms, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Remember, feed him, but don't kill him, he said. Jane, give him a reason to shut up. Just teach him a lesson. No fatalities. Jane nodded once, her face calm and composed. She stepped up to the stretcher, her gaze fixed on Bucky. Pain, she whispered. In an instant, Bucky's body convulsed as if seared by 1,000 molten needles. He cried out, arching his back in agony, his mouth opening in a broken scream. Steve sprang forward, wrenching at Jane's arm. What are you doing? He demanded. Jane withdrew her hand as Bucky's shrieks abruptly ceased, replaced by ragged gasps. Sweat streamed down his face, and he slumped, eyes fluttering. Jane glanced at Steve with cool detachment. It quiets him, she said. Effective, isn't it? Steve's chest tightened with fury and fear. He knelt beside Bucky, brushing damp hair from his forehead. This isn't helping, he said, voice low but fierce. He's not a test subject. Aaron chuckled behind them. He's alive and breathing, and that's more than we could say before. Steve stood, turning on Aaron with blazing eyes. He's more than a project to you. Bucky's my friend, my brother, and if you don't start treating him like one, you'll regret it. Bucky's breathing steadied, his knuckles white around the stretcher's edge. Somewhere deep inside, buried beneath Hydra's programming, a spark of recognition flickered. Steve took that spark in his palm and refused to let it die. Steve ran a hand through his hair. Natasha, I promised to heal him, but if he's going to resist like this, you really should have sedated him first. Natasha nodded, flashing a reassuring smile. You're right. That was our oversight. HT. She turned to Aaron. Aaron, who exactly is this person? A vampire, Aaron replied. Didn't Fury brief you? Natasha frowned. I know she's a vampire, but she doesn't match any I've ever seen. Jane lifted her chin, her pale throat bared in quiet pride. What you've encountered before were low-level vampires, blood thralls who hunt in the open. I'm different. Before Gaius recruited me, I was counted among the undead nobility. Nobles don't reveal themselves so easily. Steve exchanged a look with Natasha. That explains it. I went to a lot of trouble to get her here, Aaron snapped. Steve cut him off, voice tight. I don't care about that. Tell me how Bucky can recover his memories. Aaron waved a hand. First, cover the medical expenses. Steve hesitated, then pulled a credit card from his wallet. 2 million, all here. Peggy fronted it. How generous, Aaron said, plucking the card and flicking it toward Hela. Spend it wisely, and don't say I shortchanged you. He chuckled softly. Hela caught the card and arched an eyebrow. Oh, please, must you put on a show in front of me? Aaron shrugged, amusement in his eyes. Just keep up appearances, especially with outsiders around. Natasha studied Hela thoughtfully. Aaron was already shrouded in mystery. This woman seemed equally inscrutable. Yet she pressed no further. S-Healed files had turned up nothing, and publicly, Hela was known only as Aaron's cousin. Steve cleared his throat. All right, so can we focus on Bucky now? Aaron snapped his fingers, pivoting to Natasha with a pointed look. Not yet. First, where are my things? Natasha blinked in surprise. Your things? Don't play innocent, Aaron said, a dark smile tugging at his lips. You've been keeping them. Steve exchanged a glance with Natasha. What? I really don't know what you're talking about, Jane said, narrowing her eyes. Jane, wait. Natasha's face shifted. Give it back. Do you have to be so miserly? It's not that I'm stingy, Jane shot back. That belonged to me in the first place. Someone had the nerve to steal it, and they underestimated me. A flicker of embarrassment passed through Natasha's eyes. With a grudging sigh, she withdrew a small, palm-sized box from behind her back. Inside lay an octagonal talisman, its surface marred by a few fine cracks. In the center was a pale green sheep etched in delicate relief. If you'd used this sheep charm on Dr. Selvig, Natasha explained, he never would have mistaken his antipsychotics for candy or run around Stonehenge stark naked. He's an astrophysicist, for heaven's sake. To see him reduced to a laughingstock. She trailed off, shaking her head. I never imagined the after effects of Loki's mind control would be so severe. Or maybe, Aaron chimed in with a faint, teasing smile, you simply think Dr. Selvig isn't as important as Barton. He reached out, took the sheep talisman from Jane's hand, and pressed it gently to Barton's forehead. Immediately, a soft, verdant glow rippled outward. Barton's dilated pupils slowly constricted, and color returned to his eyes as the charm's soothing energy awakened the last of his waning spirit. After a few seconds, the little sheep charm's surface spiderwebbed with cracks and then disintegrated into dust. Bucky's eyes fluttered shut, and he drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep. The dark void in his mind was finally sealed, at least for now. That's it? Steve asked, his voice tight with uncertainty. It should be, Aaron said, though his tone wavered. Steve frowned. Should be? Aaron rubbed his temple. The spell isn't perfect. It's incomplete. Bucky's been subjected to Hydra brainwashing so many times, there could be secret fail-safes buried deep in his psyche. What I can promise is that this will begin restoring his memory, but it won't all come rushing back at once. If we tried to unlock everything immediately, his mind might not withstand the shock. My recommendation is to keep him here, under observation, for a few days, just to make sure the Winter Soldier never reemerges. Steve nodded. Okay, I'll wait. Aaron looked sheepish. I'm afraid I don't have an extra bed. The sofa will do. There aren't any spare sofas either. Steve glanced around. Is the ground floor office free? Natasha stepped forward, exasperated. Steve, he means you shouldn't hover. Bucky needs peace and quiet to recover. Steve met her eyes, steady. I understand. I won't disturb him. He's my best friend. I should be by his side right now. I promise I won't do anything reckless. Steve insisted. Precisely why we can't let him see you, Dr. Aaron replied gravely. He glanced at Bucky, lying still on the bed, and then back at Steve. He'd been hoping, once Bucky woke, to secure his place as Bucky's primary confidant. No easy task with Steve always at his side. Right now, Bucky needs a slow, steady recovery. We have to rebuild his memories piece by piece and strengthen his brain's endurance. You'd only overstimulate him. Steve's brow furrowed. Something about Aaron's tone didn't sit right. He turned to Natasha. Is that really necessary? Natasha raised an eyebrow and pointed at Aaron. He's the doctor here, but if you want my opinion, I trust him when it comes to delicate matters. Just give us a few days. Dr. Aaron offered a reassuring nod. I'll let you know the moment he shows any improvement, 1 day at most. With luck, he might even start remembering things as soon as he wakes up. Steve hesitated, then finally agreed. Okay, just keep me informed. You have my word, Aaron said. Steve and Natasha exchanged a quick look and stepped out of the consultation room together. Hela's lips curved into a knowing smile as she watched Bucky from across the lab table. His memory should have come back by now. He might be useful to us. Aaron gave her a thin, controlled smile. Is that so? He glanced over at Jane. Take him to the sitting room on the right. I have questions for him, but first he needs some rest. Jane nodded and led Bucky away. A few hours later, Bucky's eyes snapped open to a harsh glare of white ceiling lights. His mind reeled with fragments of a nightmare so vivid it felt real. Plunging off a cliff, being dragged into Hydra's clutches, subjected to reprogramming, forced to kill. He gasped, as though surfacing from deep water. He tried to push himself up and froze. Heavy straps pinned him to a stretcher. His heart pounded as he thrashed against the restraints. Before long, Aaron reappeared at his side, calm but watchful. Do you remember me? Aaron asked. Bucky's throat tightened. I don't know. Panic welled up until yesterday's events slammed back into his mind. The cold operating theater, the mechanical hum of Hydra's machines, the moment he discovered his missing arm. He swallowed hard and turned his head toward his left side. Where his arm should have been, there was only empty space. The truth hit him like a physical blow. This wasn't a dream. It had all been painfully, terrifyingly real. Bucky froze as Aaron's words sank in. His eyes dulled, his limbs trembled, and his breath came in rapid, uneven gasps. When he finally found his voice, it was choked with disbelief. What have I done? He croaked, staring at Aaron as if he could will the answer into existence. Aaron drew in a slow breath, his expression somber. It's not something you chose, Bucky. For more than 50 years, Hydra had control over you. They turned you into their instrument, eliminating anyone who threatened their plans. Resistance fighters, political figures, ordinary people who stood up to them. There are at least 20 confirmed assassinations we can trace directly back to you. And once you factor in all the missions you don't even remember, the number of innocent lives lost at your hands could be between 80 and 100. Lives that might have changed the world. The words struck Bucky like a physical blow. His muscles locked up, and for a moment the world seemed to tilt beneath him. His heart pounded so fiercely he felt it in his throat. Waves of regret and horror washed over him, and tears rang unbidden to his eyes. He pressed a hand against his chest, as though trying to quiet the relentless thudding within. When he spoke again, his voice was barely more than a whisper. All those people? Why me? He closed his eyes against the guilt welling up inside him. The man who had once fought for justice now had blood on his hands, and for the first time he could see the full weight of what Hydra had forced him to become. Why didn't they just kill me? Bucky asked, his voice hoarse. Hela's lips curved into a sneer. Torture is far more entertaining than a quick death, she replied coolly. Not that I'm especially fond of it. Aaron's eyes gleamed as he spoke up. Truly, the 9 realms must count themselves lucky that Her Highness dislikes torture, he said, loosening Bucky's bonds. He handed him a goblet of amber liquid. Here, tide of the Dionysian whale. You'll need something to calm your nerves. Bucky accepted the cup, but eyed Aaron suspiciously. Who are you? He asked. Aaron slapped his forehead in mock embarrassment. Forgive my manners. I'm Aaron Gaius, appointed to help you recover your memory, and that dark and frankly off-putting lady over there is Hela Gaius, my cousin. Do me a favor and stay on her good side. I can't promise I'll be able to protect you if you cross her. The Ice Queen by the wall is Jane Volturi, my new maid. Don't let her beauty fool you. She fights like a storm. And finally, this little dragon called Abe is my pet. Be respectful. He might just have your back one day. Aaron cut in with an amused lift of his brow. I didn't think you needed a verbal tour. Bucky clenched his jaw but conceded that Aaron wasn't mocking him. This clan had always been complicated, and the scar Jane left on his psyche still ran deep. He forced himself to answer. How much of my memory is back? I remember everything I'm supposed to. His voice was flat, but his eyes burned with tension. Aaron nudged him further. Including yesterday, when you emptied your pistol into me? Bucky let out a bitter sigh. Including. Aaron nodded, growing serious. That's good, but don't forget, it was Hydra who fractured your mind. I've unlocked those memories, but I can't guarantee there aren't brainwashed triggers still buried in there. Bucky felt a cold trickle creep down his spine. He hesitated, then winced as fragments of another time materialized, shadows too jagged to hold in his mind. A sudden, brutal pain pierced his skull, and he howled, pressing trembling fingers to his temples. In that blur of agony, he saw it. A stern officer in dark olive uniform, a scarlet notebook clutched in one hand, reciting a random string of words that felt anything but harmless. An insidious code implanted deep within him. When the world snapped back into focus, Bucky was against the wall, his knees buckling. He stood there, pale and drenched in sweat, struggling to steady his breathing. Aaron's face hovered into view, worry etched across his features. Bucky swallowed hard, mustering what composure he could. "There's more to this," he whispered. "Something's still in there." Aaron gave a slow, resigned nod. "So the threat is real, and worse than we thought." Bucky's voice shook. "They've embedded a sequence of trigger words in my psyche. No chemical conditioning necessary. Just speak the code, and I'll revert to the Winter Soldier, obeying every order." "That's utterly cruel," Aaron muttered, running a hand through his hair. Hela let out a soft, contemptuous laugh. "Cruel? Hardly noteworthy." She turned a cold gaze on Bucky. "I've presided over countless deaths. A handful of murders is small potatoes." Bucky flinched. "That's a bit harsh." Aaron shot Hela a warning look, then turned back to his friend. "Don't mind her. My cousin's always been overly paranoid." He forced a weak grin and changed the subject. "So what's our next move?" Bucky sank to a nearby chair, burying his face in his hands. I don't know. Maybe ending it is the only way to keep them from using me." Aaron's eyes hardened. "Hetch." He knelt beside Bucky and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Don't even think about that. You fought too hard to give up now. Think of your parents, your wife, your friends. Steve still believes in you, Buck. We all do. You were broken by Hydra's brainwashing. You lost yourself in the process. And he's no better. 70 years encased in ice have left him hopelessly out of step with this age. He needs you, your friendship, more than anything. Can you really abandon him? Will you choose death just to escape it all?" Chapter 9:1 A Redemption in Life, The Warrior's Path of Followers, and half. Bucky fell silent. If he died here, it would be the end of everything. But what about Steve? Aaron saw the conflict flicker across his face and couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the depth of their bond. That friendship, he decided, could serve his plans well. Clearing his throat, Aaron spoke. "Fate can be cruel, but you've been lucky. Meeting me might just be the redemption your life desperately needs." Bucky managed a weary, bitter smile. "Redemption? There isn't any for me." He shook his head. "I've killed too many people, including—" "Who else?" Aaron prodded, leaning forward with feigned curiosity. Bucky cut him off. "No one important, or at least I hope not, but I'll carry those deaths with me in nightmares forever." Aaron clicked his tongue. "Honestly, your mental resilience is pathetic. Take a cue from Clint Barton. You may not know him. He's the Avengers' top marksman. Before the Battle of New York, Loki mind-controlled him into attacking S.H.I.E.L.'s helicarrier, and he killed dozens of agents. But once Clint broke free of Loki's spell, he bounced right back, then taught that trickster a lesson he'd never forget." Bucky let out a short laugh. "I'm nothing like Barton." Aaron arched an eyebrow. "We'll see about that." Bucky sank into the leather chair, exhaustion tinting his voice. "I haven't been under anyone's control in decades," he said warily. "But Hydra still holds the activation codes embedded in my mind. It's a ticking time bomb. They could transform me back into a weapon at any moment." Aaron leaned forward, a deliberate smile playing on his lips. "What if I told you I could eliminate that risk for good?" Bucky's eyes narrowed. "I'm listening." "I can permanently erase Hydra's code from your system," Aaron explained smoothly. "It's a straightforward procedure, practically child's play for my team." Suspicion warped Bucky's features. After a long beat, he asked, "So what do you want in return?" Aaron snapped his fingers. "I prefer dealing with people who appreciate real value." He turned to the woman standing by a side counter. "Jane, bring out 2 copies of the agreement." Jane nodded, opened the drawer, and withdrew a stack of papers along with a pen. She placed them before Bucky and stepped back. Aaron slid the top sheet across the desk. "Read it. If you agree, sign here. Then we'll discuss the rest." Bucky scanned the single-clause document. "You will never, under any circumstances, disclose the contents of today's conversation." He looked up, incredulous. "That's it?" Aaron's smile vanished, replaced by a steely seriousness. Yes, absolute secrecy is non-negotiable. Bucky couldn't shake the feeling that a storm was coming. The curious eyes watching them, the peculiar tree left behind by Horn, and that cryptic stone tablet all felt like ominous signs. He knew he had to be flawless in every detail from now on. Taking a steadying breath, he picked up the pen and wrote out his name, James Barnes. Perfect, Aaron Gaius said, clapping his hands once before tamping down a wry smile. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Aaron Gaius, a wizard from another universe. Bucky's eyebrows shot up. You're joking. Magic is very real, Aaron replied coolly. Otherwise, how do you suppose your memories were restored? At that, Bucky went silent. He remembered the sheep spell Aaron had cast on him. There was no denying it now. Aaron continued, his tone steady but edged with wariness. 2 of my ancestors crossed into this world long before me. They performed miraculous deeds, but they also made some extraordinarily powerful enemies. Because of their legacy, I'm constantly under scrutiny here, forced to practice magic in secret for fear of exposure. And for reasons I can't yet fathom, returning home will take a great deal more time. He paused, letting the weight of his words hang in the growing tension between them. Bucky stared at the wizard, unsettled but determined to learn more. I need to assemble a small circle of trusted lieutenants, people I can rely on when danger strikes. Bucky Barnes, consider yourself fortunate. You're one of the few I've chosen. Here's the proposition. I'll help you root out any remaining Hydra operatives, and in return, you swear allegiance to me. Bucky's eyes flew open. What? Aaron slid a second contract across the table. Let me be perfectly clear. By allegiance, I mean absolute. Sign this, and your life and your soul belong to me. When I leave this universe, you'll go with me. In short, you're mine in life and mine still in death. Bucky let out a derisive snort. Giving up my freedom? I'd rather kill myself. That's not what I'm asking, Aaron replied, leaning forward. You keep your autonomy. I won't force you into actions you despise. No killing innocents, no arson, no tormenting the weak. That's the least respect I owe anyone who fights at my side. Outside of matters that affect me directly, you're free to live your life as you see fit. Your only absolute duty is to me. Bucky stared at the contract, weighing the offer. The promise to eliminate Hydra's hidden hands tempted him, but at what cost? Yet as he looked up at Aaron's unflinching gaze, he realized his answer and his future might already be decided. But when I call on you, you must answer, day or night, and be ready to give me your strength, even your life. It's that simple, isn't it? Bucky's gaze hardened. That hardly seems fair, he growled. He'd already risked everything just to break free from Hydra's control. Why should he bind himself to yet another master? Mr. Barnes, your past is set in stone, Aaron said smoothly, spreading his hands as if offering a gift. But the future is yours to shape. Yes, you've killed countless innocents. There's no erasing that. Regret won't undo your sins, but atonement can. Bucky's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Atonement? Aaron stepped closer. You remember the people you took, don't you? Some may have left behind families struggling to survive. Seek them out, provide for them, make their lives whole again. Only then will your debt here be paid. He paused, lowering his voice. After that, join me, beyond this universe. In the meantime, S-Shield has missions tailor-made for you, deadly assignments that can save dozens, even hundreds of lives. Nick Fury values your abilities. He won't let them go to waste. Play along with him, and you'll find your redemption. Bucky stood silent, caught between his guilt-ridden past and the slim promise of a better future. At last, he nodded. I'll do it. Trust me, S.H.I.E.L.D. has plenty of missions like this, she said. Bucky hesitated, then let out a short, bitter chuckle. You're lying to yourself. If the people I killed had families, my life would be the only comfort they'd get. She frowned. You're so stubborn. Just focus on doing what you're supposed to do. Don't worry about what anyone else thinks. It's easy for you to say. Doing it is just as easy. Look, as long as you don't want to die, there won't be much that can kill you. I'll remain in this universe for at least 9 years. That's plenty of time for you to accomplish a lot. When those 9 years are up, come with me. You can start over, leave your past and your sins behind. Bucky gave a hollow laugh and rubbed his forehead with his unscarred right hand. I don't even know what I'm trying to do. To you, I'm probably just an insignificant nobody. But you have incredible potential, she insisted. What you lack, Aaron said with a confident smile, is opportunity, and that's exactly what I'm offering. He snapped his fingers. With a soft pop, 6 potions neatly appeared in a row on the table before us. Aaron slid a hand over the bottles as he explained, "The power structure in this universe isn't as convoluted as some make it out to be. There are 6 major tiers: surface, demigod, god, single universe, multiverse, and omnipotent universe. Within each tier are further subdivisions, but that's the basic hierarchy. Surface-level beings are still leagues above ordinary mans. Think of the Avengers, all of them except Thor. They're all surface-level. And among them, the Hulk reigns supreme. Across the universe, there's a fair number of surface levels. They're common enough, but don't be fooled. The strong crush the weak with the ease of a world champion facing a kindergartner. Next up is the demigod tier, which is much thinner. Thor, for instance, is a demigod, a principal deity in his own pantheon, able to take on whole fleets single-handedly. Even within the demigods, there are gradations of power. Speaking of which, I happen to know a certain goddess of death. Let's just say she's the biggest pervert among the demigods." He paused, letting that imagery sink in before turning back to the potions. "Choose wisely. Each of these vials can elevate you in ways you've only dreamed of. I reckon she could take down Thor in under 3 strikes. "One would suffice," Hela cut in with a sneer. She wasn't exaggerating. Thor still needed Mjolnir to channel and amplify the divine power coursing through him. If he hadn't fully awakened as a god, there was no point in battling him. He might as well kneel and surrender now. Aaron rolled his eyes, held up a hand to silence her, and continued. "The Fathers are the most formidable beings in all creation, the true architects of the cosmos. Odin, who stands at the summit of the god-king hierarchy, and Zeus are prime examples. Their divine power can effortlessly annihilate planets, turning them into walking star destroyers. Odin, in particular, represents the absolute pinnacle of father-level might. No ordinary universe-tier warrior could hope to challenge him. And as for those at the later stages of universe-tier strength, well, barring some unexpected twist, they still fall short." "We won't ever get the chance to contact them," Aaron said, his voice low. Buggy frowned in confusion. "Why are you telling me this? We're not talking about some distant cosmic court. I seriously doubt I'll ever meet even the Heavenly Father, much less a sub-Heavenly Father." "Exactly," Aaron replied, nodding. He swept a hand toward the row of glowing vials lined up on the table. "That's why I'm offering you this. Become one of my favored ones, and I'll grant you the Path of God." Buggy's eyes flicked to the potions. "The Path of God?" "It's the ascent from Sequence 9 to Sequence 0, a sacred journey that can lift a mere mortal into true divinity," Aaron explained. "Right now I have 7 favored ones. Each has chosen a specific path of God and has already made significant progress along it." He paused, his expression serious. "Note that the thought body isn't counted among those 7, but Ob does qualify, though to be fair, he still hasn't shown up for the favored ones conference." Aaron held up a small vial, its liquid shimmering in the dim light. "What I'm about to show you is the warrior path." He placed the Sequence 9 potion in front of Bucky. "Sequence 9, warrior. Drink this, and you'll become an extraordinary fighter. No weapon or combat style will be beyond you, and your strength and agility will surge past any humans." Bucky eyed the vial. "So, like a super soldier? Like Steve?" Aaron shook his head with a wry smile. "Not quite on Steve's level, but you'll be close to the Winter Soldier." Bucky bristled at the comparison, but said nothing. Aaron lined up more vials on the table and continued. "Below Sequence 9 are 2 stages of incremental power boosts. Sequence 8, the fighter, and Sequence 7, the weapon master. They simply stack more strength and skill onto you. Then comes Sequence 6, Dawn Knight. That's a true leap. You'd wield offensive and defensive might, rivaling a giant's, and you could harness light itself. Imagine summoning dawn armor around you, cleaving foes with the morning sword, or unleashing a light storm." He picked up another vial. Sequence 5, Guardian. Your defenses become virtually unbreakable. Brace yourself fully, and you could tank a missile strike without flinching. Then there are Sequence 4, Demon Hunter, and Sequence 3, Silver Knight, together known as Saints. Reaching their power is the first step beyond mortality in this universe. Finally, the top tiers, Sequence 2, Glory 1, and Sequence 1, Hand of God. They're reserved for what we call angels. Bucky studied the row of glowing vials, each promising another rung on the ladder of power. The choice before him was clear, but the price of ascending into something not quite human loomed large. In the hierarchy of the so-called subfathers, those two ranks hold tremendous prestige, on par with Thor himself. And Sequence 0, the Dusk Giant, isn't just another title. He is a true god, the very definition of a paternal force. Buggy let out a low whistle of amazement. Unbelievable. That's exactly why loyalty oaths are non-negotiable for my followers. Cultivating a deity costs me untold resources, time, and energy. I can't risk betrayal. Aaron's eyes fixed on me. Why do you think I chose you? Plenty of people in this world would be better suited than you. What about Steve? He can't do it, Aaron said without hesitation. Steve Rogers is too bound by righteousness. He'd never abandon everything he knows to follow me. You, though, you're different. You're not only a remarkable fighter, you also have an uncanny affinity for the giant path. You'll metabolize those enhancement elixirs and ascend far faster than anyone else. And let's be honest, this world holds nothing for you anymore. You didn't plan to get cast out here, but you've made mistakes, big ones. Mistakes that can't be undone. It's time you found a purpose worthy of your power. You'd be better off dead, you say? Suicide might seem like an escape, but it's the coward's way out, and it won't wash away your sins. I've shown you a path to redemption, Buggy, and I'm willing to grant you the power to atone. With it, we can leave this sorrow behind and start over. All I ask in return is your loyalty. The choice couldn't be clearer. Buggy gave a ragged laugh and flexed his broken arm. So what if it's shattered? I can still fight. Aaron's eyes gleamed. Once your sequence level is high enough, regenerating a broken limb is mere child's play. A weary sigh escaped Buggy's lips. He reached for the second contract on the table, reading each clause with meticulous care. After double-checking that no hidden stipulations lurked in the fine print, he picked up the pen and scrawled his name. Good, Aaron murmured, sweeping a hand over the parchment. It glowed a soft blue and vaporized into a mote of light. From this moment on, you're my 8th dependent. I promise you won't regret your decision today, Aaron said, his tone calm. But there's something you should know first. Buggy shifted on his stool, anxiety flickering in his eyes. He'd just signed away his freedom. Who knew what his new patron would do behind the scenes? What is it? He asked. I've chosen the warrior path for you, Aaron explained. I'll push you as far as I can, but I'm only able to raise you to Sequence 2, Glory. To reach Sequence 1, God's Hand, or ascend to Sequence 0, Dusk Giant, you'll need to earn the required achievements before I can give you those potions. Buggy exhaled, nodding. That sounds fair. A faint smile curved Aaron's lips as he put away the bottles labeled Sequence 8 through 0. He then placed the single vial of the Sequence 9 Warrior Potion in front of Buggy. Here, this one's yours. With no hesitation, Buggy twisted off the cap and downed the potion in one go. He let out a sharp hiss as the fiery liquid burned down his throat. Moments passed before he blinked, taken aback. It's like drinking the world's strongest liquor, he gasped. It's dizzying, but I've never felt more alive. Aaron nodded. Of course, and one more thing. If you ever run into something you can't handle, call out to me. If I'm free, I'll answer and help however I can. Buggy tucked the empty vial into his belt, determination settling over his features. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he now had power and a patron to guide him. Chapter 912, Hela's Jealousy, Garrett at his wit's end, Part 1. Baki stared at the scroll in his hands, lips moving as he forced out the ancient invocation. The god of contracts, the ancient noble inheritor, the creator of minds, ruler of shadows. Each title felt foreign on his tongue. He'd never dabbled in mysticism before. Aaron watched him with a mix of amusement and impatience. Good, he said at last, but try to sound more devout. And whatever you do, don't let anyone learn you serve me. My standing in this universe is precarious. I understand, Baki managed, swallowing his discomfort. Aaron turned to Jane. I also want to call a full assembly of our followers every 3 months to track how they're handling the potion. Jane, what's our next meeting date? Without hesitation, Jane replied, mid-April. Exactly, Aaron nodded. Mid-April at midnight. Don't be late. You need your rest. I gather people in their dreams. It's the best way for us to meet and introduce ourselves. Bucky's eyes widened. Got it. Bucky folded his arms, meeting Aaron's gaze. One more thing. Mind how you address me when there are outsiders around. Bucky raised an eyebrow. Boss? Aaron shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Too formal? Just call me Aaron. Bucky hesitated. And when it's just us? Before Aaron could answer, Jane piped up, stepping forward in a crisp salute. Master. Her tone was neutral, almost cheerful, as though the word carried no weight at all. Bucky's stomach twisted. Is that okay? He asked. Aaron waved a dismissive hand. No need to fuss. Better than a queen who insists everyone kneel at her every whim. Here's the deal. When outsiders are present, use Aaron. When it's just the team, boss works fine. A breath of relief escaped Bucky. Boss, he repeated, testing the word. It was almost acceptable. Now, Aaron said, his expression turning serious, get in touch with Steve Rogers. Bring him up to speed on your situation, then loop in Shield. Trust me, Nick Fury will ensure everything falls into place. He handed Bucky a sleek bank card. Consider this a little financial support from me. There's $1 million on it. Bucky stared at the card, conflict stirring in his chest. He'd always lived by the rule, no merit, no reward. His pride bristled at the idea of taking such a gift so casually, let alone a sum this large. Yet he knew better than to argue when Aaron was offering. He slipped the card into his coat pocket, straightening his shoulders. Thank you, he said quietly. I appreciate it. Aaron nodded once, then turned and strode from the room, leaving Bucky and Jane to prepare for the next move. Aaron's offer didn't come without strings. Boss money was never that easy to accept, and Bucky wondered what hidden traps might lie beneath it. Seeing his doubt, Aaron gave him a wry look. You signed the contract, he reminded him. Your life belongs to me now. What else could I possibly be planning? Bucky exhaled, conceding the point. Fair enough. Aaron leaned back against the table, folding his arms. Then stop worrying. I'm just looking out for my people. Right now, you've got nothing. No car, no house, no savings. If you'd rather scrounge for scraps from Steve Rogers, go ahead. But this is a genuine offer. A twitch flickered at the corner of Bucky's mouth, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. All right. Thank you. Aaron smiled and reached out, pressing a fingertip gently to Bucky's forehead. Now, let's deal with the Hydra brainwashing. Bucky's eyes went wide. What are you? Before he could pull away, Aaron drew out a shimmering silver thread from his mind. Bucky felt an immediate relief, as though a crushing weight had lifted from his thoughts. Is that my memory? He breathed. Aaron shook his head. Not exactly. It's the control code Hydra implanted. Consider it gone. He held up the delicate filament between thumb and forefinger, proof that Hydra's hold on Bucky was finally being broken. Bucky closed his eyes, letting the calm wash over him, grateful at last to feel himself again. Hela leaned back in her throne, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. As long as you remain in the dark about this code, it might just as well not exist. If Hydra ever comes looking for you again, you'll have your chance at revenge. Bucky bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you. I won't forget my promise. Aaron glanced at him coolly. Then you're free to go. Bucky rose and headed for the door. At the last moment, he stopped and turned back, his voice tight with conflict. There's one more thing, the people I killed before. That's your cross to bear, Hela interrupted. Handle it as you will. I won't interfere. Just do me one favor. Don't let your past kill you. He exhaled slowly. I understand. Hela shook her head, amusement glinting in her eyes. Well done. You've managed to win over another potential subordinate. Bucky frowned. What are you talking about? Your Highness, this was an honest agreement. I didn't deceive him. A contract is only as good as the power behind it, Hela said softly. And now that it's signed, you answer to me. All my people know that, he shot back. I've never hidden it from anyone. Hela simply rolled her eyes and fell silent. Despite herself, she felt a twinge of envy at the loyalty he'd inspired. She had reigned as the goddess of death for millennia, yet in comparison to Aaron, who'd only been active for 2 decades, she felt outmatched. Aaron boasted dozens of loyal lieutenants. She had none. All she could summon was her undead legion, soulless husks bound to her necrotic will. Aaron's closest companions were Abe the Holy Dragon and Fox the Phoenix, beings of flesh and blood capable of laughter, rage, sorrow, and love. Her lone pet was Fenrir, a gargantuan wolf she'd raised from death itself, a formidable mount but devoid of true emotion. Aaron enjoyed the warmth of family and the comfort of a devoted partner. She had only solitude and a burning purpose, to slay her own father. Meanwhile, Aaron had meticulously mapped out promotions and growth paths for each of his followers. In 1,000 years' time, he might command a cadre of powerful successors, young masters and champions at his side, whereas she could only stand and watch. Heh, Hela muttered with a wry smile. So I really did mess up a little. What was that? Aaron asked. None of your concern. Hela's tone turned icy as she scooped up the young dragon, Abe settling him on her lap and stroking his iridescent scales for reassurance. Still, it's baffling. Aaron snorted and summoned the quest panel into view. Capture Bucky Barnes, status completed. Reward 300 magic points. Restore Bucky Barnes, status completed. Reward 200 magic points. Collect rewards, he said. A chime rang out. Congratulations, host. Quests completed. 500 magic points have been awarded. Meanwhile, in the airport lounge bar, Garrett popped open a bottle of wine and turned his attention to the breaking news on the overhead TV. Witnesses reported that the mysterious assailant had blasted through several reinforced walls to execute Colombia's most notorious drug lord, Alejandro Bulldog Castillo. Everywhere people speculated, was the killer a man, a monster, or a machine? On the screen flashed the grainy image of the so-called death warrior, Mike Peterson, his cybernetic limbs glinting in the glare of floodlights. Garrett's lips curled into a cold smile. It had to be human, he muttered. The monster theory doesn't hold up. Garrett tapped the edge of the holo display, highlighting the skeletal frame beneath the synthetic flesh. As you can see, the serum left him horribly scarred, like he's been burned from the inside out. That's why I commissioned the exoskeleton. It reinforces his shattered bones and augments his strength. Ward reclined on the leather couch, arms folded. You're overthinking it. I can take care of this drug lord cleanly. No media, no witnesses. From 600 yards out, one shot and it's done. I don't doubt your skill, Garrett said, leaning forward. But that's not the point. I want a spectacle. In Bogota, cartel hits are a dime a dozen, quiet snipers, quick executions. When was the last time you saw a monstrous brute stomp in and punch a kingpin's head clean off? That kind of carnage sells on every network from here to Moscow. Ward's brow furrowed. Why make waves now? We'll draw too much attention. Hydra can't afford that kind of heat. Garrett chuckled darkly. Precisely because Hydra has already botched things once. Fury was onto us long before we suspected. He discovered the infiltration within S.H.I.E.L.D., but instead of blowing the cover immediately, he let us keep digging our own graves. He rounded up the rot, sealed the leaks, and shored up the agency. Right now, we're enjoying a lull, an illusion of safety. The moment Fury's hands are free again, Hydra will be at the top of his list. We need to remind the world why they should be afraid of us. He sat back, eyes glinting. A public demonstration of our power. That's how we break their resolve. If we want to stop S.H.I.E.L.D. from hunting us, we must grow stronger and expand our ranks. Consider this broadcast the first step in that direction. At that moment, Deathlock, Mike Peterson, in full cybernetic armor, strode into the cabin, flanked by a woman in a silk cheongsam patterned with blossoms. Since hijacking the jet, Garrett had been racing against the clock, pursuing two urgent objectives. The first was to storm the covert S.H.I.E.L.D. lab and seize the experimental serum rumored to restore life. Despite the facility's overconfident guards, who chose to trigger the self-destruct rather than risk capture, Mike and his team managed to snatch the sealed vials of the finished drug just before the explosion. All the blueprints, samples, and specialized equipment went up in flames, but the serum itself was safe in their hands. The second mission was rescuing Dr. Rena Cheng, the woman in the floral dress whose linguistic brilliance and diplomatic grace had been instrumental in perfecting the centipede serum. Locked away in a high-security cell, she was their key to advancing the project, and now, at last, they had her back. With the serum secured and Rena freed, Garrett allowed himself a grim smile. The real fight was only just beginning. Garrett raised his bottle in a mock toast and smiled at Mike. Nice work today, Mike. If I didn't know you so well, I'd swear you're actually enjoying yourself. Don't tell me you are. Ward snorted without conviction. Someone has to think that, he said. I like to believe we all enjoy what we do. Why not? The stakes have never been higher, and the rewards are just as rich. Garrett glanced at his watch, then dug his phone out of his pocket. Zeller, send Mike Peterson the afternoon clips of his son. Consider it a courtesy. He tapped the screen, then slipped the phone away. Mike's face was stone as he nodded once and slipped silently toward the back of the room. Looks like Peterson's in a foul mood, Garrett remarked with a shrug. Doesn't matter. He'll get used to it. He's just another asset in the toolbox. He looked over at Rena. Rena, make sure it's done. Rena's lips curved into a knowing smile. You're more optimistic than I thought. Garrett smirked. That's because you've never let me down. I envy your talent and your success rate, Garrett said, leaning forward. As you predicted, the experiment was a success, Rena replied, the corner of her mouth curving into a knowing smile. Our Cuban laboratory pushed human trials at breakneck speed. After sacrificing more than a dozen test subjects, we isolated compound GH325. It does exactly what you asked. It can bring the dead back. Thank God, Garrett breathed, relief flooding his features. Rena carefully set a small vial of pale, iridescent liquid before him. All the genetic material we extracted from those samples is concentrated in this vial, she explained. It should trigger cellular regeneration and repair. Guard it with your life. This may be the only dose in the world. Garrett closed his eyes for a moment, steeling himself. Then let's begin, he said, his voice firm. Ward stepped forward, hesitation etched on his face. Garrett, are you sure you want to start now? Rena cut in, her tone both confident and cautious. Preliminary tests show GH325 has no adverse side effects. Still, it's never been used on a truly deceased subject. Proceed carefully. Garrett let a small, determined smile play on his lips. This has been my goal for 25 years. There's nothing more dreadful than death. Ward opened his mouth to argue, but Garrett raised a hand. You know my condition. We can't afford to wait any longer. My organs are failing. Even with the serum, I've only got a month, maybe 2 tops. And S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't about to give us time to waste. This is my last vial. There might be another way, Rena said, brushing a strand of hair from her face. If we can steal the Phoenix Tears from Gaius, it could buy you more than weeks. Garrett let out a hollow laugh. That's asking for suicide. My gut says chasing down that fortune-teller will kill me faster than my own body. Rena fell silent, remembering Gaius's ruthless streak. Ward shifted uneasily. I understand, he said quietly. Then you'll do it, Garrett decided, reclining on the sofa. He lifted his shirt to reveal a polished silver apparatus clamped around his waist. Ward flicked off the safety latch and pried open the armored housing. Inside, a viscous, orange-red serum sloshed in a biomechanical reservoir, like a twisted gallbladder. Fine infusion tubes ran inward, feeding the toxic lifeblood into Garrett's cracked, failing organs and granting them a grim, borrowed vitality. Lena sucked in a quick breath, though her voice remained steady. That centipede serum is practically running through your veins now. Garrett gave a dry, hollow laugh. It's the only thing that's kept me alive these past few months. He pressed the small GH25 vial into Ward's hand. Do it. Ward's heart pounded as he exhaled and reached for the pouch at Garrett's waist. He withdrew the tiny gallbladder containing the precious serum, then drew GH25 into the syringe. His hand trembled. Garrett, there has to be another way, he said, hesitation lacing his words. We're not out of options. Garrett's eyes grew distant. Without that serum boost, I'll die. So, just do it. Ward's voice caught. Easy for you to say. What am I supposed to do if you're gone? He looked at Garrett, his mentor, his rock, the man who gave his life direction. The thought of losing him was unbearable. A flicker of determination passed over Garrett's face. I'm not going anywhere. Now stop worrying and inject it. Ward nodded, swallowing his fear. He pressed the syringe into the gallbladder's membrane and slowly injected the GH325. As the serum mixed with the centipede extract, Garrett closed his eyes and leaned back, bracing himself for the familiar burn that meant survival. Ward took a steadying breath and slid the syringe's fine needle into the gallbladder. He depressed the plunger, and the inky blue GH325 agent streamed in, weaving itself around the lingering orange-red centipede serum. Within moments, the organ's surface blazed into a smooth gradient of lavender. "Is it done?" Ward asked, voice tight with apprehension. Lena didn't hesitate. "Yes, perfectly." She watched him withdraw the needle, then carefully lowered the transformed gallbladder back into its specimen jar and snapped the lid shut. If only every procedure were this straightforward. Across the lab, Garrett let out a strangled cry. His body jerked violently on the sofa as froth seeped from his mouth. The skin on his face surged into bubbling lava-red patches, bright as molten rock, as though his flesh were about to erupt. Ward and Lena froze, hearts pounding, until the spasms abruptly ceased. Garrett collapsed motionless. His breathing slowed, smoothing into a steady rhythm, and he lifted his head. When his eyes opened, his pupils were dilated, glinting with a fierce, almost otherworldly clarity, as if he'd just witnessed something beyond human comprehension. Lena exchanged a worried glance with Ward. They both knew this was only the beginning. Ward studied him intently. "How do you feel?" A strange smile curved Garrett's lips. "I feel the universe." Ward frowned. "What do you mean?" Garrett's eyes glittered with excitement. "I saw it clearly, Ward. The civilizations beyond Earth, infinite libraries of knowledge." He sprang to his feet, almost bouncing. "I have to write it all down. My brain's going to overflow." "Wow," Ward said softly. "So you're physically okay?" "Better than ever," Garrett replied as he strode to the laboratory door and lifted it from its hinges with ease. "I need a nail. A big one." Almost at once, someone handed him a sturdy nail. Garrett pressed it into the wood and began carving. Precise horizontal and vertical lines linked by perfect circles, an orderly but inscrutable pattern. Ward watched, arms crossed. "John," he said bluntly, "you're starting to look a little mad." Garrett paused, finger on the nail, then looked back at his friend and grinned. "Maybe, but you brought me back, Ward. Despite every setback, we did it. We succeeded." Ward nodded, but something tugged at him. For all their triumph, he felt oddly adrift, as if the single purpose that had driven him this far had suddenly vanished. "I still can't believe this," Ward said, staring at Garrett. "Saving you was our goal all along. We even struck a deal with Hydra just to make it happen, right?" "To achieve symbiosis," Garrett replied with casual ease. "And now we have. Besides, neither of us are true believers in Hydra's cause." Ward hesitated, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. "Don't get me wrong. I'll follow you anywhere. It's useful to have our people in key positions. But after that, what's next? Are we planning a coup?" "It's more than a coup," Garrett said, laying down his carving tools. He turned to look at Lena. "It's an uprising, something even greater than Hydra ever was. And what about Quinn? How's he preparing?" Lena's confident smile never wavered. "He's ready to cooperate fully. You reclaimed the Gravity Project from S.H.I.E.L.D., which was his prize, and with the Death Warrior demonstration boosting his reputation, he couldn't refuse. He's already in talks with several top generals. They're set to visit Ronki Industries soon to review our super soldier research firsthand." "Excellent," Garrett said, satisfaction shining in his eyes. He reached over and patted Ward on the shoulder. "Ward, you've been loyal, and you've given me everything I asked for. Together, we're on the brink of something monumental. Now it's time for you to tell me what you want, and I'll make sure you get it, kid. I feel like I can do anything right now." The black SUVs rolled to a stop, just outside the perimeter of Ronki Assembly Base. Agent Coulson climbed out, scanned the imposing fence and guard towers, then turned to Aaron, who was casually checking a small compass. "Are you sure this is it?" Coulson asked. "Completely sure," Aaron replied with a bored yawn. The needle on his compass quivered, then locked in the direction of the base. "Garrett and Ward are in there, no question. I just didn't expect you to be this shameless. Only 2 days since we last worked together, and here you are dragging me back in." Coulson rubbed the back of his neck, cheeks coloring. "I know it's soon, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is stretched too thin right now. Fury promised reinforcements, but they won't arrive in time. Ward and Garrett are in serious trouble, and we need our plane back. You're the only one who can lead us to them quickly." Aaron studied Coulson's earnest expression for a heartbeat, then clenched his fist. "Why didn't I realize how insufferable you are sooner?" Coulson froze, then managed a polite smile. "You did say you'd come to our rescue if we ran out of options." A slow, amused grin spread across Aaron's face. "All right, lead the way." I said I'd help, but I didn't expect you to be that rude. Aaron snapped. Coulson smirked. You did refuse, didn't you? Aaron glared. I didn't refuse, because honestly it's none of your business. Doesn't matter, Coulson replied, waving a hand. Having you here is the best support we've got. Rolling his eyes, Aaron flipped open his mission panel. Mission: assist Coulson's team in reclaiming the Airbus reward. 200 magic points, failure penalty, none, status accepted. He'd only agreed for those 200 points, otherwise he wouldn't have lifted a finger. Coulson, came May's voice through his earpiece. I've spotted Quinn giving the military a guided tour. Quinn? And the army? Coulson frowned. Why are they here? Aaron leaned forward, an amused glint in his eye. It's not hard to guess. Garrett and Ward don't have much else to offer, except maybe the centipede serum. Centipede serum? Coulson echoed. Exactly, Aaron said. If they team up with the military, they'll have official protection. After that, S.H.I.E.L.D. won't be able to touch them so easily. Do they actually believe this? Simmons whispered. It's better to think there's something going on than to assume there's nothing, Aaron replied with a teasing grin. If Hammer can fool the military with dozens of fake weapons contracts, why can't Quinn sell them centipede serum? And 2 days ago, Mike Peterson stormed a drug lord's fortress solo and sent him straight to hell with one punch. If that isn't living proof, I don't know what is. Coulson pressed a hand to his earpiece, voice low and urgent. We can't wait for them to make the first move. We act now. Ready, May said, loading her pistol with deliberate efficiency. Skye mirrored her without hesitation. Here's the plan. Aaron and I will launch a frontal assault to draw their fire and create an opening. May, you and Skye slip through the breach and capture the Centipede team's commander. Neutralize him, and the rest will collapse. Fitz, Simmons, you're on Overwatch, non-combat support only. Understood? Understood, Skye confirmed. Coulson, this plan is solid, but we have no backup, May said, her shoulders tensing as she let out a slow breath. There are only a few of us, and with our numbers and firepower, we're at a severe disadvantage. Didn't you call Nick Fury for reinforcements? S.H.I.E.L.D. can't even spare a special ops team right now? Coulson shifted on his feet. He rubbed the back of his neck and gave a small, awkward smile. I did request it, he admitted, but Fury flat out refused. His exact words were, you've got a guy on this mission who's no weaker than Captain America, capable of taking on the Destroyer, and you still want more support? Aaron let out a harsh laugh that echoed through the briefing room. That's just Fury being strategic, he said coolly. He's not letting me run this mission solo. He attached your team to me so he can't be blamed if things go sideways. Team Coulson exchanged uneasy glances. They opened their mouths, but no argument came. Ron may not have the most spectacular resume, but each of them knew better than to face him in combat. He'd never met an opponent who could stand up to him. Coulson cleared his throat and squared his shoulders. Don't forget, we did receive payment for this assignment. Aaron lifted an eyebrow and gave them a slow, knowing smile. $1 million, he said, shrugging as if it were pocket change. Believe me, I'd have paid twice that to some back-alley fortune teller and still felt like I got a bargain. A heavy silence filled the room as the implications sank in. With no reinforcements on the way and only the two teams standing between success and disaster, everyone realized they were on their own, whether they liked it or not. Aaron raised an eyebrow. Hold on, didn't Nick Fury just siphon funds from the council? They say the richer you are, the stingier you get. Lena chuckled. You've got it backwards. From everything I've seen, Fury spends money as fast as it comes in. And anyway, it wasn't even his to begin with. Aaron pursed his lips. When he first arrived in this universe, he'd treated money like confetti. Now it might as well be pixels on a screen. In the lab down the hall, Garrett stood transfixed before a tall, transparent cylinder. Inside, a silvery liquid swirled and stretched like living mercury. Lena slipped in beside him. Beautiful, isn't it? She murmured. The first time I saw it, I thought it was some kind of lava lamp, had no clue what it really did. Garrett's eyes flashed. Quinn's hoping I'll trade him my gravity module in exchange for a sample, but I'd rather hold on to this until we know exactly what we're dealing with. Lena crossed her arms, smiling wryly. Don't dance around it. I know you've got bigger plans for this serum. He leaned closer, voice low and eager. And now that you've seen it, you understand why. It's extraordinary. He paused, then added with a teasing grin, just like you, I can see right through you. Lena's expression softened. Just remember, Ward's worried about what this is doing to you. Garrett shook his head, excitement shining in his eyes. It's not just boosting my strength, it's sharpening my mind, made my thoughts as clear as glass. Garrett's voice dropped to a low whisper. I see it, the new world lying beneath this one, just itching to break free from its shell. You don't think that's crazy, do you? You know exactly what I mean. You always have. Reyna offered him a half smile. I'm not loyal to Hydra or Project Centipede, and I've never worked for Ronki Industrial. And I don't believe you are, either. The only thing that matters to me is evolution. He cut her off so confidently she froze for a heartbeat, surprise flickering across her face. We're like those primordial creatures clawing up from the muck, pushing through that endless fog, fighting our way onto dry land, striving to stand upright, to root ourselves, to sprout wings and take flight. Reyna frowned. I was disappointed when I realized you aren't clairvoyant. I've had a question on my mind, one I've never dared ask until now. Garrett's lips curved into a sly grin. Now that I can see everything clearly, don't hold back, little floral skirt. Ask whatever you want. Reyna steadied her breath, fighting the tremor in her chest. What will I become? His smile darkened to a knowing half grin. You'll achieve the evolution you crave, but not with me. Lena, if you're trying to get rid of me, just say so, Aaron snapped. I wasn't planning to stick around either. Coulson let out a slow breath and stole a glance at his passenger. Are you ready? Almost. Aaron eased the flintlock pistol from his space ring. Its black and gold frame was etched with swirling filigree, and a single, blood-red manjushag flower curled along the grip, luxurious yet perfectly restrained. This is the newly modified Higanbana, 200 millimeters long, breech-loaded, 9 rounds. The crowning achievement of my life as an alchemist. We're about to barrel in head first, Coulson Poe inted out. Carrying that in your hand, won't it slow you down? Aaron let out a cold snort and ran a fingertip over the gun's barrel. Don't mistake me for an amateur. Now, just drive. If you hit a snag once you're inside, I'll finish the job, Aaron said, voice calm over the roar of the engine. Phil Coulson glanced at him, brows raised. You realize it feels a lot like you're just here to test that fancy gun of yours? Think I'd take $1 million contract, pack into hostile territory, and risk my neck just for the thrill? Aaron cracked a half smile. Coulson shook his head, pressed the accelerator to the floor, and sent their car barreling through the steel gate. The crash echoed across the compound, drawing every guard to their positions with weapons raised. Gunfire erupted. Bullets splintered the chassis, but Aaron was faster. He drew his pistol, its barrel inscribed with intertwined petals, and squeezed the trigger. The enchanted rounds, each glowing like molten gold, cut through the night air. On impact, they ignited in brilliant flashes, tearing through the guard's armor as though it were paper. Concrete walls crumbled under the blast. Incredible, Coulson muttered, watching barricades collapse. Those lilies really are magic. Aaron gave a satisfied nod. Higanbana infusion, more than a gimmick. They roared through the inner defenses without slowing. Coulson's eyes darted ahead. We need a clear path for May, Sky, May, and the rest, he said. Aaron swung the pistol toward the far perimeter wall. One shot punched a perfect breach, a jagged hole big enough to drive a truck through. Stone and debris rained down. Go ahead, he called back. Coulson cut the wheel, aiming the car through the opening. Behind them, May hustled Sky and the others forward, slipping past the stunned guards and into the compound's shadows. Inside, the base lay bathed in lantern light, empty corridors, locked doors, and the hush of anticipation. Thanks to Aaron's firepower, they'd bought themselves every advantage. Now it was time to find their target, and whatever secrets this stronghold held. The window stood open. Head for the director's office. I don't want to tangle with those centipede soldiers, Coulson ordered. Aaron stepped forward, voice low and serious. One condition, he said. I'll make an exception and lend you the compass. Just don't lose it. If you do, I'll kill you. Not even Nick Fury could talk me out of it. I'm not joking. At that, May and Sky, who had just slipped through the fence, froze. May shrugged. Looks like your side mission's off the table. Sky's heart sank. But how am I supposed to? Drop it, May cut her off. We know what you're up to. Sky's gaze flicked to the trembling compass needle. She'd planned to borrow it later to track down her parents, but Aaron clearly wouldn't allow it. She forced herself to breathe, pushing her personal doubts aside. Mission first. Everything else could wait. Understood, she said quietly, calming herself. She closed her eyes, focusing on the task at hand. The needle, which had been spinning wildly, suddenly stilled and swung toward a drab administration building at the compound's far end. That had to be where the director was holed up. It looks like the text you provided is a tabula script rather than the chapter you'd like to have rewritten. Could you please paste the machine-translated fanfiction chapter itself? Once you do, I'll be happy to turn it into a polished, idiomatic English version. Chapter 914, Clash with the General, Shield Agents Raid, Part 1. Welcome to the Control Center, Quinn announced, stepping aside to reveal a cavernous storage bay brimming with gleaming hardware. Rows of crates and racks held everything from prototype sensors to experimental exoskeleton parts. This is where we design, assemble, and test the most advanced systems in the field. He led the delegation to a polished humanoid frame fitted with cables and optical sensors. Behold our latest prototype, Quinn continued, voice steady with pride. In under 5 minutes, it can swap out a soldier's prosthetic limb. It delivers 10 times the power of current models, and it links directly to biometric monitors and the optoelectronic targeting suite. Imagine field repairs that used to take hours, done in minutes. The general in command, flanked by 2 aides, studied the machine with arms folded. After a long pause, he spoke up. All very impressive, unless you want the U.S. government to foot the bill. He drew a thin file from his satchel and flipped it open. I'll need precise specifications, power curves, failure rates, integration protocols, no hard data, no contract. Quinn met his gaze coolly. He felt the general's disdain. He knew the man regarded him as a self-styled speculator with empty promises. But Quinn had come too far to back down now. He straightened his jacket and gave a confident nod. Understood, sir. You'll have every metric and test report by morning. Behind him, the storage lights dimmed for a moment, then flared back to life. Unseen cameras swiveling to capture every word. Quinn sensed the real eyes in the room were watching, not for sales figures, but for any sign of weakness. Instead, they'd see resolve. And that, he decided, would be their first mistake. Quinn snapped his fingers, drawing the room back into focus. Let's get specific. I want to mass-produce these machines, expand our surgical division, and churn out 100 soldiers every day. A gray-haired general leaned forward. So, we're supposed to fold these into our special forces? No, Quinn said, his voice as casual as if he were ordering coffee. We're going to replace them. Navy SEALs, Secret Service, the lot. Gentlemen, the world's in crisis. What we offer is absolute security. Before anyone could respond, a series of explosions rocked the compound. Boom, boom. Red lights flashed as alarms blared. What the hell is happening out there? Another general barked, rising from his chair. Quinn raised his hands in a placating gesture. It's just a drill. You're perfectly safe. No need for alarm. One of the generals slammed his fist on the table. Don't bullshit me. Tell us what's really going on, or you can forget that government contract. Quinn's confident facade wavered. Gentlemen, please. He didn't get to finish. The door flew open, and Garrett strode in, flanked by Ward and Mike, Death Warrior Peterson. Garrett's eyes locked on Quinn. Save it, Quinn. No more begging. You're not a dog. We don't need their scraps. The general's voice was cold as he turned on the man before him. Who is this? John Garrett, Ward began hesitantly. He's our strategic advisor. Without a flicker of interest, the general leaned forward. I want every detail right now. If you refuse, my men will shut you down. And tell me, why did I hear gunfire? Garrett squared his shoulders, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. What you heard was the death rattle of the old world, General. A new age is upon us, and I've seen it with my own eyes. Behind Garrett, Ward's hands twitched nervously. Since the GH-325 injection, Garrett had grown erratic, convinced the universe orbited around him. Now with S-Yield hunting him, his judgment was more unpredictable than ever. Ward wanted to warn the general, but Garrett's hold over him ran too deep. He couldn't bring himself to speak up. The general turned his steely gaze to Quinn, his second in command. This is your strategic advisor? Quinn swallowed. He, too, saw the fanaticism in Garrett's eyes. To him, the man was dangerously unbalanced. "He is," Quinn began, steeling himself. "Exactly that." Quinn forced a strained smile, but inside he was fuming at Garrett's unpredictability. Across the conference table sat General Lawson, an imposing figure, still revered in military circles. Quinn cleared his throat, trying to steer the meeting back on track. Garrett leaned forward, his tone sharp. "Our new strategy is simple. You keep your mouth shut and give us everything we want." Quinn clasped a hand over his face, mortified. How could Garrett treat a respected U.S. general like this? If they carried on, this deal would fall apart for sure. General Lawson's eyes narrowed. "You threaten an American general and expect to walk away unscathed?" Garrett snorted. "You think you're powerful, don't you? In reality, you're just a pawn in our future." "Listen carefully, you mad," the general began, but Quinn cut him off. He leaned forward, voice calm but insistent. "Gentlemen, perhaps what we need here is a demonstration of good faith." He flashed a quick wink at Garrett, signaling him to dial back the aggression. Garrett's eyes lit up. "Exactly. A demonstration. We've got to show you we mean business." Relief washed over Quinn. Ward, their liaison, gave a perfunctory nod, convinced they were returning to polite negotiations. General Lawson visibly relaxed, settling back in his chair with the confidence of a man who believed he still held the upper hand. In that instant of complacency, Garrett sprang up. In one swift motion, he formed his hand into a rigid five-finger spear and drove it straight into the general's abdomen. The room erupted in chaos. Quinn's heart pounded. This fool's erratic violence was about to bring everything crashing down. The other soldiers barely had time to draw their weapons before Ward's men closed in, cutting them off and leaving them no room to fight back. John Garrett, his body supercharged by the side effects of GH325, which had activated the dormant centipede serum within him, moved with inhuman strength. In one swift motion, Garrett swept aside the nearest guard and lunged at the general. He drove his hand into the man's chest, seized a broken rib, and hoisted him into the air. Blood trickled from the general's mouth as he choked out a strangled groan, disbelief etched on his face. "I've seen the future," Garrett hissed, his voice cold and distant. "Through the eyes of every living creature, dead, alive, and those yet to be born. This is only the beginning." With a sudden, sickening twist, Garrett wrenched the rib free. Quinn, standing nearby, turned away, fighting the bile rising in her throat. Ward's jaw tightened. "What do you mean, John? Beginning of what?" Garrett held the smeared bone like a blade. "The end." With that, he drove it straight through the general's skull. The man's body went limp in Garrett's grasp. Ward stepped forward, exhaling slowly. "Secure the perimeter, strip him of his rank, and lock the rest of them up." As the guards closed in to carry away the body, Ward cast a last look at Garrett, an unspoken question in his eyes. But Garrett was already turning away, his transformation complete. What had begun here today would change everything. Quinn's heart pounded as he ran a mental check on their situation. Shield forces were closing in from outside, while Garrett, a certified psychopath, roamed the corridors. "We have to get out of here. Now," he hissed, panic sharp in his voice. Without waiting another second, he spun on his heel and started stuffing his bag with whatever he could grab. He paused only long enough to snatch up the gravity gun, his original weapon, and the one prize Garrett had grudgingly promised to hand over. Lena mirrored Quinn's urgency. Ordinary as she was no fool. Garrett had all the makings of a ticking time bomb, ready to detonate at the slightest provocation. Quinn and Lena meant nothing to him. Even Ward was expendable. If they stayed, they'd end up collateral damage. Outside, the crack of gunfire rang out. Centipede soldiers swarmed in from every direction, their armored vehicles matching the speed of Quinn's. Behind the wheel, Coulson gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity, weaving through abandoned cars and debris in an effort to put distance between them and those lethal, inhuman pursuers. In the back seat, Aaron went through the familiar cycle of firing, reloading, and firing again, each centipede soldier taking more hits to bring down, their reinforced defenses and unnaturally thick health bars making them tougher than any target he'd faced before. But surrender wasn't an option. Not now. Not ever. One shot wouldn't kill them unless you laced the bullet with extra magic or hit the head dead on. You had to fire twice. Yet in the midst of the firefight, Aaron found himself sharpening his skills and piecing together exactly how the modified red spider lily worked. At its core, it was an alchemical weapon for magicians alone. Just as Mjolnir channels Thor's divine power, the red spider lily demands magical energy to awaken its full strength. Bang! Aaron blew 2 guards off their feet at the front of the convoy. Without pausing, he swung around, trained the barrel on the trailing car, and put a single shot square in a centipede soldier's skull. "Coulson, can you tell May to speed things up? I'm getting bored." "Fun for you, maybe." Coulson grumbled over the comms. "If you're not careful, we'll all end up dead." "Drop the we. There's no we in this. If someone dies, it won't be me." "Just hold on another minute," Coulson shot back, and then May's voice crackled through, pure music to his ears. "Got it. I've located the target." Agent May and Skye kicked open the door the compass needle pointed to. Inside the narrow hallway, they dropped the 2 guards stationed there with precise shots. The dozen or so office staffers pressed themselves against desks and filing cabinets, eyes wide with panic, but too frightened to intervene. Skye stepped forward and unzipped the backpack slung over his shoulder. "This," he said, voice low, "is a bomb. You know what bombs do." He swept his gaze across the room. "We've been watching you through your super soldier's optic feeds. You saw May arrive. You know exactly what she can do. Don't even think about stopping us." Behind a cluttered desk, Dr. Zeller pushed his glasses up and offered a calm smile. "You can't hijack our soldiers," he said. "We already have protocols for every contingency, ours included." Skye glanced at the brass compass in his palm. The needle quivered, then settled, pointing straight at Zeller. He nodded to May. "There he is." May's eyes narrowed. "Order your squad to revert all super soldiers to their default mission directives." Zeller met her gaze evenly. "Done," he replied. Yet as the words left his mouth, he caught the flash of triumph in May and Skye's smiles, and felt a cold dread settle in his gut. Good. It looks like Garrett fears death more than we thought. At that moment, the Hydra Centipede soldiers who'd been closing in on Coulson and Aaron skidded to a halt. The mechanical scopes over their eyes flickered with new orders. Re-establish communications, revert to default protocols, and protect John Garrett at all costs. Without a backward glance, they pivoted toward the nearest vehicle and melted away. "That did it," Coulson said, exhaling in relief. "Let's tail them. They'll lead us right to Garrett." On it. Aaron swung open the car door, flipped out his signature red spider lily pistol, and carefully loaded 9 high-grade enchanted rounds into the chamber. "Coulson, wait, there's more." May's voice crackled over the headset. "Zeller, he's running this place. Just confirmed that Mike's son is being held on the base, and Zeller's wife is here too." Coulson's jaw tightened. "All right, we've got our lead and hostages. Let's move." With the engine roaring to life, the 3 agents sped off in pursuit, determined to rescue the innocents and finally confront Garrett. "Garrett's been using them like puppets," Coulson uttered through gritted teeth. "What a bastard," Fitz cursed under his breath. Coulson turned to Skye. "You've got the compass. You and May should be able to track them." "Understood, sir," Skye replied, clutching the device tightly. "And whatever happens, don't lose it," he warned. "We won't," she assured him. May shot Coulson a worried look. "Do you need backup? You're up against the Centipede Warrior, Ward, and Garrett himself. It's too dangerous for just the 2 of you." Coulson hesitated, then glanced sideways at Aaron. When Aaron simply shrugged, Coulson squared his shoulders. "Gaius can handle himself. I'll coordinate with Gaga." In the underground laboratory, Garrett leaned back in a steel-reinforced chair, a sickly smile twisting his lips. Mike Peterson stood nearby, silent as a sentinel. Across the room, Grant Ward paced, his agitation palpable. "The base has been compromised," Ward reported, voice tight. "Lena and Quinn are gone. John, we need to leave now. Our Airbus is still operational." Garrett's eyes glittered as he reached out to pat Ward's shoulder. "Relax, Ward," he said, voice smooth. "Fury's still cleaning up S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mess upstairs. He can't spare his top agents to come after us right away." Ward paused, uncertainty flickering across his features. But Garrett only smiled, confident that time and Fury's divided attention were on their side. The distant crack of gunfire echoed through the compound's reinforced walls, but Garrett only offered a smirk. "It's just a small strike team, nothing to worry about. Their leader's Coulson, and he's driven by revenge, sure, After what happened to his teammates, well, they probably suffocated back there. He's alone now. Ward's jaw tightened. That doesn't mean we can just sit here. Let them come, Garrett replied coolly. They'll die trying. Ward took a step forward, voice rising. Wake up, John. Snap out of it. Garrett leaned back, eyes cold. I'm wide awake, kid. More awake than I've been in years. He raised a dismissive hand. I can handle whatever's coming. Ward planted his hands on his hips, frustration boiling over. You worked with Coulson. You know him better than anyone. If he didn't feel absolutely certain, he wouldn't dare attack our base. Garrett laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. Oh, he's certain. All right. Zeller's default order went out 10 minutes ago, and my centipedes are already en route. A dozen super soldiers against a handful of S-Shield operatives? It's over before it starts. You might as well tell Coulson goodbye. He won't make it back. At that moment, 8 centipede warriors filed in behind Garrett, their cybernetic limbs glinting under the fluorescent lights. Garrett's grin widened. See? Reinforcements have arrived. He tilted his head toward Ward. Now, shall we get to work? My people are here. Garrett's grin never wavered as he glanced over at Mike. You didn't have to switch to standby mode. You've been at my side all day. My orders are to stay by your side, sir, Mike replied with a crisp salute. Garrett's expression softened. I appreciate it, Mike. I love you too. Before Mike could reply, Phil Coulson burst into the room, breath coming in quick bursts. His eyes darted between Garrett and Mike. Good thing we made it in time. Nobody slipped away. Garrett inclined his head in greeting. Phil, is that everyone you brought? I thought you'd come with reinforcements, Sky and our little science duo. Coulson forced a calm veneer over his mounting irritation. You're mistaken. Fitz and Simmons are just outside. They're handling containment protocols on your people. May and Sky have control of your own agents. The smile faded from Garrett's face. Well, that's delightful. They've always had good luck, Coulson replied. Someone rescued them from 100 meters under the sea. Garrett's brow shot up. Who? Before anyone could answer, Aaron strode in, face flushed and lungs heaving, yet entirely unruffled. He threw Coulson a reproachful look. If you'd slowed down, you wouldn't be so out of breath. Coulson shot back. I couldn't afford to. Time was running out. Aaron simply crossed his arms and met Garrett's gaze. Everyone is accounted for. Now, shall we continue? If they run off, they'll definitely make off with my plane, Aaron muttered, rolling his eyes. He turned to Garrett. Aaron Gaius, the famous clairvoyant. You've heard of me, right? I certainly have, Garrett replied with a broad grin, the corners of his mouth stretching nearly to his ears. Actually, I've been meaning to track you down. The potions you crafted have helped me more than I can say. Without them, I doubt I'd have made it this far. Chapter 915, The Mentally Ill, Better to Suffer Than to Die, Part 1. You can thank Nick Fury for this, Aaron said with a low chuckle, running a hand through his hair. He covered the costs, so I couldn't care less who uses these vials. But you did remind me. I'll rebalance our shield-grade potion inventory. Agent Coulson's face tightened. Aaron, this isn't appropriate. Relax, Aaron replied, offering a reassuring grin. I've signed a contract with S.H.I.E.L.D. Admittedly, it's not bound in heavy bureaucracy, but I honor its spirit. The monthly orders won't shrink. I just want to expand my catalog. Jane, now officially Professor of Sequence 6 Potions on the Moon Pathway, nodded quietly to herself. More responsibilities might help her maintain her cover in this strange assignment. That's good, she murmured. At least the quotas stay the same. Before anyone could reply, Agent Garrett stepped forward, a teasing smile tugging at his lips. Done talking? Gaius, remember when I asked you for Phoenix Tears and you flat out refused? Funny to see you knocking on my door now. Aaron's expression flickered between amusement and irritation. You've got it wrong, Garrett. I didn't come here to beg. I'm here to bring you in. Agent Ward's tone dropped to a grave whisper. John, listen, this isn't going to be easy. Gaius isn't someone you just wrangle. We need to be careful. Let the centipedes keep them tied up, Garrett said, glancing back at the swarm of enhanced soldiers. I'll cover your retreat. Garrett, Ward replied with weary patience, how many times do I have to remind you I'm not the same man I used to be? Gaius is my next and final target. There's no reason to back down. Across the rooftop, Coulson's face darkened. You won't mind if I kill him myself later, will you? Not at all, Garrett answered evenly. This is Agent Fury's order. Coulson turned back to Ward. See, you need explicit orders. Catch Gaius, and I want him alive. Ward laughed, a cold, humorless sound. So that was their opinion of him? Then let me rephrase, he said. You wouldn't care if I broke him down a little first, tortured him to death even? That's overkill, Coulson snapped. Garrett may be a ruthless bastard, but torture isn't S.H.I.E.L.D.'s way. Ward's smile grew sharper. I'm not with S.H.I.E.L.D., not entirely. With that, he moved slowly, then withdrew a pistol from the small of his back and clicked off its safety. For him, Garrett's command was absolute. Even if he were ordered to end his own life, he'd hesitate only a heartbeat before pulling the trigger. The mission was tougher than he'd expected, but no matter how steep the challenge, he had to see it through. Garrett's voice rang out over the din. My warriors, show me what you've got. He raised an arm, brimming with confidence. Take them down. At his command, the centipede soldiers surged forward, chittering in unison. Coulson exchanged a quick nod with Aaron. Your turn, he said, deliberately stepping back to give Aaron room. Aaron shot him an exasperated look and flipped the red spider lily into his hand, a sleek, custom alchemical pistol. He pressed his thumb to the chamber. 9 rounds, exactly 1 for each centipede operative, Mike Peterson included. It might not be enough for the long haul, but it would certainly buy them time. Bang, 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 bang. With a sweeping arc of his arm, Aaron unleashed a cascade of golden tracers. Each explosive round carved through the charging soldiers, sending them skidding across the floor and slamming into the walls. He let loose 3 more shots, then cocked the hammer for the 8th. Just as he squeezed the trigger, a faint alarm sounded in his mind. Instinct flared. Aaron dove sideways, tucking his shoulder as a bullet screamed over him and embedded itself in the corridor wall. He landed on one knee, senses blazing, scanning for the hidden gunman who dared to fire back. Ward seized the moment and fired off a series of shots at Aaron's shoulders, arms, and hands as he strode forward. He knew Aaron's marksmanship was legendary, and that letting him gain the upper hand could spell disaster. Ward intended to cripple his foe, to end the fight in one clean sweep. Instead, nothing happened. Every bullet pinged harmlessly off Aaron's flintlock rifle, failing to even scratch him until the magazine clicked empty. Gifted. Seriously? Ward ground out, astonished. One ricochet could be luck. Every shot deflected. Too much to believe. If Aaron truly had this talent, why wasn't he with the Avengers? Aaron drew a slow breath and relaxed his grip on the rifle's handle. A single round slipped from his palm, clattering against the floorboards. Careful, he said, his voice cool. These get hot. Ward stared, pale and speechless. Are you still human? He managed at last. Aaron scowled. Fine. If I'm not human, I'm a ghost. My reflexes are just faster, but I'm hardly a match for invincible superheroes. Ward forced himself to stand tall, swallowing the fear rising in his throat. We're out of bullets. Let's keep this fair. No weapons. 1-on-1, hand-to-hand. Aaron's lips curled into a phantom smile as he leveled the pistol known as the Red Spider Lily at Ward's chest. Actually, you're the one who's out of ammo. You might remember my old piece, but I upgraded it recently. It now holds 9 rounds. Ward's confident smirk flickered. That's not funny. Before he could react, Aaron squeezed the trigger. The shot rang out, the bullet whistling past Ward's ear to tear a jagged hole in the wall behind him. Ward's eyes went wide as he gasped, and then a blade slid into his neck. Blood blossomed, and his world went black. Aaron turned from the fallen man to face the room. Agent Coulson, don't say I didn't give you some respect. Grant Ward was once on your team. Now it's up to you. Kill him, or let him live. Thanks, Coulson replied, voice tight. Snap! Snap! Garrett's hands came together in an amused round of applause. Truly a spectacular bout, if only it had lasted a little longer. I knew this would happen. Ward's too soft-hearted. If he'd really wanted to kill you, he'd have aimed for your head or your heart, and things would have ended very differently. Aaron curled his lip. Oh, so you're saying the only reason he missed my vitals was because you told him to capture me alive? Garrett rolled his eyes. Exactly. All right, enough conjecture, Garrett said with a casual shrug. GH325 has given me a glimpse of the universe's hidden truths. I have so many plans now. Before he could elaborate, Coulson's pistol cracked 3 times in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. each shot striking Garrett squarely in the chest and sending him crashing backward. Coulson holstered his weapon and glanced at Aaron. Fury's orders, finish him. Garrett laughed, blood seeping through his shirt but barely slowing him down. He pushed himself to his feet, eyes blazing. Fury's afraid, he taunted. Garrett paced the length of the small briefing room, the stark lights overhead casting his shadow in long, wavering lines across the metal floor. When he finally stopped and faced them, his expression was taut with warning. He's terrified of the secrets I carry, Garrett began, voice low but urgent. He knows that if they ever come to light, they'll shatter the very world S. Shield has sworn to protect. For a moment, the room fell silent. Then Phil Coulson, leaning back in his chair, shook his head and let out a soft sigh. You're delusional, Garrett. GH325 may have the power to heal your body, but its cost to your mind is catastrophic. Once you recover physically, your mental state will start to crumble. First hypergraphia, then aphasia and catatonia. In the end, full-blown psychosis. Agent Aaron Thomas folded his arms and leveled a hard stare at Garrett. He's already lost it, Aaron said, his voice steady. That's why Fury ordered us to take him out. Imagine the disaster if a madman armed with the centipede serum runs unchecked. Garrett's shoulders squared, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes before he steeled himself with pride. You're missing the point, he replied quietly. Director Fury once told us that when people understand their own capacity to reshape reality, there's nothing they can't achieve. Coulson leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. His tone was calm but unyielding. Let me be perfectly clear, he said. We can't afford to gamble on that kind of power, especially when the man who wields it is already on the brink of madness. Nick Fury once told me, when people understand they're part of something greater, they become unstoppable. A team with that conviction can change the world. Did he really say that? Garrett smirked. I'm sure of it. I've heard him say it a dozen times, Agent Coulson muttered, rolling his eyes. Every briefing starts with that speech. My ears are numb. Never mind, Garrett waved off the protest, his grin widening. What matters is that I've become the universe's linchpin, the spark that ignites all creation. Aaron's jaw tightened. He drew a slow breath. I've had enough of your grandstanding. It was the first time he'd seen someone so thoroughly convinced of their own myth, claiming to be the key to the cosmos, the alpha of everything. No deity in legend boasted such arrogance, and all of it because of a single vial of serum? Preposterous. If S. Shield had truly perfected such a drug, Hydra would never have infiltrated their ranks. Stepping forward, Aaron challenged Garrett directly. The operative didn't even flinch. Do you really think you, a handful of soldiers, and Ward can stop me? I'm not the man I used to be. I've completed my evolution, and nothing can stand in my way. The air crackled with tension as the two men faced off, each certain of victory. Aaron didn't even bother to respond to Garrett's arrogant jab. In a blur of motion, he brought his fist down in a devastating arc. The blow connected squarely with Garrett's cheek, snapping his head to the side. Garrett tasted metal and grit as he spit out blood and cracked teeth. Aaron drew out a dismissive then flicked the back of his hand in Garrett's direction. Next time you swing at someone, wear gloves. Wouldn't want blood all over your precious fists. Garrett only smiled, an ugly, determined grin, and lunged upward with an uppercut. His enhanced strength, bolstered by the serum and GH325, should have overwhelmed any ordinary opponent. Instead, Aaron simply raised his left arm and caught Garrett's fist. Bang! The sound of bone against bone echoed through the room, but Garrett's punch never budged Aaron an inch. Confusion flickered across Garrett's face. This can't be, he muttered. I'm a super soldier. My strikes, they eye. Aaron's contemptuous grin widened. You really don't understand strength. He tightened his grip, focusing all his power into that single hand. There was a sickening crack as Garrett's right hand shattered under the pressure. A pained howl tore from Garrett's throat as he staggered back, clutching the ruined remains of his hand. Aaron stepped forward, unhurried, and cocked his head. Who's the real powerhouse now? He asked, voice dripping with scorn. Garrett fell to one knee, blood seeping between his fingers, stunned by the realization that he had just been outmatched. And for Aaron, that was more than enough victory. Aaron shook his head and drove his right hand deep into the silver apparatus grafted to Garrett's waist. Metal ripped, gears ground, and the casing split open with a wet tear. Aaron hummed, his eyes gleaming with morbid curiosity. Garrett trembled, horror flooding his features. "No, please, don't do this," he begged, voice cracking. "Honestly, I don't want to," Aaron replied, sounding almost bored. "You're revolting, but I've been studying anatomy for 10 years. Pulling a broken human heart is one thing. This?" he grunted, yanking out a small, pulsating organ that bathed his gloved hand in an eerie blue-purple light. Garrett's legs gave way. He collapsed, utterly spent. He pointed at Aaron with trembling fingers, too weak to speak further. Fitzcock Coulson, standing nearby, pressed a hand to his mouth against the urge to vomit. "What is that?" he managed. Aaron held the glowing gland up for inspection. "Think of it as his heart," he said, tilting it side to side. "The centipede serum alone couldn't sustain him, but once you add GH325, you get this." Coulson glanced down at Garrett, who lay on the ground in feeble moans, his life draining fast. He shook his head. "How pitiful." "Phil, give him a vitality potion," the director ordered. "It should buy him a day or two. As for whether S-Shield will continue human experimentation or turn people into living specimens, that's entirely your call." Coulson's face went blank for a moment before he forced out a guilty laugh. "How can S-Shield be so cruel?" In an instant, Garrett seized Coulson's ankle. Coulson tensed, expecting a final attack, but when he looked down, he saw something far more horrifying. Garrett's eyes welled with tears of blood. Crimson fluid oozed from his mouth, nose, and ears in slow, gruesome rivulets. "Phil, Phil," Garrett whispered, his voice barely more than a rasp. Phil exhaled softly. "After all these years working together, you deserve a merciful end." "No, Phil, please," Garrett rasped, his grip loosening. "I don't want to die. I've made so many breakthroughs. I've written everything down. We could change the world if we cracked this together." Coulson's jaw tightened. He'd hoped Garrett might preserve a shred of dignity in his final moments. Instead, this pitiful display only deepened his resolve. In a way, Garrett was stubborn, Aaron admitted, his voice trembling with emotion. He understood better than anyone what it means to choose life over death. Bang! Coulson's shot rang out, and Garrett slumped to the floor. His reign of terror ended. Aaron frowned. Wasn't that a bit hasty? Nick Fury's orders were clear. Terminate him. Coulson replied, brimming with conviction. "I'm just tidying up. First things first, secure everyone here. With Garrett dead, there's no one left to give orders. The threat is neutralized, at least for now." 10 minutes later, May and Skye swept back into the lab. Ward and the centipede soldiers, everyone but Mike, were bound in thick ropes. Skye stormed straight to Ward, whose eyes flickered away in shame. He tried to speak, but before a word could escape, Skye's hand snapped forward and struck him across the face. The crack of her slap echoed sharply, so loud it reminded me of Jane Foster. That's exactly what happened when she smoked Saul. "You threw us into the Pacific Ocean," Skye spat, her voice shaking with rage. "You hurt us, and you betrayed the only people who ever believed you could be good." I know, Ward mumbled, defeated. "I know you hate me. Believe me, I hate myself too, but I was only following Garrett's orders." Skye let out a bitter laugh. "You're downright pathetic, devoting your life to a psychopath." "Have you ever stopped to think that he doesn't care about you at all?" Coulson asked quietly, his tone sharper than usual. Ward said nothing. He had no answer. "You let us down, Ward," Coulson continued, leaning forward so the single lamp cast long shadows across his face. "I won't deny I was disappointed in you, right up until that coded message went out, but don't mistake that for forgiveness. We'll use every method at our disposal to pry Hydra's secrets from you. And believe me, the real torture will be mental." May stood a few feet behind Coulson, arms crossed. Her expression was unreadable. "Of course," she added softly, "there will be a physical side to it as well. We'll make sure you remember every lesson, one way or another." Chapter 916. For the past 3 years, working with Bohart's Airbus team had felt like walking on thin ice. Aaron leaned back in his seat, watching the clouds drift by, while tapping through his task panel. Objective: support Agent Coulson's team in reclaiming the Airbus reward, 200 magic points, no penalty for failure. Status completed. "Collect reward," he murmured, and the system chimed in cheerily. "Congratulations, you've earned 200 magic points." Aaron allowed himself a small smile. A few hours' effort for 200 magic points felt like a lucrative side gig. He glanced across the cabin at Coulson, who was busy reviewing mission reports. "What are you thinking about?" Coulson asked, looking up. Aaron hesitated. "Just wondering, when's the next time you'll need me?" Coulson's lips twitched into a wry smile. "I don't plan to send you on every little errand." Aaron laughed dryly, leaning forward to tap Coulson gently on the nose. "Agent Coulson, look me in the eye. Do you really mean that?" "I do," Coulson replied without hesitation. Aaron studied Coulson's expression for a moment, searching for any sign of betrayal. Finding none, he nodded slowly. "All right, if you say so." "Good," Coulson said. "Director Fury has already arranged reinforcements. We'll have full personnel and supplies restored before our next move." "This might be the last time you see us for a while," Ward said over his shoulder. "About time." Aaron shot back, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Coulson laughed, a little too loudly. "Listen, S.H.I.E.L.D. really boils down to two words: protection. There are bizarre things happening in every hidden corner of the world. What you've witnessed so far is just the tip of the iceberg." Aaron folded his arms, studying Coulson. "I get that, but you always seem to know more than you let on." Coulson gave a wry shrug. "Believe me, I wish I knew it all. Fury doesn't fill me in on everything." "But he certainly doesn't fill you in on what you know," Aaron pointed out. Coulson raised his hands in mock surrender. Aaron snorted. "He might know more than S.H.I.E.L.D. does. Heck, more than any of us." He turned back to Ward. "Grant, what's the plan for him?" Ward leaned forward, steepling his fingers. "He's got too many Hydra secrets locked in his skull. We're going to crack him first, get every bit of intel we can. After that, lock him up for life." "Life imprisonment," Coulson repeated with a sigh. "Realistically, that's the best outcome we can hope for." Aaron's expression hardened. "My advice? Spare the paperwork. Give him a clean, quick end. He worshipped Garrett like his personal North Star. Now that the light's gone, he'll just be groping around in the dark anyway. Unfortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. has blocked his path to the light, leaving him no choice but to go all the way to the end," Za remarked quietly. Coulson bristled. After a few seconds of silence, Za continued, "Then we lock him up." "Don't speak so casually," Coulson snapped. "The moment you say it, it's guaranteed to boomerang on us. Here's a better idea. Break his legs first. That way we minimize the risks." Coulson fell silent, his jaw clenched. Just then, Fitz and Simmons entered, carrying a heavy panel from the laboratory door. "Sir, we recovered this," Fitz announced, laying the panel on the table. "Ward says Garrett carved these symbols himself after injecting GH325. Coulson studied the panel's etched straight lines, circles, and diamonds. A flicker of unease passed over his face. "Set it aside for now, but shouldn't we analyze it?" Simmons pressed. Garrett clearly attached great importance to these markings. "We've got higher priorities," Coulson replied, glancing away. "Let's not waste time on this just yet." Fitz and Simmons exchanged reluctant glances but fell in line. Orders were orders. Back at the Gaius divination house, Aaron returned home and treated himself to a hearty dinner. Aaron ate with unabashed gusto, each bite as if he'd been starving for weeks. Never before had he felt such relief. Now that he'd helped Gent Coulson's team root out the Hydra moles embedded in S.H.I.E.L.D., they no longer had any leverage over him. Free at last, he savored every mouthful. Watching him devour his meal, Hala raised an amused eyebrow. "What are you, a reincarnated starving ghost?" she teased. His enthusiasm was nearly feral, his manners even rougher than Abe's notorious appetite. Aaron paused only to pour Hala a goblet of lustrous green wine. "Try this," he offered. "It's the finest vintage from the caverns beneath the Emerald Rock Dragon. It's the best I have on hand." Hala swirled the wine in her glass, inhaling its rich, earthy aroma before taking a careful sip. Her eyes lit up. "Exquisite," she admitted. "But honestly, what's been happening to you?" Aaron swallowed the last of his food, then leaned back. "Honestly, I've never been more relieved, and more on edge. Ever since I arrived in this universe, I've had to walk on eggshells. Not just about using magic. Even casual conversation or a simple gesture has to be thought through, in case someone notices I'm out of place. Every time I slip and give away a bit of power, I have to spin a believable story to cover it. And some of my abilities can't be explained at all. On top of that," he added, his voice lowering, "this world feels like it's on the brink of upheaval. You can practically taste the tension in the air. Aaron's gaze drifted toward the skyline. We're living in the age of superpowers, he began, voice low. The bubble of abilities keeps swelling, but sooner or later, it will burst. He held up 3 fingers. I've carried this weight for 3 years. It feels like a mountain pressing down on me, growing heavier every day until I can barely breathe. Yet today, I chipped away at it, just 1 pebble. Insignificant to most, but to someone stranded in a desert, even a drop of water is a miracle. Hela turned to Jane, who was sitting quietly beside her. Do you understand what he means? Jane shook her head. Not really. I'm not on the front lines, so I can't fully appreciate his burden. A short, amused chuckle escaped Hela. Your troubles pale beside mine. I was sealed away for 1,000 years. That's a weight neither of you can fathom. Aaron offered a wry smile and nodded. Fair enough, he replied. Then his expression grew serious. But make no mistake, my burden isn't a 3-year sentence. It's 9 years, minimum. And I can't let it slip, not even for a moment. The moment I do, everything I've fought to hold up will come crashing down. Silence settled over them, each lost in thoughts of the years ahead, years of endless struggle and unrelenting responsibility. Compared to the weight of the heavens themselves, the seal Hela placed on you is nothing, she snorted. I'm still waiting for the day the sky comes crashing down. Aaron met her gaze, then lifted a forkful of steak to his mouth. He chewed slowly, each bite a small act of defiance. Everything he did now was meant to delay, or even derail that fateful day. But if it could not be avoided, he reminded himself that as Lord of the Dimensions, he was no helpless pawn to be toyed with. Mid-April, early morning. In the radiant expanse of the astral realm, Aaron's thought form had gathered his closest followers around a long, iridescent council table. It was time for their quarterly meeting. Aaron cleared his throat. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce the newest addition to our circle. A hush fell over the assembly as all eyes turned toward the lone figure at the table's far end. Standing at ease, he met their stares with calm, steady confidence. This is James Barnes, better known to most of you as Bucky Barnes. He was a contemporary of Captain America, one of the original Howling Commandos, and after Hydra got hold of him, he became the Winter Soldier. Brainwashed and turned by Hydra? Banner's eyes widened. The Winter Soldier? Frank furrowed his brow. That name sounds familiar. Bucky gave a small, forced smile. That was all in the past. Hydra's conditioning was scrubbed out years ago. I'm just me now. No more secret missions. No more hidden agenda. Bruce Banner and Frank exchanged a quick look. They wouldn't press Bucky any further. In their own lives, they'd seen darker days than a Soviet mind wipe. Here at this table, they were all survivors who'd shed old identities and started over. Nobody cared about former titles or loyalties now. Bucky sat back, inwardly surprised at how easily the conversation had moved on. This was his first real meeting with a group like this. 7 people from wildly different backgrounds. He recognized only 2 faces, Jane Volturi, Aaron's vampire housekeeper, and Bruce Banner, the Avenger who could become the Hulk. The other 5, whatever their histories, he had a hunch they were every bit as complicated and dangerous as his own. The path I've chosen for Bucky is the warrior path, also called the Twilight Giant path. He is now a Sequence 9 warrior. Aaron's eyes shone with pride as he turned to the assembled students. Everyone except Slytherin, please introduce yourselves. Yakmoan straightened and spoke in a measured tone. I'm Yakmoan, Sequence 8, the Joker. Ramon Lancelot leaned back, one hand tucked into his belt. Ramon Lancelot, also Sequence 8, the Swindler. Promotion to 7 is only a matter of time. Naga Chartier shot Ramon a withering glance. Naga Chartier, Sequence 8, Instigator. Frank Custer shifted from foot to foot. Frank Custer, Sequence 8, Sheriff, one more potion away from becoming a Sequence 7 Interrogator. Bruce Banner cleared his throat, rubbing his hands together. Bruce Banner, Sequence 8, Machine. I'm close too. By the next meeting, I should advance to Lucky Man. Jane Volturi lifted her chin. Jane Volturi, Sequence 6, Potions Professor. Aaron tapped his lips thoughtfully. This rate of progress isn't exactly stellar, he admitted, then softened his tone. But I understand you all have pressing responsibilities. Ramon and Frank, the Sequence 7 potions you need will be delivered tomorrow. Thank you, Master, Ramon said with a respectful bow. Frank echoed the words a beat later, somewhat awkwardly, but sincerely enough. Aaron motioned to the Slytherin thought form and cleared his throat. All right, let's move on. You know what I want to ask. The holographic embodiment of Slytherin inclined its head, then plucked a fragment of memory and unfurled it above the conference table. Instantly, a planet bathed in brilliant blue light appeared, a lush world with drifting white clouds, a 50-50 split of land and sea, and an atmosphere teeming with life. This is Bohart Star, Slytherin began, an undeveloped, primitive planet whose ecology closely mirrors Earth's. It's rich in natural resources, though its total landmass is only about 1/10 that of our own world. That's more than enough, Aaron interrupted. We're not terraforming the entire planet, just establishing farms, ranches, industrial zones, and food processing facilities. Exactly, Slytherin continued, which is why I bought it. Banner frowned in surprise. You purchased an entire planet for 10 trillion credits? Are galactic real estate prices really that low? Slytherin's projection flickered as it tapped an unseen control. 2 reasons. First, Bohart Star was unclaimed. No empire or corporation bothered to stake a claim, so its market price was surprisingly modest. Second, while acquisition cost us 10 trillion, the true investment will come once we begin pouring resources into infrastructure, machinery, and all the logistics required to make the place operational. As the architects of Bohart, the speaker began, our goal is to transform this world into the universe's premier gourmet destination, a sanctuary capable of supporting untold forms of life. But our work doesn't end once the planet is built from the ground up, he continued, pacing slowly. The universe is a vast hunting ground, and plunder is never far behind. Somewhere out there, an emerging civilization may already have been wiped out by natural disaster, or worse, by invaders. Ransacking a primitive world yields little, its raw resources are hard to exploit, and the infrastructure simply isn't there. But a meticulously developed planet like Bohart, its value is incalculable. Conquerors wouldn't have to solve every logistical nightmare from scratch. They'd inherit a fully operational world. Banner's eyes widened. I think I'm starting to see the difference. The speaker nodded. It's one thing to seize a barren wasteland, another entirely to claim a thriving orchard at the peak of harvest. That's the real payoff. He paused, then added with a wry smile, and don't overlook how cost-effective Universe Coin can be. Think of it like the difference between the British pound and the Japanese yen back on Earth. Banner flushed, offering an awkward smile in reply, but said nothing more. The implications of that simple currency comparison hung in the air, as thrilling and as dangerous as the prospect of defending a world worth billions. We've brought in numerous construction crews, farmers, herdsmen, and architectural designers to get the initial development underway. We've carved out the appropriate planting fields and pastures, and our first batch of dream ingredients is now in cultivation. Unfortunately, due to certain constraints, we can only grow lower-tier produce at the moment. Pork belly pork, whole roasted pigs, white-haired Cindy Layla beef, cheese cabbage, golden wheat, pumpkin pudding, chocolate tomatoes, white apple trees, and the like. Understood. Aaron exhaled softly. He could technically order an unlimited supply of dream ingredients through the Gourmet Guide, but he was limited to redeeming just 1,000 flavor points per day. That cap made high-tier ingredients a distant dream, and even stocking up on these entry-level items strained his daily allowance, forcing a noticeable drop in the quality of his meals. He had hundreds of billions of cosmic coins at his disposal, yet the frustration of having wealth he couldn't freely spend was almost painful. He paused, swiveling in his chair. Where is the universal capsule base? Slytherin stepped into the command center, his boots clicking softly against the polished floor. Across the hollow display table, Admiral Reyes looked up from her datapad and asked, How's construction going on the new off-world base? He tapped a control panel, and a series of schematics flickered to life. Thanks to Xandar's support crews and the Nova Supreme's team of scientists, the facility was completed almost a month ago. Because the Universal Capsule relies on advanced spaceflight tech, I made sure every engineer and technician involved signed the strictest non-disclosure agreements. Admiral Reyes inclined her head. Excellent. It's a relief to know that matters beyond Earth are in such capable hands. Slytherin paused, then added, "There is one more concern. Our informants, assuming they're reliable, say the Kree are eyeing Borhart Prime next. We've contracted a contingent of Predator Legion troops, but they're trained for surface defense. They'll anticipate a frontal assault. We need to plan for more sophisticated tactics." Reyes tapped her datapad again. "Understood. Begin drafting contingency plans for orbital and subsurface incursions. I want every possible scenario covered." "Right away, Admiral," Slytherin replied, already pulling up new files. As the strategists gathered around the holotable, Slytherin felt the familiar surge of purpose. Safeguarding the galaxy meant staying not one step, but always 2 steps ahead. "Needless to say, if the Kree even think about attacking, we'll annihilate them on the spot," Aaron declared, his voice brooking no argument. "By the way, the Demon Hunter's transformation is complete. You should run her through the paces with the magic cluster cannon." Slytherin raised an eyebrow, a slow smile touching his lips. "When the time comes, I won't hold back." "You're welcome to join the operation in person," Aaron continued, "but your true identity must remain secret." "Don't worry, Sly Chow," Theron replied confidently. "I know exactly how to play it." Aaron nodded. "Excellent. Your report is in order. Next person, step forward." After a moment's hesitation, Yek rose and snapped a salute. "Master, I have a request. I'd like permission to leave Bohart temporarily." Aaron raised an eyebrow. "You're planning to leave planet Bohart? You know our operation is still in its infancy. We need every hand we can get, and you're the one I trust most. You're the strongest and most capable." Yak's chest swelled with pride. "Master, it was my subordinate's rashness. I promise I won't abandon Bohart's construction until it's finished." Aaron chuckled. "Don't flatter yourself. You're far from irreplaceable. If you insist on going, you'll need a solid reason." Yak steadied himself. "My spiritual intuition tells me I can only metabolize the clown potion properly off-world." "Fair enough," Aaron said. "Consider it a leave of absence. Digest the potion, then notify me. Once you break through to Sequence 7, you may return to Bohart." "Thank you, Master," Yak replied gratefully. Aaron waved him off, then turned to Naga and Rahman. "When Yak's promotion is complete and he comes back, one of you will escort him with the digestive potion. Coordinate directly with Slytherin, but only one of you goes at a time. There should always be people around him. If he tried to do everything himself, he wouldn't feel like a boss," Rahman teased. He and Naga exchanged a quick glance, then both turned toward Slytherin and dropped their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. After all, even a clone of the Master is still the Master. "And the others?" Slytherin prompted. "Any updates?" Bruce Banner offered a weary smile. "Nothing major. I've been busy processing potions, giving guest lectures at various academies, and keeping in touch with the Hulk." Aaron shrugged. "Enjoy the calm while it lasts. The future looks stormy for this world." Banner's smile faded. His expression grew serious. "Nick Fury has a job for me. He sent over a list of names and locations. He wants me to help law enforcement round them up." "Round them up?" Aaron leaned forward. "Who are we talking about?" "Illegal superhumans. Rogue mutants," Banner replied quietly. Aaron tapped his fingers on the table, eyes narrowing. "Mutants can be innocent or guilty. We need to make sure we don't haul in anyone who's done no wrong. Understood? Also, if anything unusual comes up, let me know immediately." "As you wish." Bucky's tone was calm but measured. "Nick Fury wants me fully briefed on this era first. During my brainwashing, I was cut off from everyone except my targets. I barely saw the world beyond killing. Our next mission is imminent, and probably Hydra-related. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s in cleanup mode after Alexander Pierce's mess. Pierce duped a lot of powered individuals into doing his dirty work, and now they've lost all trust in us. Fury's hoping to bring them back into the fold." "That sounds exactly like Fury," Aaron sneered, lips curling. "Good luck with that." When the meeting adjourned, Aaron slumped onto the bed, eyes half closed. Suddenly, he shot upright. "Somebody's here." From the shadows, a pair of glowing red eyes emerged. A silent figure in dark ninja garb stepped forward, carrying an empty silver tray. He knelt before Aaron without a sound. Aaron placed a small vial onto the tray. "Take this to Frank Custer. It's the Arbiter Path's Sequence 7 interrogation serum." The ninja bowed low, then melted back into the darkness, the vial secure on his tray. Aaron exhaled with satisfaction. Everything was unfolding just as he'd planned. He tapped into the food category and scanned the offerings. Shiwu, 10,000 delicious points, grants the ability to consume unlimited food and store its energy. Sheep Taxi, 60 DP. Food Tree, 20 DP. Ruby Crab, 30 DP. Milk Star, 300 DP. His current balance, 30 delicious points. At the exchange rate, 1 DP equals 10,000 cosmic credits. He could purchase up to 1,000 points per day. Aaron's eyes locked on Shiwu. If he acquired that skill, he could gorge endlessly and convert every calorie into raw stamina. Right now, his physical strength rated around level 70 in capture metrics, far from star-shattering power, but still formidable. Physical endurance was vital. In a pinch, a handful of heavy attacks LD drain his mana bar, leaving him helpless without magic. 10 days of daily DP purchases would net him the 10,000 points needed for Shiwu. All he had to do was hang on, and his body would soon become an energy reservoir. Mastering this skill is the only way for Bohart Star's dream food ingredient cultivation base to fulfill its true purpose. The next morning, a system notification blinked into view. Host signed in at Hell's Kitchen, +1 magic point missing body, signed in at Bohart Star, +3 magic points. Aaron finished his sign-in, washed up quickly, and made his way to the kitchen. Today's simple breakfast spread featured egg-fried rice, a crisp vegetable salad, golden-fried pork chops, and a glass of refreshing mango-infused water. Though each person's portion varied slightly, everyone had more than enough. "Let's eat," Aaron announced. No sooner had he spoken than Abe plunged his spoon into his rice bowl and started eating without ceremony. Jane, her eyes bright with anticipation, sliced into her pork chop with knife and fork. To a vampire who hadn't tasted human food for centuries, the ability to sit down to a normal meal, 3 times a day, was nothing short of miraculous. Hela, meanwhile, sampled her first bite slowly, a flicker of interest crossing her features. "You must have been through a lot lately," she observed. Aaron blinked, puzzled. "A lot? What do you mean?" Hela smiled, lifting her glass. "Oh, nothing. Just curious." She took a sip of the mango water as the others continued their meals, the morning sunlight playing off the polished tables and promising a day of new possibilities. Chapter 7. The Dwindling Feast. The mess hall's pale glow cast long shadows across the table, illuminating 4 weary faces. Hela poked at her plate of lumpy tubers, her expression one of thinly veiled annoyance. "By all rights," she said, her voice cool, "you should be counted among the wealthiest men in the galaxy. So tell me, why does our dinner keep getting worse?" Jane, seated beside her, looked truly puzzled. "Worse? I think this is delicious." Hela sighed and shook her head. "Poor child, you've been reduced to protein cubes and reconstituted greens for so long that your palate is gone. 3 months ago, a meal like this would have been fit for the gods. Today, it barely keeps us alive." Aaron leaned back, amusement dancing in his eyes. He rolled them dramatically. "You think you're starving? Trust me, there are plenty out there who'd kill for what we've got. You're lucky to have real food, not lab rations. What more can you possibly want?" Hela lifted an eyebrow. "I'm not complaining, I'm simply curious." "Then let your curiosity die," Aaron snapped, his tone sharpening. "Women shouldn't pry into men's affairs. The more you dig, the more trouble you'll bring on both of us." Anger flared in Hela's eyes. She opened her mouth to retort, but Aaron's cold stare silenced her. At the head of the table, Abe set down his fork. As steward to his master, and quietly, confidant to his master's betrothed, he watched them with keen interest. Every tightening jaw, every flicker of irritation, was noted. In this dimly lit hall, alliances and rivalries lay as bare as the meager meal before them. After a moment, the creature tilted its head as if it had grasped something, then resumed eating. It was still slow, but noticeably less tense. As long as the family remained intact, it didn't matter if the pet paid little attention. From Aaron's viewpoint, this calm, just lying back and watching, was pure bliss. "Master, a new prophecy has arrived." With a wheeze and an ancient rattling, the prophecy book, silent for what felt like ages, suddenly spoke. Aaron sputtered, spraying half his juice across the table. "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" he cried, pressing fingers to his temples in frustration. "There are 2 things I dread most, Horn and your prophecies." The book's pages fluttered mournfully. "I'm afraid there isn't much good news. It's mostly bad, and all of it tricky to fix. I'm the messenger, not the maker, Ithwing added plaintively. I only reveal what fate shows me. I wish I could bring you good tidings, but that's beyond my power. Aaron clenched his jaw, took 3 steadying breaths, and forced a calmer tone. All right, that was unfair. Tell me, what does this prophecy say? I can handle it, Aaron said, voice steady, but the Book of Prophecies spoke again. Apocalypse, the first of the mutants, is poised to break free. His emergence will lay bare the existence of mutants to the entire world. Aaron's confidence shattered. He stared at the ancient tome, eyes wide. A moment later, he pressed his palm to his forehead. Forget I ever said that. I don't think I can handle it. I'm sorry, Master, the book sighed, its pages rustling with regret. Shall I substitute a more favorable prophecy? No. Aaron shook his head firmly. I know what really matters. I've never blamed you for bad news. I just complained. But you must continue to tell me everything, no matter how grim. The Book of Prophecies seemed to exhale in relief. Thank you for your understanding, Master. Hala, lounging nearby with a glass of juice in hand, grinned. This is wonderful news, she said, swallowing the last of her drink. Once the world knows mutants exist, your girlfriend won't escape unscathed. In an avalanche, no snowflake remains untouched. You know the principle. What will you do? Aaron released an exasperated sigh and sank into a chair, staring off into space. After a moment, he looked up at Jane. Bring me a chalkboard, he said. Jane wasted no time setting one up. Aaron took a marker and scrawled a single word across the center, Apocalypse. He tapped the word as he began. Legend says Apocalypse was the very first mutant, the ruler of ancient Egypt. My ancestors sealed him beneath their greatest pyramid. For him to break free, he must either shatter the seal himself or enlist some outside force to do it. In theory, that seal could hold indefinitely, but the prophecy book predicts it will be destroyed by external interference. He drew a bold line from Apocalypse to a blank space above and wrote on the line, Stop external interference. Jane leaned forward, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. How do we stop it? Master, will you go to the pyramid yourself? Hala stepped forward, her voice calm as ever. He won't. As a descendant of Aaron Gaius, Aaron has always kept his distance from the artifacts his ancestor left behind. Aaron idly rubbed the ring on his right thumb and offered a small rueful nod. She's right. I won't be the one to go. I won't act unless it's absolutely necessary, but if Apocalypse uncovers my identity and the word gets out, we need an exit plan. Jane glanced up, hesitation in her eyes. Leave New York? I can find some remote safe houses, if that's what you want, Master. Aaron shook his head, a wry smile touching his lips. No, I mean leave Earth altogether. Once I'm exposed, staying here won't be an option. Jane's brow lifted. Another planet? Close enough, he replied, voice low. Somewhere beyond the sun's reach, where no one's spotlight can find me. Hala gave a cold laugh. You really think the universe will be safer than New York? Here, only a handful in the atrium could threaten you. Out there, you're exposed to every cosmic tyrant with an agenda. Aaron held up his hand, admiring the black ring encircling his finger. Let them come. Horn didn't leave me empty-handed. As long as I stay hidden, no one will know where to look. Hala smirked, unimpressed by his plan to vanish. Fine, but if you want to safeguard the seal from external tampering, Aaron paused, considering. Then he nodded firmly. We'll split it into 2 branches, one for humans, the other exclusively for mutants. For a moment, the 3 of them stood in silence, the weight of their decision hanging in the air. Beyond the walls of the atrium, a universe of possibilities and threats awaited. After all, it won't do anyone any good if an ancient monster breaks its seal. That might not be bad for mutants, Hala counter. D. A powerful mutant could unite those in the atrium, scattered like grains of sand, and forge them into a force no one could ignore. Then, they'd rule the world, Aaron finished gloomily, muttering a curse. Self-important villains always have the lamest ambitions. Boring? I find it intriguing. Forget it. The throne is bristling with thorns. Aaron shrugged and changed the subject. But you're not wrong, Your Highness. We shouldn't warn the mutants. We'll notify S.H.I.E.L.D. instead. They're professionals at dealing with this sort of thing. He wiped mutants from the top right corner of the board and, under humans on the left, wrote S.H.I.E.L.D. Master, the prophecy tome whispered, its pages trembling. This is a prophecy. You can't just cancel it. I know, Aaron said softly, But that doesn't mean there's no hope. Doing nothing would be abandoning every last spark of it. Master is wise, the tome conceded, though its voice lacked conviction. I still have to figure out our next move once the prophecy comes true. Aaron massaged his temple, then drew a bold line under Apocalypse, splitting it at the bottom into two offshoots labeled War and Chaos. With Apocalypse exposed, we can't hide the mutants any longer. Jean can't stay at the Mutant Academy. Hala tilted her head, a playful smile on her lips. So you're going to take her in? What choice do we have? Aaron sighed. Now that mutants are out in the open, Professor Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters is under intense public scrutiny. I trust Charles to shield the school for the time being, but protection isn't permanent. No matter how vigilant you are, complacency sets in eventually. Think of Xavier's School as a colossal ship. One navigational error and the whole thing goes down. That's true, Hala agreed, but what if the crew refuses to abandon ship? Aaron's expression darkened. If Jean insists on staying with the others, extracting her will be impossible. He exhaled sharply. I don't care about that anymore. It looks like only a single line and some page script code came through. Could you please paste the full chapter text you'd like rewritten? Once I have the complete content, I'll deliver a polished, idiomatic English version. Chapter 918, Shifts in the Tree of Omniscience, enlightened Professor Charles. The curved wing building hummed with activity, but on the top floor of S-Yield headquarters, the only sound was the distant murmur of special operations agents far below. Nick Fury stood motionless before the floor-to-ceiling window, arms folded behind his back, watching the action in the courtyard. Control, knowing every move of his people, was the only thing that steadied him in a world as unpredictable as theirs. A sharp rap at the door broke his reverie. "Sir," came Maria Hill's voice as she entered without waiting for an invitation. Fury turned, smoothing the crease on his sleeve. "What's up, Hill?" Hill closed the door behind her and took a deep breath. "There's been a shift in the Tree of Omniscience." He raised an eyebrow. "Explain." She tapped her tablet, and two three-dimensional images blossomed in midair. Fury studied them side by side. Both depicted the same sprawling tree under a brilliant sky, its branches heavy with foliage. At first glance, they seemed identical, until he noticed the subtle differences. "The second image," Hill said quietly, "has more leaves, but they're yellow, like autumn, not spring." Fury frowned, leaning in. The first tree was vibrant green, every leaf fresh and young. In the second, the canopy was thick, yet tinged with gold and russet, as though the tree had aged overnight. Hill's voice dropped. "We've monitored that tree for months. It's never shown seasonal change before. It's never done anything like this." Fury straightened, eyes narrowed. "Then we need to find out why, and fast." He turned away from the window, the weight of yet another mystery settling on his shoulders. "Get me the last 72 hours of data, and alert Professor Charles. If anyone can tell us what's happening to our so-called omniscient tree, it's him." According to the professors who study the so-called omniscient trees, this yellowing is a warning, some kind of omen. "An omen of what?" Fury pressed. "Disaster, death, and decay." "Damn it," Nick Fury growled, running a hand through his hair. "I knew those experts weren't entirely reliable, but I didn't expect them to be so cursory about it." Fury, his deputy pointed out, "You asked a team of hard science scholars to tackle metaphysics. This is squarely outside their expertise." Fury sank into his chair. I know, there's no one else. But tell me, when did this happen?" "Last night." Across the desk, Agent Tarui remained transfixed by the second tree's yellow leaves, replaying in his mind the cryptic insight it had imparted. One theory after another flickered through his thoughts until the shrill ring of Fury's cell phone cut through the tension. Nick glanced at the caller ID. Gaius, a fortune-teller. Fury straightened. If anyone could read signs and portents, it was him. Fury tapped the screen. "Director Fury." "Gaius," Fury said. "We have a problem. It's big. Very big." Aaron's voice trembled with urgency. Fury's heart sank. If the fortune-teller was worried, they were in deeper trouble than he'd thought. Aaron had a sudden whim at breakfast and decided to cast a divination, only to be met with the most terrible prophecy imaginable. Thousands of miles away, Nick Fury stared at the holographic projection of the omniscient tree in the S-Yield command center. Its data streams had been fluctuating wildly, and Fury hoped that Aaron's prophecy might explain the anomaly. He tapped his secure line. So, what did the reading say? Silence. Aaron, Fury snapped. Tell me, what's the prophecy? From the other end came a hesitant voice. It isn't free. Are you kidding me? Fury's patience snapped. You're charging me for this? I set my own rates. Damn it, Falk. You love to tease, Fury muttered. Then he slammed the phone down in frustration. Maria Hill looked up from her station. Sir, he should be arriving here in 5 seconds. Beneath the command center, the deep hum of an ancient AI core, nicknamed the Old God, Ra, emped up into a mechanical chant. A synthesized voice intoned a countdown. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. On 2, Fury stormed into the antechamber, where Aaron stood calmly by a long table strewn with ancient runes and runic tools. Fury's trenchcoat swept behind him. His one good eye glittered with impatience. I knew you'd try to wrangle a fee, he said. Aaron raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, what's your price? 100 million, Fury replied evenly. Aaron's mouth dropped open. 100 million? That's absurd. This prophecy, its value is immeasurable. Even stripped of all the esoteric trappings, it's worth 10 times that. Fury shrugged, the ghost of a grin appearing on his scarred face. Consider this a friends and family discount. Pay up, or I'll gladly break every bone in your body just to prove how serious I am. Aaron hesitated, weighing the threat against the stakes. Around them, the omniscient tree's projection flickered, its data now pulsing with ominous patterns that seemed to confirm the dread in Aaron's prophecy. Neither man spoke again. The price had been set, and the clock was already ticking. Also, I should warn you, the repercussions of this prophecy will be felt worldwide. Nick Fury exhaled slowly. All right, tell me what it says, and then I'll decide how much it's worth. Aaron leaned back, a triumphant smile on his face. The prophecy predicts that Apocalypse, the very first mutant, will soon break free from his seal. His return will reveal mutants' existence to the entire planet, and just so you know, he's unimaginably powerful. Fury sat still for a moment, letting that sink in. Then he nodded. $100 million. You'll see it in your account by tomorrow morning. Pleased to be of service, Aaron replied with a casual shrug. Agent Jane Todorov, hovering at the edge of the room, exchanged a puzzled glance with Fury. Sir, what if he pulls a fast one on us? What if he runs off without holding up his end? Fury waved her concern away. Trust me, Nick Fury always honors his debts. He'll be back when he realizes we're serious. He began to pace, muttering to himself. Damn, so that's why the Tree of Omniscience itself has shifted so radically. Nick Fury stormed into the Situation Room, his expression grim. Once the whole world learns mutants exist and the all-seeing tree can't erase their memories, we're going to be swamped, he warned. Maria Hill rose to her feet, matching his tone. That's why we have to move now, she said. We've been preparing behind the scenes for months. Certain military hardliners are desperate to declare open war on mutants. They've poured resources into specialized weapons and set up dedicated strike units, yet they've never given a second thought to the fallout. Fury flipped through his briefing folder. According to the prophecy, we're on the brink of relief, he noted, which means Apocalypse is still a threat, and we may actually have enough time to stop him. Hill frowned. But we still don't know where he is, or what he's planning next. Fury's eyes flickered with disbelief. He sold the prophecy, he said softly. Hill stared at him. He sold it. What do you mean? Before Fury could elaborate, his encrypted phone buzzed. He tapped the screen and brought it to his ear. Director Fury. Sir? Fury's voice was steady but urgent. Why would Apocalypse break the prophecy into pieces and sell it off? There was a pause on the line. Sir, it's a gambit we've seen before, Agent Aaron replied. By auctioning fragments, he funds his operations and keeps us guessing. No single buyer sees the whole picture. Fury's jaw clenched. Then let's make them regret it. I want every lead on who purchased those pieces and where they might be hiding Apocalypse. Hill tapped in a few commands on her tablet. I'll have teams on it right away. Fury looked from Hill to the empty chairs of his assembled officers. Time's running out. Let's move. As the agents dispersed, Fury allowed himself a brief moment of resolve. The world was hurtling toward war, but he refused to let Apocalypse have the final word. Aaron glanced at Nick Fury and shook his head. I'm sorry, Director, but I don't know Apocalypse's current whereabouts. Fury's eyes narrowed. Then you surely know where he once ruled, don't you? Aaron hesitated. According to the oldest mutant legends, Apocalypse and Saba-Nur was a pharaoh in ancient Egypt. Eschield could start by searching there. Egypt is far too vast, Fury said, tapping his temple. We need a precise lead. That's why we're after your compass. Aaron stiffened. You want to borrow the compass? Fury leaned forward, folding his arms. Yes. As you know, that device can detect mutant biosignatures. If Apocalypse resurfaces, it will point us straight to him. Aaron ran a hand through his hair. I have a personal stake in this. You know I'm dating a mutant. If Apocalypse breaks free, it could threaten her. I'll lend you the compass. On one condition. It stays my property. You return it when you're done. Agreed, Fury said, his tone firm but relieved. No problem. I'll dispatch an extraction team to your location immediately. Would you care to accompany us? A quick side trip to the pyramids might lift your spirits. Aaron shook his head. I appreciate the offer, but I've got other commitments here. Please send someone for the compass at once. Consider it done, Fury replied. He signaled to an agent standing nearby. Petty officer, you're on gear retrieval. Take good care of Mr. Jensen's compass. The agent saluted and hurried off. Fury turned back to Aaron. Thanks for the cooperation. We'll move as soon as we have that device in hand. Aaron nodded and crossed his arms, relieved the negotiation was over. He watched Fury stride away, already issuing orders via his wrist comm. In a few hours, S.H. Shield would be on its way to Egypt, and the chase for Apocalypse would finally be underway. Nick Fury ended the call and turned to Maria Hill. Maria, I want you on this, immediately. Hill straightened, nodding. Understood, sir. Fury hesitated, tapping a finger on the desk. Wait, about that compass. I need you to hold off on returning it. Maria's brow lifted in surprise. Sir, with all due respect, you promised. I intend to keep that promise, Fury said, voice firm. Just, not right away. Hill let out a breath. Not right away? That seems unwise. He's counting on us. Fury met her eyes evenly. And so are we. That compass isn't just a trinket. It points its wielder toward whatever they seek. For a street fortune teller, it's gimmicky. In Eschild's hands, it's a strategic asset. It could save us untold manpower, resources, and time. He leaned back. Before now, any move we made was under surveillance. We've never had a clear shot. He's just given us an opening. Believe me, Maria, this is too valuable to pass up. Hill's lips twitched. She weighed Fury's words, then nodded slowly. Okay, I'll delay the handover, at least for now. Fury allowed himself a small smirk. Good, keep me posted on every development. Let's make sure we don't lose this advantage. Maria tapped her comm device. Yes, sir, on it. As she left the room, Fury stared at the sealed box on the desk, and for the first time in weeks, felt that things might finally be moving in their favor. She'd steeled herself for confrontation, but Nick Fury's shameless self-righteousness still put her on edge. Fury, she snapped, this is going to tarnish Gaius's standing in S-Shield. Don't worry about it, Fury replied dismissively. He's never been fond of S-Shield anyway. On the other side of the room, Aaron passed Captain Jack's compass to Jane. If any S-Shield agents show up, hand this to them. Jane hesitated as she accepted the brass instrument. Master, are you sure that's wise? What if they keep it? Don't even think about what if, Aaron said with a chuckle. Be confident. Fury's got his code. He knows where the line is. But morals, he's lacking. Either way, whether he gives it back is irrelevant. If I want things, they find their way home to me, no matter which corner of the universe they wind up in. Jane nodded. Understood. All right, Aaron said, brushing off his coat. That's your warning. I've got to go retrieve the piano. He strode for the door, but before he could reach it, a flare of crimson fire blossomed in midair. With a sharp, excited cry, Fox, his fiery fox-like companion, leapt out of the flames and landed gracefully on his own favorite branch. Aaron paused and smiled. Well, there you are, ready for our next move. Jane watched them both, determination shining in her eyes. The game was on. Aaron frowned, unconvinced that Fox's arrival was mere chance. Why now? What's happened? Master, Fox said without hesitation. Jean had a nightmare last night. She dreamed the world was ending. It felt so real that her internal energy spun out of control. A dream about the end of the world? Aaron pressed, rubbing his temples. Tell me more. In her vision, Fox continued, she saw a strange man with dark blue skin, clad in ancient armor. He stood atop a pyramidal structure, watching it burn beneath a sky of flame. A pyramid? Aaron's voice rose a notch. The notion of a burning pyramid sent his thoughts racing. Egypt, the legendary mutant ancestor Chi. At his side, Hela offered a faint, amused smile. How fascinating, she murmured. I'd very much like to meet this stranger. Jean stepped forward, anxiety in her eyes. Please, Your Highness Hela, help me understand. I can't shake the fear. Hela waved a hand lightly, her smile never wavering. I spoke only in passing, child. Rest easy. I promise no mischief from me, at least not until I've fully restored my power. After all, I'd rather not have Odin tracking me down. What a mess, Aaron muttered, resignation heavy in his voice. He glanced at Fox. Jin didn't cause any real trouble at school, did she? Just a minor stir, Fox replied. Professor Xavier smoothed everything over before it got out of hand. All right, you head back. I'll be there shortly. Fox's eyes flickered. In an instant, he blazed into living flame and vanished. Aaron stepped out, swung a leg over his motorcycle, flicked it into flight mode, and rocketed into the sky. Westchester. Back at Xavier Junior College, Aaron felt anything but the cautious newcomer. He wove his bike through the campus arches with effortless confidence. Above him, Fox materialized again, beating graceful wings that guided Aaron toward a quiet corner of the grounds. A few minutes later, they arrived at the lakeside. Chin sat alone beneath a sprawling oak, immersed in a book. Aaron's approach cast a dark silhouette over her reading light. Startled, she looked up, and a familiar grin played on Aaron's lips before she even spoke. Did you miss me? Chin felt her cheeks warm. She snapped the book shut. Why are you here? Aaron shrugged, feigning innocence. Who said you weren't allowed to hang around? If you hadn't stuck around Xavier, I'd have no reason to come back. She studied him with mock severity. So this was all just to see me? Not exactly, Aaron admitted, sliding off his bike to settle beside her. His eyes softened. I needed to know you were safe. Aaron helped Kin to her feet beneath the broad campus oak. He brushed a stray leaf from her hair and offered a wry smile. I don't want to intrude on your college life, Chin, but there's more to the world than these quad paths and lecture halls. She looked up at him, puzzled. What are you saying? You want me to come with you? Not exactly, he teased. I could ask Professor Charles to grant you a month's leave. He may look like a crusty old man, but he's fair and open-minded. I'm sure he'll approve it without fuss. Chin hesitated, biting her lip. But please, no objections. Aaron's tone turned gentle. I've made up my mind. Would you really break my heart by refusing? Her cheeks warmed at the sincerity in his voice. After a moment's thought, she nodded. All right, I'll go. Relief washed over Aaron's face. Perfect, he said, taking her hand. Come on, let's ask him now. They hurried across campus to the main academic building and climbed the marble steps to the principal's office. Aaron paused only briefly to knock, then, unable to contain his excitement, he nudged the door open. Inside, Professor Charles sat behind a polished desk, sipping tea from a delicate porcelain cup. He looked up in surprise, his eyebrows lifting. You two, he exclaimed, setting his cup down. Next time, a knock would suffice. Chin flushed as she bowed her head. I'm sorry, Professor Charles. Aaron grinned and stepped forward. Sir, I was wondering if you'd approve a 1-month leave of absence for Chin. She needs to accompany me on. Professor Charles raised a hand, his stern expression softening. Very well. I've always known you two were inseparable. Consider it granted. Chin let out the breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. Aaron squeezed her hand and gave her a conspiratorial wink. Today, at last, their next adventure could begin. Aaron didn't bother with pleasantries. He strode up to Professor Charles and said, Professor, I'd like to request a month off for Chin. Charles glanced at the two of them, hand in hand, and nodded at once. Granted. Aaron let out a relieved, thank you, Professor. But Charles held up a finger. I do have one condition. The professor turned to Chin, his expression uncharacteristically stern. Be careful out there. No killing people, all right? Aaron's eyes went wide for a split second before he threw Charles an exaggerated thumbs up. Great. What an understanding principal you are. Chin, cheeks flushing, hurried to explain. Professor, you must have misunderstood. Misunderstood what? Aaron interrupted, faking innocence. Then he yelped as Chin's elbow jabbed him in the shin. He glared at her, and she shot him a fierce warning look. Charles folded his hands. I know young people have urges, he said slowly, but don't ignore the advice of someone who's seen more of the world. With a final nod, the professor stamped Chin's leave form. Aaron caught Chin's arm and steered her toward the door. Chin bit her lip, unsure whether to laugh or cry at the day's unexpected turn. Chin pressed her hands to her cheeks, heat rushing to her face. This is all your fault. The professor completely misunderstood what I was trying to say. Aaron shook his head, amusement and exasperation warring in his expression. You're the one who's overthinking everything. Now go pack your things. I'll be waiting for you outside. Chapter 919, Scott's Heartbreaking Moment, One of Hella's Few Pleasures, Part 1. Chin didn't bring much, just a single bag slung over her shoulder, as she stepped out of the bedroom. Aaron fought to contain his excitement while walking her to the school's main gate. Beyond those iron bars lay a boundary she wouldn't cross again for quite some time. Whether she could return after a month would depend entirely on what happened in the interim. No sooner had they reached the entrance than a glossy black car glided up. Two figures emerged, one sporting the familiar ruby quartz visor of Cyclops Scott Summers, and the other a bespectacled, gentle-faced man, Professor Hank McCoy. Professor Hank, Chin greeted him with a bright smile. What brings you back today? Hank gave a curt nod. Charles asked me to come. He needs my help with something. He then shifted his gaze to Aaron. And who might this be? Aaron stepped forward, offering his hand. I'm Aaron Gaius, Chin's boyfriend. Recognition flickered across Hank's features. Ah, I see. A tense crackle of energy rippled through the air. Chin and Hank both glanced at Scott, who stood motionless by the car, his visor concealing eyes that were unusually shadowed. The confident, composed leader they knew seemed to crumble in that instant. Aaron followed their looks and raised a hand in greeting. Nice to meet you, Scott. Scott's jaw clenched as if the world itself were shifting beneath him. He managed a nod, though his voice caught in his throat. In that brief moment, something inside him cracked, and for reasons he couldn't yet name, it was Hella's rarest delight to witness it. Chin, Scott hesitated, voice tight. What are you doing? Aaron turned to face him, his posture coolly authoritative. I asked Professor Xavier to grant Chin a month's leave. She needs a break. Scott's eyes widened. A whole month. If she's gone that long, the junior students won't be able to handle things on their own. Pyote will help cover for her, Aaron replied with calm assurance. And what if the X-Men get a mission and we're short-handed? Just let me know, Aaron said, and I'll come back at once. Scott opened his mouth to protest further, but Hank stepped in. We've got to go. Enjoy your time off, kin. Aaron offered Scott a knowing smile. Don't worry, Professor. I'll leave you with some good advice. He helped Chin into the sidecar of his motorcycle, then revved the engine. Scott watched them peel away until they were nothing more than a blur. An ache settled in his chest, as though someone had hollowed out a piece of it. Hank rested a hand on Scott's shoulder and spoke quietly. Hey, don't sweat it. Everyone's already gone home. Scott shook his head, frustration lining his voice. He only showed up once, and that was ages ago. Right, Hank agreed, eyes downcast. He and Chin hardly ever talk. It's not like they've been seeing each other. Scott's jaw clenched. I still don't understand it. We tried long distance. Why did I lose her to that guy? What does he have that I don't? I guess maybe she just prefers how he looks, Hank offered softly. Scott bristled. So you're saying I'm not handsome enough? Hank hesitated, unsure how to navigate the conversation. His silence only made Scott more uncomfortable, so the younger man hurried on. Anyway, I don't trust him. I checked with Professor Charles. Turns out he's practically on retainer with S.H.I.E.L.D., semi-official and everything. Hank nodded slowly, knowing there wasn't an easy answer for his friend. But at least Scott had something else to chew on, some other reason why Chin might have chosen him over Scott. The official attitude toward mutants has never been very welcoming. Well, Hank said, leaning back in his chair, you have to admit that it's almost admirable he still dares to fall for Chin under these circumstances. Scott stirred, eyes downcast. But she already has a girlfriend. Hank's eyebrows shot up. She does? Does Chin know how you feel? Scott winced. She does. Hank regarded him thoughtfully. Well, perhaps it comes down to personal magnetism. Scott looked up, half hoping for reassurance. So I have no charm at all? You do, Hank replied, studying the red-rimmed corners of Scott's eyes. Just not the kind of charm Chin responds to. Scott forced a laugh. Professor, do I have any chance at all? Only if Jean and Chin broke up, Hank said gently. And even then, it would be a long shot. Scott, you need to stop chasing after Chin. It's hurting you both. How can it be that easy? Scott snapped. Hank had no answer. When there's no grass to be found, why keep longing for a flower that cannot bloom? Logic could not reach a heart so deeply entangled. Perhaps in 3 or 5 years, Scott would finally accept reality. Gaius's house of divination stood at the edge of town, all tall windows and whispered secrets, waiting for those bold enough to confront their futures. Aaron helped Chin down from the back porch, opened the door, and ushered her inside. Hella sat on the couch, baby Abe cradled in her arms, flicking through the TV channels. As soon as she spotted them, she offered a friendly nod. Aaron cleared his throat. Chin, this is my distant cousin Hella. He pronounced distant cousin with just enough emphasis to warn Hella not to spill any family secrets. Chin smiled politely. Nice to meet you, Hella. How long will you be staying this time? Aaron puffed out his chest. 1 month, he announced proudly. Hella shot him a teasing half-smile. Last time Daisy stayed here. Let's not go there, Aaron interrupted hastily. With a soft snort, Hella turned back to the TV. Chin glanced at Aaron. Seriously, how long did Daisy stay? Aaron hesitated, then admitted, longer than a month. Really? How much longer? Chin pressed. Nearly twice as long, he confessed, rubbing the back of his neck. A mischievous chuckle escaped Hela, and Aaron forced a tight grin. Anyway, it's not important. He clapped his hands. Jane, could you come out here for a moment? From the adjacent studio, Jane stepped into the living room. She began to salute Chin out of habit, but Aaron quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, no need for salutes. Let me formally introduce you. And with that, the introductions continued under the soft glow of the TV. I've finally hired a new pharmacist. Chin glanced at the young man standing beside Jane, his features as delicate and flawless as a porcelain doll, and cleared her throat. Are you sure it's really just a boss-employee relationship between the two of you? Absolutely, Jane replied with a nod. It couldn't be more straightforward. Chin studied the pharmacist a moment longer. So how much does he earn each month? Jane blinked, genuinely puzzled. Salary? As a centuries-old vampire with command over life, death, and vast stores of wealth, she'd never given paychecks a second thought. You don't know? She asked. At her side, Aaron stepped forward, his voice calm and measured. $10,000 a month, he said, offering a reassuring smile to Chin. Jane's a little shy. She didn't expect that question. But rest assured, Jian Zhen and she have a strictly superior subordinate arrangement. Hala leaned in, a teasing glint in her eye. A strictly superior subordinate arrangement. For now, she murmured. But who knows what the future holds? Aaron's gaze flicked sharply to Hala, and her grin faded as she fell silent, conceding the point. Hala let out a soft laugh, clearly unconcerned. You know how it goes, she teased. Most men don't stand a chance when a woman like Jane sets her sights on them. Give it time. Who can predict the outcome? Aaron's jaw tightened. Hala, he warned, do you have a problem with what I'm saying? I'm not making this up. He caught himself. Was he really arguing over the truth? Still, he understood why the whole thing made his family uneasy. After all, Jane was the Duchess of Austria and revered as a kind of goddess of death. Her reputation alone was enough to unsettle anyone. Never mind her, he said more softly, drawing in a steady breath. The truth is, my cousin's been suffering from some pretty serious delusions. I'd planned to have her committed, but she flatly refused. She insisted on moving in with me instead. Our families are close, so I felt obliged to give in. Hala merely shrugged, neither confirming nor denying his explanation. Aaron realized he'd sounded too dramatic. He hadn't actually swapped a mental hospital for Haim Hades, after all. Noticing Chin's expression shift from curiosity to concern, he quickly added, I'm only teasing. Hela's perfectly stable. None of that applies to her. I just enjoy rattling people's nerves when I introduce a new woman into the mix. Before he could say more, Chin stepped forward, eyes bright with mischief. Oh, come on, she declared. You're only joking, right? Because it sure seems like she's got a thing for you, too. Aaron glanced at Hela, who met his gaze with that same inscrutable half-smile. And just like that, The teasing went from harmless banter to something far more interesting. Hella spat out the half-drunk juice, scowling darkly at Chin. You've got quite an imagination, though I admit it's a bit over the top. Aaron nodded emphatically. Absolutely. There's no way my cousin could ever be interested in me, unless I wake up blind one day. Hella raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Aaron straightened. I said, she's blind. If you spout another word of nonsense, Hella warned, I'll make sure you actually lose your sight. Aaron ducked his head, cheeks burning. Anyway, the right side of the second floor is my bedroom, also yours now. Chin blinked in surprise. I assumed you'd set aside a separate room for me. This is pretty direct. Aaron grinned, pleased. Better to get it out of the way. As for the rest of the divination house, Jane will show you around later. Perfect, Chin replied. Aaron turned to Jane. This wing isn't huge, but it's extremely well laid out. You'll find plenty of magical curiosities, things you've never seen before. Jane will walk you through them, one by one. Try not to be too astonished. Right this way, Miss Chin. Jane stepped forward with a polite nod, guiding Chin toward a narrow corridor lined with glowing sigils and shimmering mirrors. As they walked, the promise of mysteries yet to be revealed seemed to hang in the air, an invitation to a world of wonder just waiting to be explored. Jane greeted Gray with a polite nod and led her into the divination chamber. Once inside, she patiently explained the room's architectural style, pointing out both the work area and the adjoining living quarters. Only after Gray and Jane had disappeared from view did Aaron's face darken. He whirled on Hella. Hella Dean, he snarled. What was that little show earlier? Entertaining for you. Hela leaned back on the sofa, a lazy smile curling her lips. Just a bit of fun. Damn it, Aaron growled. You're the goddess of death. If you wanted amusement, you didn't have to stoop to petty mind games. With a slow shake of her head, Hela made a gesture in midair, and the night sky sword materialized in her hand. Its frosty tip hovered at Aaron's throat. He recoiled by instinct, but in that instant the blade came down. Aaron formed the finger tiger seal, steel as hard as aspen iron encasing his hands. Sparks flew as he caught the sword's edge, his face twisting in strain. Then, just as suddenly, Hela withdrew the blade, releasing the crushing force, and leaned back, still smiling. Aaron's eyes flashed with anger as he stared at her. Too busy for what? He demanded. He didn't truly believe Hela intended to kill him. Her own contract forbade any outright attack on him until it expired. But that didn't make her teasing any less infuriating. I'm simply stating the facts, Hela replied evenly. As the goddess of death, your favorite pastimes would be slaying and battle. Unfortunately, your little contract has stripped me of the privilege to fight you or kill you first. So this is your plan, Aaron shot back. You engineer my involvement with Chin, and then you blame me when things go awry. It's about time you saw it that way, Hela said with a hint of satisfaction. Wooni ma! Aaron ground out, his fists clenching so tightly the veins stood out on his forearms. He forced himself to inhale deeply, silently reciting his own mantra. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Only women and villains are hard to manage. Despite the fury threatening to boil over, he reminded himself that this was his path, his choice. He'd signed that contract willingly, and by all rights, he would honor it, no matter how much it humbled him. He took another breath, then said, You want to talk about women? Fine. I've been alive for over 20 years, and in my experience there are only two kinds. One, beautiful and completely unreasonable. Two, not so beautiful and still completely unreasonable. He paused, letting his words hang in the air between them. The tension was palpable, but Aaron refused to back down. If he had to swallow his pride, so be it. He was determined to see this through to the end. Which type do you think you are, Hela? Aaron asked, leaning back against the wall. She gave him a cool look. I've lived more lifetimes than you can count, and I've met two kinds of men, the sensible ones and the foolish ones. Which do you suppose you are? He paused, feigning thought. I've always considered myself sensible, then quit wasting my time with trivial jokes. Aaron's lips curled in a half-smile. I'll answer for you. You're the sort who's breathtakingly beautiful and completely unreasonable. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hela's face. I was hoping you'd slot me into the latter category. Clearly my taste needs work, he replied with mock solemnity. Dear Lady Hela, you understand isolation far better than I do, so I beg you, no more of your grand pronouncements in front of my girlfriend. She laughed softly. Very well, but really, she's just a woman. Must you make such a fuss? That explains why you've been single for millennia, Aaron teased. Hela's eyes glittered. Before I was sealed away, I had plenty of suitors. I simply dispatched those too weak to hold my interest. Aaron emitted a low hiss of amused disbelief. Aaron drew in a slow breath. Then what about those who are stronger than you? Hela's lips curved into a confident smile. I killed him after I grew stronger. She leaned forward, her eyes flicking to Aaron. You'd better hope you outgrow me one day. Aaron went speechless. This was all so wrong, magnificently, bafflingly wrong. The entire afternoon, Chin had scoured the divination house, poking into every corner except the secret chamber. Along the way, she'd uncovered Aaron's tangled web of professional identities, each more fantastical than the last, and none of it made a lick of scientific sense. Dinner served as a brief respite. Aaron had indulged in 10 different exotic treats and even splurged on a ruby crab, its gemstone-hued shell sparkling under the lantern light. Hela, the two other women, and even the dragon stared at it with unabashed delight. But the meal was incidental. What really mattered tonight was the promise of spring. No sooner had Aaron closed the bedroom door behind him than he pressed his lips to Chin's. She probably hadn't expected such boldness, but the instant they kissed, the rest of the world dissolved. In that blurred, tender moment, they existed in their own private realm, full of romance and an unspoken, indescribable happiness. Hela paused at the top of the stairs, her brow furrowing as the faint thrum of muffled groans drifted upward from the master's bedroom. She curled her lip in disdain. How rude, she muttered. Isn't there supposed to be a soundproof barrier in that room? Jane shifted on her feet, cheeks pink. It looks like Master didn't quite close the door all the way. Just then, a sudden bang echoed through the hallway as the bedroom door swung shut on its own. Jane exhaled, a nervous smile tugging at her lips. Well, she said, I'm guessing it wasn't intentional after all. Chapter 920, Egypt's Underground Ruins, The Legend of Ansaba-Nur, half. The next morning, Aaron and Chin slept in, a rarity for both of them. It wasn't that they lacked the will to linger in each other's arms. With so many people in the house, discretion was the better part of valor. They crept downstairs as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. To Chin's surprise, Hela and Jane offered only the gentlest of teasing. Relief washed over her, alongside a twinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, Fox Tsui flapped his wings in giddy triumph. After all his matchmaking schemes, he'd finally won Chin as his mistress. His celebration, however, was cut brutally short when Abe swatted him aside with a swift paw. Boss, Fox whimpered, flattened on the rug. Jane cleared her throat, restoring order to the household. Boss, breakfast is ready. Chin dipped her head in thanks. Thank you. Jane smiled. It's my pleasure. Aaron leaned lazily against the doorframe, his gaze flicking to Chin. I might have to lean on you for the next month, though. Chin's cheeks flamed. Pinching Aaron's arm, she murmured, Excuse me? What do you mean? She felt her pulse quicken. Last night had tested her limits. An entire month of this? Even if her heart was up for it, her body might revolt. Aaron chuckled softly, brushing aside her concern. Ha! Don't get hung up on details. He reached for her hand and guided her toward the dining room, his easy grin promising adventures still to come. Hela flipped open the ancient tome with a casual grace. This is the second volume, though, truth be told, it serves as the first, she said, arching an eyebrow. So, what do you think? Jian hesitated, her eyes flicking nervously over the intricate script. This is the master's private work, she managed at last, her voice tight. I'm only his servant. I have no right to pass judgment. A knowing smile curved Hela's lips. You call him master, but do you really believe he sees you merely as a servant? Tell me, have you ever considered becoming the sixth? I'm just a vampire, Jian stammered. Hardly the stuff of gods. Hela's smile deepened. That's selling yourself short. Vampires rank above most races in both power and longevity, and you've already begun walking the path he's laid out. Someday, you'll qualify as a sub-angel at the very least. If you won't even dare to imagine that, why would you ever dream of true divinity? John fell silent, the idea settling around her like a shroud. Actually, an angel's place doesn't sound half bad, she murmured. Hala let out a soft, almost mocking laugh. Give it time. You'll find your ambition grows faster than you think. In the grand scheme, you're still very young. Becoming an angel is only a matter of when, not if. So why lose any sleep over it now? Jian forced a tight smile, her cheeks heating at the prince's teasing tone. She really does delight in prodding me, Jian thought, wrenching her gaze from the parchment to the moonlit sands beyond. They fell into a companionable silence as the desert wind whispered outside the window. Cairo, Egypt. Hill stepped off the carriage and scanned the quiet city street, the compass clenched in his hand vibrating ever so slightly. Barton and Natasha flanked him on either side, but nothing about the place seemed unusual. Children laughed as they chased one another through sunlit alleys, and storefronts displayed their wares in neat rows, just an ordinary market day. Looks like there's nothing of interest here, Barton remarked, brow furrowed in mild surprise. That would make sense, Hill replied, nodding toward the compass needle as it swung steadily in one direction. A long-forgotten seal wouldn't be noticed in a town this peaceful. Natasha smiled and glanced at the device in Hill's palm. Aaron was happy to lend it to us. He said it would point us straight to the seal's hiding place. Hill took a deep breath, steeling himself. Then let's follow it. Our destination lies just ahead. With that, the trio pressed onward, weaving through the bustling lanes. As the compass needle flicked and steadied, they felt the first stirrings of anticipation. The journey had only just begun. Not to me, Hill corrected sharply, but to S. Shield. He gave an awkward smile. If you lend it to me, I can promise I'll return it to him. But if it goes into Shield's hands, you know how Fury is. Natasha and Barton exchanged knowing looks. Natasha shook her head. He won't manage to get it. It's not that easy. Hill ran a weary hand through his hair. I know, but Fury always has that unshakable confidence in these things, he sighed. I can't convince him otherwise. Natasha sat up, interest lighting her eyes. Well, since the compass is clearly exceptional, and it's in our possession, we ought to have sole control over it until the mission's done. Why don't we keep it ourselves? Barton frowned. You're talking about using public resources for personal benefit. He paused, though, and softened. But honestly, it's just like borrowing a car on a job and stopping for a bottle of water. I don't see the harm. Hill shook his head decisively. No, this isn't appropriate. Natasha leaned forward, voice low. Come on, Hill. Fury won't stand a chance of grabbing it once we have it. And after what happened, Aaron'll never lend that compass out ever again. Let's get our curiosity out of the way first, and make sure we profit from it, Natasha said calmly, though a mischievous edge crept into her voice. Tell me, Hill, don't you have anything you'd like to pursue? Perhaps a boyfriend who meets both your standards and your mother's? Maria Hill's face went slack. Her mother had been dragging her on blind dates for months. If this compass could solve her romantic woes, she'd be all for it. But the idea of falling in love held no appeal. With an exasperated sigh, she handed the device over. Fine, she said. Just don't let it interfere with the mission. No danger of that. Natasha cradled the compass, closed her eyes, and concentrated on the person she wanted to find. The needle spun wildly before jerking to a stop in one direction. Natasha's expression shifted. Something had clicked. She waited a moment longer, and the needle pivoted again, settling on a new bearing. I think I finally understand why Fury insisted you carry this, she breathed, eyes widening. This isn't just any gadget, it's priceless. Clint Barton leaned forward. What were you thinking about? Natasha opened her eyes and stared at the compass as if it were a window into the past. Someone I've been searching for my whole life. We grew up together, trained together, and then she vanished. Natasha's eyes were shadowed with something like regret as she sighed. You know my history, Hill. My body. It's been through too much. I can never bear children the way a normal woman does. Hill frowned, doubt creasing his brow. Is there really a doctor who can fix that? I'm not trying to discourage you, Natasha, but human medicine hasn't come anywhere near that level of anything. She met his skepticism with a steady gaze. Neither did I until now, and why assume the physician must be human? Aren't legends of gods and monsters real? Look at Thor. If he can walk among us, why can't there be others with powers beyond our comprehension? Hill paused, weighing her words. Finally, he nodded. All right, First we find Apocalypse's seal. Then we'll do whatever it takes to track down this miraculous doctor you believe exists." Natasha gave a curt nod in return. She knew better than anyone that opportunities to bend public resources to one's own ends were rare and worth seizing. With the compass as their guide, the trio pressed on across the blistering dunes. After nearly 2 hours of relentless sun and shifting sands, they crested a final rise. Below them lay a small patch of ruins, half-buried walls of sandstone, and at its center, the shattered remains of a massive stone altar, its circular base cracked and splintered. Hill swallowed. This has to be it. Natasha crouched by a fallen pillar, fingertips tracing the faint lin, as of ancient runes. Then let's hope whoever shattered it didn't take the seal with them. Together, they stepped down into the desert graveyard, ready to face whatever secrets the broken altar still held. "This looks like some kind of relic," Barton said, uncertainty lacing his tone. "At least a few thousand years old, but so weathered it's probably useless for research." "The compass needle is pointing straight down," Hill noted, frowning at her device. "Whatever we're looking for is buried beneath us." "If Apocalypse really is still alive," Natasha said in a low, controlled voice, "he'd have to be ancient, easily a few thousand years old. Immortals that old tend not to be sane. We need to assume he'll strike first. Be ready for anything." Fury's reply crackled over their comms. He'd already greenlit 3 Jericho missiles, one of the weapons division's last masterpieces, before Stark shut it down. Natasha and Barton exchanged relieved glances. "First order of business," Hill said, pulling out her phone, "is to clear this area. I'll call in the action team." But before she could dial, a faint, grinding noise drifted up from the ground beneath them. Hill froze. "Did you hear that?" Barton raised a hand for silence, dropped to one knee, and pressed his ear against the cracked stone. After a moment, he stood and spoke in a hushed whisper. "Ansaba Nur, that's the name. He's here somewhere." Natasha knelt at the edge of the excavation, peering down into the dimly lit pit. "There are people down there," she said quietly, "and not just one, an entire group, offering sacrifices." Hill frowned. Maybe it was these pagans who forced Apocalypse to break the seal. Natasha's lips curved into a half-smile. "So, do we arrest them?" Hill shook her head. "Not yet. We don't know exactly how the seal was loosened. The action team will be here any minute. Let's go down and have a look. If everything seems normal up here, we'll wait for them to emerge, then detain and question them. But if they really are tampering with the seal, we stop them on the spot." "Got it," Barton said. He dropped to his knees and swept aside a layer of yellowed sand. Beneath lay a worn carpet, and under that, a wooden hatch. With a firm push, he sprung it open, revealing a narrow, time-worn passage just wide enough for one person at a time. Barton gave Natasha and Hill a quick nod and disappeared into the corridor. Torch sconces mounted along the walls cast flickering pools of light, illuminating centuries-old carvings and guiding him deeper underground. The ruined boulders and shattered walls around them seemed to whisper of a long-forgotten war. Half-buried stone statues, their features eroded by time and yellow sand, proved this place had lain undiscovered for centuries. As Natasha, Clint, and Agent Hill pressed deeper into the darkness, a low, rhythmic chant began to drift down the corridor. "Almighty Lord, grant us your divine power. Supreme Ansaba Nur, guide us with your authority. We are your loyal servants." "It's creepy," Natasha murmured, her voice barely more than a breath. Goosebumps rippled along her arms. "These prayers, they feel off." Clint frowned, glancing at the rough-hewn walls. Or maybe their rituals are just primitive. He stopped short. Before them lay a vast stone dais, and atop it stood a gleaming gold pyramid inscribed with strange, glowing runes. Dozens of robed figures knelt around the platform, their heads bowed as they recited the litany in eerie unison. Agent Hill's hand flew to his holster. He stared at the pyramid, then at the worshippers. "That's them," he said quietly. "No doubt about it. This whole setup is way too on the nose. We can't have the wrong place, can we?" Clint Barton whispered as they halted in the dim tunnel. "Where's the compass?" Natasha Romanoff asked. "Pull it out and we'll know for sure." Agent Hill retrieved the device from his coat, lips moving silently as he recalled Aaron's prophecy. The needle wavered, then locked onto the pyramid's direction. "It's pointing right at it," he confessed. "Ahmed. No doubt about it. Everything looks normal down there, Barton observed, peering toward the hidden chamber. Let's give it a few more minutes. Hill nodded gravely. Nick Fury wouldn't have assigned the three of us if this mission wasn't critical. We can't afford any mistakes. Natasha and Barton exchanged a tense glance. They both remembered Aaron's warning. The pyramid was a time bomb, and any disturbance might trigger its destruction. By noon, the cultists had concluded their underground ritual and filed out in perfect formation. Seizing the moment, Hill led his team back through the narrow passage. When they emerged above ground, more than a dozen shield jeeps were idling nearby, agents at the ready. A tall, blonde agent approached Hill. "Sir?" "Barbie," Hill corrected with a quick nod. He pointed toward the tunnel entrance. "Lock down the exit. Detain anyone who comes up." Barbie saluted and sprinted away, leaving Hill, Natasha, and Barton concealed in the shadows, prepared for whatever came next. "Don't let a single one escape," the lieutenant ordered. "Establish a temporary base here. No unauthorized personnel within 100 meters. "Understood, sir." The unit had just broken for lunch when they emerged from the hidden passage. Before they could react, several black rifles were trained on them. The archaeologists froze, hands instinctively rising above their heads as they were lined up against the tunnel wall. Captain Barton swept back inside the passage to ensure no one had slipped past the perimeter. Meanwhile, Sergeant Natasha began interrogating the detained workers. Despite their gruff appearance, beards stained with sweat and shoulders heaving with panic, the men broke under questioning. "About a week ago," one labored to explain, "we felt a small tremor. It shook loose some rocks, and a few of us tumbled into this chamber." Natasha nodded sharply. "And then?" Another man, heavy-set and sporting a gold watch that glinted in the lamplight, spoke up. "My boss, fat, middle-aged fellow, he thought we'd hit the jackpot, said it was an Egyptian relic, hired the lot of us to dig on the sly." Barton reappeared, expression puzzled. "You mean the Golden Pyramid?" The workers nodded. "He was convinced it hid some fortune," the first man added. "But after days of work, there was nothing, no gold coins, no jeweled sarcophagi. Nada." Barton frowned. "That's impossible. A solid gold pyramid like that, worth a small fortune." "He tried to haul it out," the gold watchman admitted, "but it wouldn't budge. Whatever it's made of, it's not ordinary metal." Natasha exchanged a look with Barton. "All right, keep them here, and get the engineers down. I want to know exactly what this thing is, and why it's buried so well." As the pagans were secured, and the security perimeter tightened, the Golden Pyramid gleamed from its resting place. The real mystery, its origin, its purpose, had only just begun to unfold. Chapter 7, The Stone Slab. Without specialized tools, the intruder couldn't even chip off a few flakes from the pyramid's casing stones. Yet he had discovered something far more valuable, a hefty limestone slab carved with the name of the pyramid's original owner. "Where is the slab now?" Maria Hill demanded, leaning over the conference table. Natasha Romanoff met her gaze calmly. "He sold it. The buyer was drawn in by its provenance and by its size. He paid twice what our thief spent on the entire expedition. The slab itself is 30% thicker than most relic fragments." Hill slammed her fist lightly on the table. "He knew exactly what was etched on that thing." Natasha shrugged. "He must have." The buyer was able to decipher the hieroglyphs immediately. The inscription names En-Saba-Nur, the Egyptian ruler of 3600 BC, worshipped by his people as a living god. Clint Barton tilted his head. "A god like Thor?" "Not quite," Natasha replied. "Thor's an Asgardian. En-Saba-Nur was every bit as mortal as you or me. At least, that's what the records say." The row fell silent as Hill and Barton exchanged worried looks. If En-Saba-Nur's legacy truly survived in stone, they were facing a threat far older and far more dangerous than they'd ever imagined. Natasha stared at the hollow projector as the image of En-Saba-Nur shimmered into view. "It said he possesses countless powers and seeks out anyone born with extraordinary gifts." "Mutants," Hill interjected firmly. "Over 5,000 years ago, human society was barely out of the Dark Ages. Any mutant talent looked like the work of a god." Natasha nodded, but she let her colleague continue. "Under En-Saba-Nur's iron-fisted rule, ordinary people lived in misery. They simply had no means to fight back. And even if they did, his 4 horsemen, death, famine, pestilence, and war, were more than enough to snuff out any rebellion." Clint Barton frowned. "Those 4 alone would have been unstoppable. But it gets worse, doesn't it? Natasha's eyes darkened. One day, a prophet appeared in Egypt. He was magnificent, wise beyond measure, and people came to treat him like a deity. After some time, he revealed to a select few the secret of Ansaba-Nur's power. He could perform an ancient ritual to transfer his essence into a new body. Each rebirth granted him fresh abilities and, crucially, near immortality. Hill's jaw dropped. That's absolutely unprecedented. Barton nodded in grim agreement. We can't allow Apocalypse to slip through our fingers. 5,000 years ago, true mutants were few and far between. It would take him centuries, maybe millennia, to collect the perfect host bodies. We have to stop him before he gathers enough talents to remake the world in his image. Mutants have become ubiquitous, far more numerous than they were thousands of years ago. And it isn't just a matter of quantity, their capabilities have grown more powerful too. Given enough time, they could overcome every weakness and become effectively flawless. Chapter 921, An Unfulfilled Prophecy, Military Intervention, Part 1. There's a reason Fury sent the three of us here, Agent Hill said with a heavy sigh. Natasha, what happens next? This can't be where the story ends. Natasha Romanoff folded her arms and looked at the ancient manuscript spread before them. Long ago, the Egyptians trusted the words of a prophet who warned them about Ansaba-Nur, whom the Greeks would later call Apocalypse. They knew he was a false god. No true deity would impose such brutal oppression on its own people. But they were powerless against his might. Even if every Egyptian soldier and peasant took up arms together, they would still fall short. In their despair, they turned to the prophet for guidance. He revealed their only hope. Whenever Apocalypse transferred his essence into a new body, he sank into a brief, vulnerable slumber. In that fleeting moment, a single clean strike could end him forever. The prophet also delivered a dire warning. After that rebirth, Apocalypse would possess an extraordinary healing factor. If he survived the transition, his reign would stretch on indefinitely. He would enslave every generation of Egyptians to come, and no force, divine or mortal, would ever be able to overthrow him. Hill closed the manuscript, his expression grim. Then we have to prevent him from completing that next transformation. Natasha nodded. Exactly. That's why Fury sent us. The revelation galvanized the wavering Egyptians. Months before, they'd secretly rigged the heart of the pyramid with a fail-safe mechanism. Then, at the height of Apocalypse's ritual, when his guard was lowest, they struck. The pyramid shuddered and collapsed, burying Apocalypse and his two Crimson Knights in its ruins. His reign of terror was finally over. Is that it? Agent Hill asked, leaning forward. Any more details? For instance, who was the prophet? Natasha shook her head, regret tugging at her features. There's nothing else recorded. Like most ancient prophets, he barely even makes an appearance in the Chronicle. And frankly, even if we did know his name, what good would it do? He died thousands of years ago. His bones have long since turned to dust. Clint Barton rubbed his temples. So the Egyptians managed to break Apocalypse's hold, but they didn't finish the job. They left us with the same problem, no prophet to guide or warn us. Natasha exchanged a glance with Hill. True, we don't have some mythical savior on our side, but neither do we have an enemy quite like Apocalypse. What matters now is reinforcing the seal he almost broke. We need to discover how they engineered it, then find a way to make it unbreakable. Even if we can't unlock its power, we can't let anyone destroy it, Maria Hill said, her voice firm. She frowned. He's already deciphered the tablet, so why go through with these sacrificial rituals? You don't actually think Apocalypse will reward his followers once he breaks free, do you? Natasha Romanoff let out a soft laugh. That's where intelligence gaps come into play. Our mystery man didn't know about Aaron's prophecy. He assumes Apocalypse died millennia ago. All he cares about is turning this pyramid into the centerpiece of a trophy church, banking on Ansaba-Nur's legend. They've only managed to recruit a few dozen fanatics and barely gotten started when we arrived. Clint Barton and Hill exchanged wry smiles. Barton shook his head. They're lucky they got this far, he said. Hill gave a half grin. And we're luckier. Within minutes, they'd established a makeshift shield base at the tomb's entrance. Barton slung his bow across his back and climbed to a high ledge, eyes sweeping every dark corridor below. Hill directed a cleanup team deeper into the catacombs, carefully packing up every artifact, except the pyramid itself, while engineers reinforced and widened the tunnels. Natasha tapped her comlink. Fury, this is Black Widow. We've secured the tomb. All relics are accounted for. The pyramid remains in place. We're expanding the passageways now. No complications so far, as S.H.I.E.L.D. has control of Earth's original mutant's tomb. Nick Fury's voice crackled in response. Excellent work. Keep me updated. And make absolutely sure that pyramid never falls into the wrong hands. Understood? Natasha confirmed, clipping shut her comlink. She shared a determined look with Hill and Barton. In the shadowed depths of that ancient tomb, the fate of mutant kind, however one defined it, rested firmly in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands. Better to call it a tomb, Natasha said, slipping off her mask and wiping her gloves clean. Nick Fury's sharp gaze didn't waver. You didn't rush in without a plan? She shook her head. Just cleared out the loose rubble by hand. No electronics, no fancy gadgets. He gave a slight nod, but his features remained tense. Aaron may have been paid for the job, but he's never let anyone peek over his shoulder. With this prophecy surfacing, the odds of apocalypse breaking loose are higher than ever. You have to be ready for anything. An accident could happen at any moment? Natasha drew in a steady breath and leveled her eyes on him. Well, Director, the accident's already happened. Fury said nothing for a moment. The stone tablet you recovered contains the full legend of Apocalypse. Find it and make sure anyone who's handled it or even glimpsed its inscriptions can't talk. Understood? This mustn't get out. She glanced down at the compass in her palm, its needle pointing true north. A small smile tugged at her lips. I'm actually on my way out. She ran a thumb over the polished brass. I'll admit I really love this compass. A wry smile crossed Fury's face. Who doesn't? Just remember what I said. Natasha tucked the compass into her jacket pocket. This is your case now, Director. Don't try to pull me back into the office. With that, she headed for the door, her steps as silent as a shadow. Besides, I really think you should drop this idea. It won't hurt to try. Maybe not now, but you'll regret it sooner or later. Natasha ended the call with a quiet click. She slipped her phone into her coat pocket, gave Barbie a nod, and slid behind the wheel. A handful of black SUVs followed close behind, headlights off, as they steered east by the compass Natasha held in her free hand. Inside a private museum tucked into the outskirts of the city, the owner, an eager man in his late 40s, paced before a small crowd of friends and collectors. His gaze gleamed as he gestured toward 3 clay tablets displayed under glass. These artifacts date back over 3,000 years, he announced. I procured them at great expense and risk, and the inscriptions, well, they're nothing short of extraordinary. They offer the first concrete proof of En-Saba-Nur, the legendary ruler of ancient Egypt. At the front of the group, Tariq straightened his robes. He was the lone specialist present who could actually read the ancient script. With a modest smile, he laid a hand on the nearest tablet. Allow me. He ran his fingers lightly over the faded carvings. These tablets chronicle the reign of En-Saba-Nur, a king said to possess godlike powers. According to the text, he could transfer his consciousness into another body, thereby gaining the original host's lifespan and abilities. This was how he maintained his centuries-long dominion. A murmur went through the room. The owner leaned forward. And did his rule ever end? Tariq's expression darkened. Yes. Under the guidance of a prophet, the people rose up and overthrew him. What you see here, he tapped the third tablet, is the very treaty between En-Saba-Nur and the other deities he swore allegiance to. The owner nodded, eyes wide with wonder. Unbelievable. Outside, Natasha's convoy crested a ridge. Whatever lay ahead, the secret of En-Saba-Nur had just grown far more tangible and far more dangerous. Chapter 7. The Lost Prophecy. The private viewing room was hushed, the lighting subdued to protect the ancient artifacts on display. Velvet ropes cordoned off the area, and a small gathering of scholars and dignitaries stood before Tariq as he prepared to unveil his most prized find. Egypt, Tariq declared, sweeping his arm toward the centerpiece of the collection, will be his kingdom. He turned to the final exhibit, a weathered stone tablet whose inscriptions had all but vanished. Leaning forward, he tapped the surface gently. This, he said, is the prophetic slate. I've engaged leading epigraphers and harnessed the latest imaging technology to recover what few words remain. A historian in the front row leaned in. What does the prophecy say? Tariq's eyes glinted with excitement. The fragments indicate that one day, Enshabanur will emerge from the depths of the Great Pyramid. He will return, bringing with him others whose extraordinary abilities awaken under the sun's rays. Yet, tragically, his grand ambition will be undone by the phoenix. A phoenix? Another guest raised an eyebrow. You mean the firebird of Eastern legend? What happens next? Tariq let out a soft, exasperated sigh and pointed to a jagged break in the inscription. This is where the text ends. The rest of the prophecy has been lost to time, and despite our best efforts, we can't recover a word more. A ripple of disappointment passed through the audience. Before anyone could respond, flashes erupted in the dim room. Natasha and Barbie swept in, camera shutters clicking and smiles wide. Perfect timing, Natasha called out, applauding as she and Barbie approached the slate. Tariq's polite smile tightened. Ladies, this is a private unveiling. If you'd like to tour the entire exhibit, you'll have to wait for the public opening in a few days. Barbie laughed lightly and shrugged. We can wait, but don't think we'll forget this. As the two women stepped back, the assembled guests leaned in for one last look at the broken prophecy. Though the final words remained a mystery, the promise and the question lingered in the air. Who or what would the phoenix be in Enshabanur's tale? Natasha didn't waste words. She glanced down at the compass clipped to her belt, then turned to Barbie. Your shield ID, please. Barbie offered a perfunctory smile, reached into her jacket, and flipped out a laminated badge. Natasha examined it for only a moment before tucking it away. I'm sorry, but these stone tablets are now under shield jurisdiction, she announced. We'll return them once our analysis is complete, and should anything be damaged or missing, you'll be fully compensated. Barbie's smile turned sweeter as she stepped back and signaled to the agents waiting outside. Within seconds, two uniformed operatives rolled in a wooden crate strapped to a dolly. The official presence stunned Tariq and his two companions, but when they realized the crate held the tablets, Tariq finally burst out, Wait, you have no right to seize those. Actually, we do, Natasha replied calmly, her voice carrying the quiet authority of someone used to getting her way. These slates aren't yours, Tariq insisted. Excuse me? Natasha's cool gaze sharpened. Who else has laid eyes on these tablets? Who knows what's written on them? Tariq hesitated, glancing from Natasha to the crate, then back at Barbie, who, with unerring timing, drew a sleek black pistol from the small of her back and leveled it at him. The muzzle gleamed in the hallway light. Confronted with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s badge, their agents, and now a gun, Tariq realized resistance was futile. He swallowed hard and stepped aside as the operatives hauled the crate down the corridor. Last year, a group showed up at my Cairo dig site with 2 ancient stone tablets. Dr. Farouk's voice crackled over Natasha's secure line. They wanted me to decipher the inscriptions. Natasha straightened in her seat. Who were they? Their leader calls himself William Stryker, the doctor replied, and he brought armed soldiers with him. Natasha clicked her tongue. So you translated those tablets for him? Dr. Farouk sighed. I had little choice. They offered a hefty sum, and they weren't shy about using force. Natasha pressed on. And the third tablet? There's the rub, he said hesitantly. Stryker agreed to leave the 2 tablets in the Cairo Museum, but only if any future tablets I find are translated for him. He even prepaid $10,000. I couldn't say no. Natasha's heart sank. When did this happen? Almost 2 years ago. Natasha gripped the door handle. Barbie, she called to her driver, load the tablets. We're heading back to the museum. Stat. Though honestly, we may already be too late. She tapped her earpiece. Director Fury? Romanoff here. I've got bad news. Outside, the convoy peeled off and hurtled back toward the Cairo Museum, urgency flashing in every headlight. People in the military have known about the existence of Chi, the ancestor of all mutants, since last year. Are you sure? I'm positive. I can't speak for everyone, but William Stryker is involved. You know how that colonel feels about mutants. Damn it, Fury, we need backup. I suspect the military's been searching for Chi's tomb. S.H.I.E.L.D., point them in the right direction. Nick Fury drew a slow breath, weighed his words, then said, Try to stop them. But if you really can't, don't get in their way. What? Do you even know what you're saying? I know exactly what I'm saying, Agent Romano. But I don't have much time. William Stryker is the military's knife when it comes to mutants. He handles all the dirty work, the tough work, even the lethal work. He has access to resources most commanders only dream of, multiple generals and politicians backing him. The military won't withdraw their support unless absolutely forced. Stryker and his faction have been gearing up for this for at least 6 months. S.H.I.E.L.D's barely running on the intelligence you two and your field team gathered. We can't hope to match the years they've spent preparing for this, Nick Fury said, folding his arms. Natasha Romanoff gave a short, humorless laugh. So the prophecy can't be stopped. Why are we even in Egypt then? Why don't you just head home and take a vacation? Fury flashed a wry grin. Because we still have to try. Who knows? Maybe we'll be the first to pull it off. Easier said than done, Fury, Clint Barton muttered from the back seat. Trying and failing is better than doing nothing at all, Fury shot back. Natasha rolled her eyes. The pep talk was predictable. Just another excuse Fury could hand off to the board when they demanded answers for our inevitable failure. They pulled up outside the old ruins, and Natasha climbed out of the SUV. As she'd suspected, Maria Hill was locked in a heated argument with a stout, bespectacled archaeologist. Dozens of camp tents lined the desert sands behind them, all ringed by a perimeter of 100 soldiers in full combat gear, rifles at the ready. By comparison, the S.H.I.E.L.D. detachment looked disastrously undermanned, and their rifles looked decades out of date. Back so soon? Barton fell in beside her, his tone grim. Looks like we're no closer to stopping that prophecy than we were an hour ago. Natasha glanced at the fortified encampment, then at Fury, who was still standing by the SUV. Time to find out exactly whose side we're on, and what it'll really take to change our fate. It looks like S.H.I.E.L.D. has no jurisdiction here, Barton said, glancing around the sun-baked plaza. Natasha frowned. What's happening now? Ask Director Hill, he shrugged. She's running point on negotiations. I'm about as much use as a brick in a brothel. Natasha spotted Hill just then, her jaw clenched, eyes burning with frustration. Clearly, things weren't going well. Natasha wove through the small crowd to join her. This is outrageous, completely shameless, Hill's voice rang out. Our S.H.I.E.L.D. team arrived before anyone else. Stryker, the military liaison, offered a calm smile. Agent Hill, I assure you, we've been nothing but reasonable. To set the record straight, our forces were actually here first. 6 months ago, the Egyptian government awarded the military exclusive development rights to this area. Legally speaking, this land is a military installation. You're trespassing. At his side, a neatly dressed woman stepped forward and handed Hill a stack of official papers. Government authorization documents, she explained softly. Stryker nodded toward her. Allow me to introduce my personal assistant, Koyama Yuriko. Natasha looked at Yuriko's composed, polite expression and felt a chill crawl up her spine. Under that serene surface lurked something sharp. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Natasha Romanoff, Colonel Stryker said with a polite smile. I promise you Yuriko is perfectly safe, safer than she'd ever be under your care, Avengers. General Talbot's aide, Agent Hill, scanned the authorization papers again, fighting to keep his anger in check. Colonel, do you even understand what this relic represents? Stryker's expression grew solemn. Of course I do. Between the obvious dangers and the hidden threats, I know more about this artifact and its owner than any of you. So you're still. He held up a hand. This wasn't my decision alone, he interrupted, lips curling into a half-smile. Frankly, there are generals, senators, even the president who don't want Ansaba-Nur back in the world alive. Hill's voice was tight. Then work with S.H.I.E.L.D. We could strengthen Kane's seal, make sure he never escapes. Stryker offered an earnest thumbs up. Excellent idea, really, but my superiors don't see it that way. They want to neutralize the threat once and for all. Chapter 922, It's a Win-Win Situation, The Formidable Power of Apocalypse, Part 1. Agent Hill narrowed his eyes as he faced Colonel Stryker. What about you? He asked. What's your purpose here? Stryker's face flushed and his heart pounded in his chest. To prevent future trouble, he said. I've brought enough explosives to obliterate this pyramid. Hill's brow rose. And you expect us to take that at face value? This isn't a bluff, Stryker replied evenly. S.H.I.E.L.D. is free to supervise the operation however it sees fit. For a long moment, Hill measured him. Colonel, I'm well aware of your stance on mutants. I can guess why you've come. Stryker's tone grew icy. Oh, you think you can stop me? Talk me out of it? Do you even grasp the consequences of what you intend to do? Hill pressed. I do, Stryker said with a faint smile. But do you understand why so many back me? If this succeeds, humanity will be rid of one of its greatest threats. If it fails, the world will finally wake up to the lethal reality of mutants. He had waited his entire life for this moment, driven by one unshakable conviction, that mutants by their very existence must be destroyed, and so far, the only proof he needed was their own power. Those few people who've actually come face to face with mutants are the only ones who grudgingly believe they exist, and even they have been sworn to secrecy by their superiors for the greater good. If any details do slip out, the average person chalks it up to rumor or hysteria. As a result, most of humanity continues to live in a fragile peace, blissfully unaware that these strange, shadow-dwelling beings threaten to overturn our world. But the moment that ancient stone tablet surfaced, a spark of hope ignited within him. If Chi-Chi could escape unscathed and make it back with proof of the mutants' existence, no one could deny them any longer. Once the truth was out, the military and the government would have no choice but to create dedicated agencies to hunt mutants, backed by every resource at their disposal. In an instant, the balance of power would shift, and mankind would finally be able to strike back. Maria Hill pressed her hands together. Colonel Stryker, there has to be a more humane way. The world isn't ready for outright war. Stryker cut her off with quiet precision, and the same could be said for mutants. He turned to Natasha Romanoff, his voice unwavering. Natasha, you've studied them closer than anyone. Trust me when I say, mutants pose far less danger than the Chitauri ever did. Yes, they're unpredictable, but giving them time to integrate, as S.H.I.E.L.D. calls it, only lets them grow stronger. Fury insists on some kind of balance, but does he grasp how lethal that balance is for human survival? If he still has any responsibility left, he'd allow you to put an end to this now. Mutants deserve to die. Their very DNA is irredeemable. Hill felt a chill run through the room. She exchanged uneasy glances with her team as Stryker's final words echoed in her mind. Exterminate every mutant? The notion was brutal, yet faced with total genocide, preserving the uneasy status quo suddenly felt like the sanest option. Agent Hill gave a calm nod. I need to notify Director Fury. She flipped open her phone, but before she could dial, Yuriko yanked her wrist. At the same moment, Natasha pressed her pistol hard against Yuriko's side, yet Yuriko only shrugged and offered a sarcastic smile. An uneasy silence fell over the warehouse as the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives held their breath. Natasha's eyes glinted. Want to find out if it works? She asked lightly. You might think I'm simple, but this isn't a toy, and the ammo isn't cheap. Fury's so tight-fisted, he only gives me a handful of rounds per mission. Yuriko glanced toward William Stryker. Alchemy bullets? Stryker stroked his chin, admiringly. I envy S.H.I.E.L.D. Even with all our tech, we never managed to recruit an actual alchemist. Natasha shrugged, expression flat. Just got lucky. Stryker stepped forward, addressing Yuriko with mild reprem. And calm down, Yuriko. It's polite to let Hill go. Besides, we haven't even exchanged pleasantries. Now, please stand aside. We should get this message to Fury. Grudgingly, Yuriko released Hill's arm and moved back. Hill rubbed her wrist, reopened her phone, and exhaled. The mission was back on track. Natasha stepped back at Hill's subtle signal, and Stryker instinctively mirrored her, giving the team some breathing room. If he can smooth things over with my boss, Hill said, forcing a smile, S.H.I.E.L.D. will have fewer misunderstandings in the future. Hill's eyes lingered on the woman they just left behind. Who was that? Yuriko? She made me feel like there was a knife at my throat. She's a mutant, Natasha replied, her voice quietly confident. I'd put her at least at Omega level. Her power must let her shrug off normal bullets. She was smirking as if she dared Natasha to pull the trigger. Still, our alchemical rounds would hurt her. Hill frowned. Then why would Captain Stryker hire a mutant as his personal assistant? Natasha's expression darkened. Because she isn't acting on her own. She's been compromised. Crystalline implants, specialized drugs, maybe outright brainwashing. Her profile matches the Winter Soldier's conditioning almost exactly. Hill let that sink in, then reached for his comms. Nick, do you read me? Status update. A moment later, Nick Fury's voice crackled over the speaker. Bad news. The army has seized Chi-Chi's mausoleum. They're preparing to level the site. Hill ran a hand through his hair. I thought you briefed them on what's inside? Fury sighed. Does it matter? Stryker's leading the operation now. You know William Stryker. No matter the outcome, he'll make it a disaster. Silence fell over the team as Hill absorbed the news. Somewhere beneath the ancient stones of the mausoleum lay secrets S.H.I.E.L.D. could not afford to lose, and Stryker, as always, was about to stir up trouble. Here's a polished, idiomatic English rewrite of the scene. It's only him, and everyone else here feels the same. Nick Fury fell silent for a long beat, then said, All right, fall back. S.H.I.E.L.D's probably already stepped in on Miss Cheeky's case. Are we really pulling out? Maria Hill asked, but there was no argument in her voice. Our mutant treaty was signed by multiple parties. It's first come, first served. We have every right to join the negotiations, but they can refuse us if they choose. Understood, Fury replied. Hill glanced at William Stryker, who was directing soldiers to plant explosives around the ruined temple's perimeter. I'll lead our team out of here, she told him softly. Staying on will only bring more trouble and humiliation. Natasha Romanoff stepped in beside Hill. And let's not forget how dangerous it is. She took Hill's phone and dialed Fury's secure line. Sir, I forgot to mention something in the rush. Fury answered immediately. Go ahead. There's actually only one stone tablet, Natasha said. Stryker located two, but only one has been translated. It records Ensha-Nur's treaty with the other gods, an agreement that Egypt would be his kingdom. Fury's expression hardened. So this thing isn't just rare, it's explosive in every sense. Pull your people back at once, and Hill, stay sharp. Copy that, Hill replied. She gave Fury's phone back to Natasha, then turned and signaled her squad. As they moved toward the extraction point, the distant rumble of S.H.I.E.L.D. helicopters broke the eerie silence over the desert, and a new phase of this mission began. All essential plot beats are intact. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s involvement, the retreat order, the political stakes of the mutant treaty, and the revelation about the single stone tablet bearing Ensha-Nur's pact. Let me know if you'd like any further tweaks. According to the third tablet of the prophecy, Natasha began, Ensha-Nur will eventually shatter his seal, and through him, mutants will reveal themselves to the world. But his grand design won't succeed. Its downfall, the text hints, will be something like a phoenix. Nick Fury leaned back, absorbing her words. After a beat, he let out a low whistle. That's excellent news, Nat. But a phoenix? Where on earth am I supposed to find one of those? Natasha fingered the edge of her folder. That's the catch. Over the centuries, the tablets have crumbled. The part of the prophecy that explains how the phoenix defeats him is lost. I've scoured every archive for the fragments we still have. Fury's eyes narrowed. Then bring them here. Now. Right away, she said, tucking the documents under her arm. She paused in the doorway. One more thing, Fury. When mutants emerge en masse, human-mutant tensions will flare. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs more than ordinary ammo to handle that. He gave her a skeptical look. You're saying I should get Gaius to crank out another batch of alchemical rounds? She met his gaze steadily. Exactly. Nick Fury ended the call with a frustrated grunt. He paced the length of the ruined warehouse floor before answering Natasha Romanoff's next question. Rather than perfecting a weapon that targets one specific mutant strain, he said, alchemy-based bombs are a far more efficient solution. Natasha raised an eyebrow. You know Aaron has refused to sell alchemical bullets until he's advanced his skills. He's made that perfectly clear. Then you explain it to Nathan. He's pragmatic. If he understands the situation, he won't demand a higher price. Fury ran a hand through his hair. If price were the issue, I'd just pay up. The real problem is, I've got a mutant girlfriend now. You really think she'll let Aaron whip up bombs to use on her own kind? Negotiable terms, Natasha replied confidently. Nathan is the ultimate egoist. He'll side with whoever meets his conditions, even if it means helping us against mutants. Fury exhaled sharply. Fine, I'll send Coulson to broker the deal. Just make sure you don't do anything reckless while negotiations are underway, Natasha warned. She paused. And let's not bring up that compass. Best to keep it off the table. Damn it, Fury muttered, ending the call. Why can't I just swear like a normal person? You'll get used to it, Nick. Agent Maria Hill said, slipping her phone into her pocket. With a firm nod, she motioned to the SHIELD operatives behind her. All right, team, evacuate the site. Let's get out before this place collapses on us. With that, the agents filed out of the crumbling structure, leaving Fury and Hill alone in the gathering dust. Sir, SHIELD's team is pulling out, Lily reported. Stryker sneered. Good, they think we're self-aware? Once the bomb is planted, I want everyone clear of this place. Lily hesitated. Shall we withdraw as well? Absolutely not, Stryker snapped, his voice dripping with contempt. Saba Noor is a mutant. Who knows what strange powers she might possess? The tablet clearly states that the mutant body she replaced could self-heal. Are we supposed to believe she won't do the same and then detonate herself to take us all out? Lily paled. Understood, sir. I'll have the men fall back immediately. Moments later, the ground beneath them trembled in a series of thunderous blasts. The ruins collapsed inward, leaving a massive crater at the center of the site. Nestled in its sandy depths was a golden pyramid, its upper spire the only part still visible above ground, gleaming defiantly in the midday sun. In the helicopter overhead, Colonel Stryker watched the live drone feed on his monitor, jaw set in grim anticipation. At the same time, halfway across the globe in the SHIELD command center, Nick Fury stared intently at the satellite projection. Both men held their breath as they gazed upon the intact golden spire, still standing against all odds. The strange symbols carved across the pyramid's exterior suddenly sprang to life. A soft, golden glow pulsed along each line, as though molten light were coursing through the glyphs. Deep within the pyramid, in an oppressive chamber of heavy stone, 2 altars stood side by side under the faint illumination. Upon one platform lay a rotted corpse. Upon the other, a figure in dark armor with blue skin, Apocalypse, sat motionless. The golden liquid light pooled at the base of the altars, then crept upward in a gentle glowing tide. In that moment, Apocalypse's consciousness stirred. Over 5,000 eyes blinked open in rapid succession, each flash revealing a different sliver of awareness. He inhaled sharply, his voice a soft rumble. Well, he, now calling himself Tiangchi, took a steadying breath and flexed his new body. The low ceiling pressed at his skull, and massive stone slabs hemmed him in on all sides. He realized he was trapped in a cramped niche, unable even to lift his head fully. Panic flared for a heartbeat, but he forced it down. He didn't yet know how he'd come to be here, nor why the corpse beside him lay in ruin. All that mattered was escape. Tiangchi's pupils bleached white as an immense, violet aura burst from his very core, rippling outward to fill the small chamber. The smooth walls vibrated with the surge of power, and the golden streams of light stilled, as if waiting to see what would happen next. Suddenly, the ground convulsed. Boulders cracked and shuddered, then floated upward only to be shattered by a titanic force. From the fractured earth rose a massive pyramid, its ancient stones warping and dissolving, as if melting in the sun. Tianqi's heart pounded. He hadn't felt daylight in what seemed like centuries, and now a brilliant blue sky spread overhead. Nick Fury snapped into action, lifting his comm unit to his ear. Open fire, he ordered. It may not do much, but we've got partial scans. Let's see if it's vulnerable. Within seconds, 3 Quinjets roared into position above Cairo. Their pilots pressed launch almost simultaneously, and 3 Jericho missiles sprinted skyward. With sharp whistles, each warhead split into dozens of micro-missiles that streaked toward the half-formed pyramid. Below, Apocalypse, just roused from millennia of slumber, gazed on with cold amusement. He lifted his right hand, and the swarm of missiles froze in midair, unable to advance. But the ancient mutant underestimated modern failsafes. The instant he seized them, the weapons triggered their self-destruct. A deafening roar shattered the desert calm as the missiles exploded against the pyramid's flank. Rock and sand blasted outward in a rolling wave of debris. Boom! The ground trembled again under the force of the blast, and the newly risen monument quivered on its unstable foundation, its fate, and that of everyone watching, suddenly uncertain. The thunderous blasts rocked the desert as fire and debris engulfed the ancient pyramid, sending plumes of smoke spiraling into the sky. Stryker watched the live feed on his monitor and let out a low chuckle. Turns out SHIELD still has its uses, he quipped. So, what's Apocalypse's latest mutant power? Lily's voice came back over the comm link, steady, almost serene. He's manifested telepathy, remarkably controlled too. She paused, as if weighing her next words. If you went up against him, you wouldn't last a minute. Stryker raised an eyebrow. Seriously? I'm serious, Lily said, her expression grave even through the screen. His psychic reach is vast, and his mental defenses are nearly impenetrable. In a one-on-one confrontation, you'd lose your footing almost instantly, and even if you managed to strike, his self-healing would only drag out the fight. He'd wear you down. A slow smile spread across Stryker's face. Perfect. He tapped his fingers on the desk, excitement gleaming in his eyes. It's not that Apocalypse isn't formidable, it's that he's not quite extreme enough. We need him to be utterly unstoppable, ruthlessly unbound by any rules or ethics. Only then will humanity see the true threat of the mutants and tear away the illusion of peace. Chapter 9 and 23, The Sunken Magic Circle, The Stone That Shakes 1,000 Waves, Part 1. The smoke and dust cleared to reveal Chi standing unharmed atop the ancient altar. A colossal, translucent barrier still shimmered around him, dissipating the force of the explosion that had threatened to tear him apart. Calmly, he reached up and folded the barrier away. His eyes flickered white for a moment as he reoriented himself, then abruptly he stiffened, sensing something beyond sight. Far overhead, the S-Shield pilots manning their Quinjets felt a sudden, inexplicable unease, as if invisible barbs were probing their backs. There was barely time for a warning before a violet portal tore open in front of them. With a hiss of displaced air, a torrent of golden sand poured through the rift. It slithered across each jet's hull, finding every seam and vent to invade the delicate machinery within. Boom, boom, boom. One Quinjet after another erupted in fireball explosions. They spun out of control, plummeting toward the earth like flaming comets. In that instant, Chi retracted his gaze from the carnage, pivoted, and walked straight into the glowing portal. His silhouette winked out of existence. He's using perception, long-range portals, and sand control, Hazy reported in a low, even tone. He can teleport vast distances, possibly anywhere on the globe. Mason Stryker allowed himself a cold, humorless chuckle. Releasing him was worth every second of planning, he said. A junior officer hesitated before asking, Sir, what should we do now? If we engage him? Engage him. Stryker's lips curled in contempt. You think we could win a fight against a mutant like that? Don't be ridiculous. It's a one-way ticket to death. He turned back to the flickering screens, already plotting their next move. Nick Fury leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. Forget sending a courier to Professor Xavier. S.H.I.E.L.D. will reach him directly. Let the ancient mutant of millennia past clash with the most powerful mutant of the distant future. The bigger the spectacle, the better. Meanwhile, our mutant registration bill is drafted and ready for fine-tuning. We roll it out soon. Agent Coulson opened his mouth to speak, but Fury slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, he barked. Then, turning on Coulson, he continued more calmly. Coulson, contact Maria Hill and order her to deliver the tablet to Xavier's school right away. You're coming with her. Brief Charles on everything we've uncovered. If Chi secures his power first, we'll be fighting half this battle from the wrong side. Understood, sir. No sooner had Chi left the room than the earth itself seemed to answer. Deep beneath the surface, an immense magic circle blazed to life, sending arcane energy rippling through hidden channels. At Camartage, the Ancient One was guiding her students through a meditation on the mystic arts when the glow tugged at her attention. She paused, eyes narrowing, and her head snapped toward Egypt. Master? Mordo whispered, concern in his voice. He had faced down dark dimensions and demonic incantations with her side by side, but never seen her wear such solemnity. The sanctum's torchlight danced across the walls as Mordo knelt before the Ancient One. A hush fell over the chamber when the old master spoke, his voice so low it sounded as if he were whispering to himself. Come, he murmured, his eyes fixed on some distant vision. Mordo rose at once. What is it, my lord? The one most worthy to bear the title of Sorcerer Supreme has arrived. Mordo's breath caught. He had devoted decades to proving himself, yet now it seemed his efforts were eclipsed. Still, respect for his teacher steadied him. Supreme Master, he said, bowing his head, who is this candidate? I will summon him immediately. The Ancient One closed his eyes. Gaius, Mordo blinked. Pardon, my lord, can you give me more? Name, origin, even a rough location? Shaking his head, the Ancient One replied, I know nothing of his background. I sensed only a stirring of ancient magic, an echo that heralds Gaius's entry into our realm. Confusion flickered across Mordo's face. Forgive me, Supreme Master, but I do not understand. A faint smile touched the Ancient One's lips. Long ago, perhaps 3 millennia past, a magician named Gaius Horn walked into this universe. He possessed talents we have scarcely seen since. That same power has awakened again. We must learn who this Gaius is and whether he is destined to claim the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo bowed low, resolve hardening in his gaze. I will begin my search at once. As Mordo departed, the Ancient One stared into the dancing flames, pondering what trials and what destiny awaited this newcomer, Gaius. Chapter 7. The God Beyond All Realms. The cavernous chamber was lit by a single floating emerald flame. Baron Mordo perched on the edge of a stone dais, his brow furrowed. Across from him, the Sorcerer Supreme Gu Yi stood motionless, the legendary Eye of Agamotto pulsing against his chest. He shattered his father's limits in mere decades, Gu Yi explained quietly. He ascended to become the god of magic, not through Kamartaj's colored spell patterns, but with power wholly his own. There was no intermediary, no cosmic ally. Every ounce of that sorcery sprang from him alone. Mordo leaned forward. But surely this is hyperbole. Master Agamotto would not mislead us. Gu Yi met his gaze and closed his eyes, remembering the words of the first sorcerer. Agamotto himself spoke. This being altered the course of our world and the very flow of time, yet everything he did felt inevitable, as if existence had been waiting for him all along. And what of his deeds? Mordo pressed. Marvels and terrors both, Gu Yi continued, his voice low and steady. He expelled the ancient gods from their thrones, overthrew the evil ones, even sealed off the outer gods in their own prison moons. His feats safeguarded Earth and all her children, yet in the end he belonged to no universe we know. Mordo's skepticism wavered. If he did all this to protect our reality, why leave? Gu Yi touched the eye of Agamotto. Master Agamotto begged him to stay, to guard the legacy he'd forged, but he refused. Before stepping beyond the veil, he left one final gift, a prophecy. One day, a descendant of his bloodline will arrive in our universe. We will sense his coming and— How? Mordo interrupted. Gu Yi hesitated, then raised both hands to his chest and shaped a complex seal. A silver sigil glowed around the eye. I will try to summon him, if he still exists beyond time's edge. As the glyph burned brighter, Baron Mordo rose to stand beside his master. The chamber's emerald flame flickered in anticipation. Somewhere, in a realm untold, a scion of the greatest sorcerer was about to cross the cosmic boundary, and the universe would never be the same. Silence settled over the sanctum, broken only by the low hum of the spell. In that moment, past and future converged, and destiny awaited its overdue arrival. The eye of Agamotto slowly opened, its green glow spilling into the chamber as the time stone stirred to life. The Ancient One reached out with every power of the relic, peering through the tapestry of time. His figure flickered between solid form and spectral afterimage, yet no matter how intently he searched, the result was the same. I catch glimpses of him in the future, he admitted at last, but I cannot truly see him. Mordo studied the Ancient One for a moment, then spoke with quiet resolve. Supreme Master, allow me to find him. He is, without question, our best and perhaps only candidate for Sorcerer Supreme. Even if all we have to go on is a single name, Gaius, it's a start. I'm certain we can track down any mage bearing that name. The Ancient One offered a wry chuckle. Do not underestimate the difficulty, Master Mordo. If the Eye of Agamotto itself cannot locate him, what hope do we have? Should he choose to conceal himself, finding him would be like picking out a single thread in a tapestry. And even if you do succeed, he may refuse our offer. Otherwise, see, I would already be free of this burden. Mordo's gaze never wavered. Perhaps he simply doesn't yet understand what it means to be Sorcerer Supreme. Give me the time to awaken his purpose, to speak to his convictions, and explain why he was chosen. I believe that once he truly grasps the mantle he's meant to bear, he will accept. In the Supreme Sorcerer's eyes, the title of Supreme Sorcerer is the greatest honor and the greatest responsibility any mage can hold. Refusing it is unthinkable. Supreme Lord, Gu Yi said, stepping forward, I have another concern. If you've sensed Gaius's arrival, might others have as well? The magic circle on Earth should block news from reaching the cosmos. But what about demons, hell's denizens, and alien races already on our planet? Guyi's brow tightened. With so many hidden threats lurking on Earth, she couldn't take any chances. Alert the sorcerers of Camartage. Instruct them to watch Gaius closely and report every development at once, without showing him any disrespect. Understood, came the reply. In the depths of hell, the sky boiled with blood-red clouds shot through by jagged black lightning. The scorched earth was riddled with gaping fissures, each one spitting out molten magma. An ugly, snarling demon tore across the barren plain, only to be swallowed in an instant by a far mightier fiend, whose triumphant roar echoed through the sulphurous air. Dominating the landscape was a vast, ancient palace, its massive spires blotting out any hint of light. A forbidding aura, like the weight of an eternal abyss, radiated from its walls, keeping lesser demons trembling at a safe distance. An ancient figure sat upon the throne, as if roused by some subtle shift in the air. A smile flickered at the corner of his lips, and his scarlet eyes fluttered open. Leaning on his staff, Mephisto rose slowly from the throne. "Lucifer," he said, voice low and measured, "now that you've arrived, let's dispense with formalities." Footsteps echoed along the chamber's long corridor, and a strikingly handsome man with blonde hair and a white tuxedo stepped into view. His easy grin and relaxed posture gave him the air of a protective older brother. "Mephisto," he greeted, voice warm, still as vexing as ever. Mephisto offered a cool, mirthless laugh. "If it were possible for a demon to blush, your smug lecturing would set your cheeks ablaze. But," he added, narrowing his eyes, "since you're here, you must have noticed something." Lucifer straightened his lapel and returned the stare with a confident tilt of his head. "Noticed? How could I miss? I distinctly remember Horn having you on your knees, begging for mercy. And ever since then, nearly a year now, you've caged yourself in that prison of yours, too afraid to step into the world you once ruled. It's almost pitiable." A flicker of irritation darkened Mephisto's features. "I am the lord of the prison. My true strength does not, or cannot, manifest in the mortal realm." He snapped the words out, trying to hide the sting in his voice. "You're only fooling yourself, Lucifer. If you can't beat him, then you simply can't beat him. I can't either, and I'm not ashamed to admit it." Mephisto's eyes narrowed. "You can't beat him?" He shot back. "You ran the moment things got tough. You've no idea what kind of scorch mark Shadowhorn left on the rest of us Hell Lords." He paused, a mocking edge creeping into his voice. "Tell me, how are you any different? The so-called First Fallen, your father, was forced into retirement by the same enemy. And you? You were Heaven's crown prince, a candidate to become Lord of Heaven. Did you ever stop to think about revenge? No, you marched a battalion of angels straight into hell." Lucifer chuckled, unfazed. "Why does that concern you? Do you think you're entitled to worry about me? Since the Emperor's departure, no one has." He offered a wry smile. "Honestly, I owe my thanks to him." Mephisto's lips trembled in irritation. He'd prided himself on his cleverness, but Lucifer was playing a deeper game. Not only had the fallen prince claimed vast swaths of Hell's shattered territory, he'd also carried an unprecedented cache of angelic power when he rebelled. That combination made him the most formidable among all the Hell Lords, and left Mephisto, for the first time, truly unsettled. Hell was alive with every imaginable sin, yet atop its infernal throne sat a lord who commanded heaven's power as effortlessly as any angel. Once the first of the fallen, he'd never fully relinquished his celestial heritage. With a single thought, he could rise again to the highest ranks of the host, if he were willing to forfeit his dominion over hell and bow to the ancient, unspoken pact that bound the two realms. But where was the sport in that? Far better, he decided, to dance on the edge of both realms, keeping heaven and hell alike perpetually off balance. In a grand chamber carved from volcanic basalt and lit by rivers of molten brimstone, Lucifer, the fallen morning star, sat upon his throne. His feathers, black as night, shimmered with a subtle silver light, a testament to powers both infernal and divine. Opposite him lounged Mephisto, lord of the Eighth Circle, his red eyes glowing like embers in the gloom. Lucifer stretched one wing, the motion sending tiny sparks whirling through the air. "Enough games," he said coolly. "You know why I've come." Mephisto leaned forward, amused. "You want Gaius's soul, don't you? We all expected the Horn's descendant to return someday. His soul is worth more than the lifeblood of millions, no, tens of millions of mortals. Did you really think I'd hand it over? A slow smile curved Lucifer's lips. How vulgar. Such a mortal appetite, for you and for every other demon locked in this prison. Gaius's bloodline is far more valuable under your command than as fodder for the hellhounds. Mephisto bristled. Are you mocking me? Lucifer's eyes gleamed with contemptuous amusement. Observing, you crave his soul like a starving dog, and judging by the rumors, you're hardly alone in that low-born fantasy. The demon lord's posture stiffened. You jest, he growled. Lucifer leaned back, unfazed. By no means, old friend. I came here to cut a deal. So tell me, what price will you demand when heaven's prodigal lord stands before you, ready to claim what belongs to him? Mephisto's fiery gaze flickered, masking both irritation and intrigue. He folded his arms, composing himself. Don't be nervous, Lucifer. Agreements between us have always been mutually beneficial. He inclined his head, a dangerous promise in his grin. Lucifer's wings twitched in anticipation. Then let us begin. I'm not joking, I mean it, Lucifer said evenly. Mephisto erupted into laughter. Ha! That's the funniest thing I've heard in years. Lucifer, you really think Gaius will fall for you? If he surrenders to me, Lucifer replied with a faint smile, he'll become an even more exquisite prize, and there's nothing more satisfying than training a proud spirit. Mephisto's grin faded as he took a step closer. So you're here to stop me? Lucifer shook his head. Stop you? No, I'm merely curious. I want to see what this newcomer is made of. If he can't withstand your seduction, then there's no point in me trying either. A surge of relief washed over Mephisto. Lucifer intended no rivalry over Gaius's soul. Among Hell's lords, Mephisto was practically unrivaled in tempting the unwary, yet Lucifer's indifference felt like a slight. He straightened, voice low and warning. You'd better not regret this. Lucifer's eyes twinkled. I'm nothing like you, you wretched demon. I've walked the paths of angel and man. I still retain a sense of morality. With a graceful tilt of his head, his form shimmered and faded into translucent light. Mephisto snorted, disdain glinting in his eyes as a cold smile curled the corner of his mouth. Hold on to your arrogance as long as you like, he murmured. It will be your undoing before long. With that, he spun on his heel, staff in hand, and swept from the throne room. A fresh assignment awaited him, one that would summon an old knight back into his service after months of silence. Far to the north, past gnarled oaks and rolling mist, a brooding black castle clung to a windswept cliff. Its towers rose like jagged teeth against a sky choked with storm clouds, blotting out the sun. Deep beneath its ramparts, in a vaulted chamber hewn from cold stone, two vampires of noble blood stood before a massive door etched with arcane runes. A tremor ran through the ancient iron hinges, and the door creaked open as if stirred by an unseen hand. The chamber beyond glowed faintly red, and torches sputtered, casting long shadows across the floor. At the center rested a stone sarcophagus, its surface slick with fresh blood. Heavy silver chains, each ring engraved with wards of binding, shook violently, threatening to snap. From within came a low, resonant breath, each exhale echoing through the vaulted ceiling like the tolling of a bell. The two vampire lords exchanged a solemn glance. Without a word, they dropped to one knee, heads bowed in reverent fear. Crimson eyes fixed upon the quivering tomb, they waited, knowing that soon their master would awaken once more. Beneath the ancient fortress, two vampires knelt before the sealed sarcophagus. Candlelight danced across the cold stone as the taller of the two cleared his throat. Lord Dracula, what is your command? If you require fresh blood, we can prepare a new pool at once, the second vampire offered, voice steady in the dim crypt. From within the sarcophagus came a rasping reply. Human blood only keeps me from withering. It will never break this seal. The first vampire's eyes flickered. If you need vampire blood instead, we're ready to sacrifice ourselves. A harsh laugh echoed from the coffin's barred edge. Your vitae is too weak. Just now, I felt a dark resurgence. The sealer's last descendant has returned to the living world. Bring me his blood. Only that lineage carries the power to free me. We will not fail you, my lord, they answered in unison, bowing low. The two vampires rose, closed the heavy stone door behind them, and ascended the winding stairs. Outside, the air felt strangely lighter, yet dread still clung to their hearts. "I thought I was done for," gasped the smaller vampire, sweat beading on his pale brow. "I nearly tasted death." His companion shook his head. "The Duke sent us here, knowing the danger, but who in their right mind would volunteer for a suicide mission if they could avoid it?" "Quiet now," the first murmured. "Let's deliver Lord Dracula's orders. Once he's free, the Duke and everyone at court will reward us richly." Chapter 924. 3 years of miserable training aren't enough. Eloping with my girlfriend and... Achoo! 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 Aaron sneezed violently, each fit racking his frame until, at last, it was over. "Are you all right?" Chin patted him awkwardly on the back. "You must have caught a sudden chill." Aaron blinked, gathered himself, then shook his head. "No, it's not a cold. It's malice. No, worse than that. There's more than one." Just seconds ago, he'd felt as if he'd stumbled into a hunter's ambush on the grasslands, a circle of invisible wolves surrounding him. In his mind's eye, each beast lurked, eyes glinting, sizing him up. One stared covetously at his blood, another lusted after his soul, and yet another shamelessly leered at his flesh. They were planning how best to tear him apart. He'd always been cautious, never lowering his guard, not even at night, but he'd never sensed such brazen, overwhelming hostility. Never anything like this. Chin pressed her palm against Noah's forehead, concern creasing her brow. "You're not running a fever, right? Your temperature's perfectly normal." "Don't mind him," Hela said with a smug grin. "My cousin's delusions are far more colorful than mine." "You." Aaron started to snap back, but Hela's expression gave him pause. He narrowed his eyes. "Are you hiding something?" She gave him a casual shrug. "Your ring was flashing like mad a moment ago. Rapid pulses you didn't even notice." Abe bowed his neck, voice low and serious, as he murmured in Draconic, "Master, every emerald is shrieking like an alarm. Something terrible is coming." Aaron's heart hammered in his chest. He stared at the ring Horn had given Noah. This wasn't the sort of warning he'd expect from Chi Chuan alone. Even the ancestor of mutants, as powerful as he was, shouldn't trigger such a violent response, unless Chi Chuan's influence extended beyond humans and mutants alike. "So you figured it out," Hela said, her playful smile softening with sympathy. "I'll admit, this gift is a heavy one." Aaron's jaw clenched as he thought of Odin's cruelty, and yet Horn Gaius's ability to invade the minds of his descendants was on a whole other level. After 3 years of training, Aaron felt his own powers still weren't enough. He could almost taste the frustration in his mouth. "What's going on with you two?" Chin's voice broke through his thoughts. She looked from Aaron to Hela, suspicion in her eyes. She always had that feeling they were hiding something. Aaron forced a tight smile and straightened his shoulders. "It's nothing serious," he lied. "But the fortune teller I visited had a bad premonition. A very dangerous event is coming." Chin frowned. "And?" He took a breath. "I need you to promise me something. Depends on what it is. Just stay with me over the holidays. Don't go anywhere." Chin's cheeks flushed crimson. She stomped toward the entrance to the living quarters on the right, muttering under her breath. After a moment, she shot them a glare and, just barely, nodded. Aaron exhaled in relief and glanced at Hela. "She agreed, right?" Hela's lips curled in a knowing smile. "Of course. Girls won't contradict you out loud if they don't have to." Aaron forced a grin. "Well, I guess I should look out for myself, then. There'll be dozens of people hunting you down, and I'll have to lie low too," his ally warned, eyes darting toward the distant horizon. Aaron let out a slow breath. "The soldiers will try to stop us, and the floods will swallow us if we're not careful. I've hidden my true identity up to now, and I'm not about to unmask myself, at least for the foreseeable future." He knew they could no longer take careless risks. Even Kamatage's magic, once their greatest asset, was too conspicuous to use freely. The sorcerers of House Gaius were already stirring, and bypassing their notice was no longer possible. Sooner or later, someone would piece together the truth. Aaron nodded and offered a curt, "Stay safe," before turning away. Cairo lay quiet beneath the scorching sun as Chi-Chi, draped in a simple black robe, strolled through its ancient streets. He had awakened after millennia, only to discover a world unrecognizable. The era of mutants, his kin and comrades, had faded with his long slumber. In their place now ruled those who had once been slaves. No tigers prowled these avenues, and monkeys, once reviled as vermin, now held positions of power. Chi-Chi's heart burned with fury at the world's upheaval, but he disciplined himself. He had learned the hard way never to act on impulse. The moment he'd risen from rest, a mysterious missile had nearly ended him forever. Patience would be his weapon, for now, and vengeance, when the time was right. Though the makeshift firearms could not harm Noth, their echoing shots were a clear warning. Mortals had grown stronger, strong enough that Noth could no longer dismiss them. He'd proven it by hunting down the slum thugs who dared insult him, spilling their blood and claiming their stronghold as his own. Noth's first mutant ability was instantaneous learning. With a casual touch to a flickering television screen, he absorbed every human language in existence. Headlines scrolled through his mind in an instant. The arms race, the United Nations, rumors of alien invasions, even stories about a band called the Avengers. Words tumbled from Noth's lips, one after another. Chi, who had watched him warily, now sneered. "The weak have seized this world and betrayed me," he intoned. "They worship false gods and hollow idols, but I have returned." On today's Earth, the gods are whispered of in myths, their footprints nearly vanished. Heaven and hell have long since looked away from humanity. Alien races skulk in hidden corners like rats, too terrified to show themselves. In short, there is no one left who can stand against me. Chapter 7. The planet had never felt so vulnerable, an unprecedented stroke of fortune for him. In earlier days he'd been content with ruling Egypt. Now the entire world lay within his grasp. Yet even with such power, purifying humanity and forging a new order alone seemed impossible. People were too many, scattered across every corner of the globe. "I need a champion," he murmured, scrolling through news feeds on his widescreen TV. Somewhere among these stories lay the clue to his knight. Xavier Academy for Gifted Youth. A scarlet sedan descended from the clouds and landed smoothly on the tree-lined driveway. Agent Coulson stepped out, brushing imaginary dust from his suit. Over his headset he reported, "I'm on site. Status?" From above, a high-pitched whistle split the air. Portions of the sky flickered into translucent grids as the Quinjet slipped out of stealth mode, gliding down to settle on the grass. "Coulson," Barton called, waving him forward. Ground crews already surrounded 3 ancient stone tablets, carefully loading them onto rolling carts. "Everything intact," Barton added. "Let's move them into the research wing. Secure vault, double lock. Xavier wants a full analysis before anyone else gets a look." Coulson nodded. "Understood, let's get to it." Together they wheeled the relics toward the Academy's grand entrance, unaware that forces far beyond their control were already shifting into motion, and that one man's search for a knight would soon bring them all into the fray. "Coulson, you're the only one of us who's met Charles Xavier before," Agent Hill said, hesitation in her voice. "It'd be better if you handled the conversation with him later." "I understand," Coulson replied with a warm smile. "Professor Xavier is very approachable, and he has a remarkably even temper." Natasha's lips tightened. "I hope he stays that way after all this. According to the prophecy, if the mutant ancestor escapes, humanity will know we exist, and tensions between mutants and humans will skyrocket. It's only a matter of time before S.H.I.E.L.D.'s relationship with Xavier's school for gifted youngsters is strained." Just then, Dr. Hank McCoy appeared, followed by Scott Summers in his trademark red goggles. "You made it," Hank greeted politely. "Dr. M. C. Coy," Coulson said, clasping Hank's hand firmly. He glanced briefly at Scott. "Enjoying your time here?" "Absolutely," Scott said with an easy grin. "At least now you can blink normally in public. You don't have to worry about the odd looks." Coulson took a slow breath and let it out. "We should cherish these moments." Hank's brow furrowed. Cherish the moment? He wondered what changes lay ahead for them all. He dreaded what was coming. In the past, negotiations between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Mutant Academy had always been relatively informal, just routine diplomacy. But today was different. 2 Avengers flanked Director Maria Hill, whose expression was all business. "Phil, what's going on?" Hill demanded, eyes narrowing as she turned to Agent Coulson. "I wish I could say it's nothing," Coulson replied, his voice low and tense. "But what we've uncovered, it's serious. We need to speak with Professor Xavier in person, right away." Hank Pym's brow creased. "Understood. Follow me." Without a word, Hank led the way down the Academy's sunlit corridors. Coulson and the S-Shield contingent hastened after him, the weight of their discovery pressing on them with each step. They stopped before the double doors of the headmaster's office. Hank knocked firmly. A moment later, the doors swung open. "Phil, it's been too long," Professor Charles Xavier greeted, rising from his wheelchair with a gracious smile. "Professor," Coulson returned, ducking under the threshold. "Good to see you. Let's skip the small talk." He nodded to two agents, and they carefully placed 3 ancient stone tablets on Xavier's sleek mahogany desk. Xavier's eyes flicked from Coulson to the relics. "By all means, go ahead." Coulson drew a deep breath. "We've found something in Egypt that could spark a full-blown conflict between humans and mutants, if it isn't handled correctly." "What is it?" Xavier asked, leaning forward, his voice calm but urgent. "Archaeologists working with S-Shield uncovered a sealed tomb in the Valley of the Kings," Coulson explained. Inside, inscriptions name the occupant as En-Saba-Nur, whom myth later called Khan. According to the carvings, he was the very first mutant, living around 300 BC. Professor Xavier studied the tablets, his brow tightening as he read the ancient script. If these tablets truly belong to the original mutant, the implications are monumental. Maria Hill stepped forward, her tone clipped. "We need your guidance on how to proceed. If word of this gets out before we've had time to understand it, tensions could boil over." Xavier nodded, tracing the weathered lines of the inscriptions with a fingertip. "Then we must act swiftly and carefully. Let me assemble a team. We'll verify these findings, interpret the text, and above all, ensure the world understands the truth before fear does the talking." Coulson exhaled, relief mingling with anticipation. "Thank you, Professor. The sooner we have answers, the better." As the headmaster rolled back to his desk, Xavier met everyone's gaze. "Then we have our work cut out for us. Let's begin." He can transfer his consciousness into other mutants, absorb their powers, and prolong his lifespan indefinitely. Hank's brow furrowed. That sounds impossible. No one should be able to do all that." "Exactly," Coulson replied, nodding toward the 3 ancient tablets laid out on the table. "Which is why the prophet and his followers sealed him away centuries ago. The first tablet records the covenant between En-Saba-Nur and God, declaring Egypt as his rightful kingdom. The second tablet describes how his own people took advantage of his vulnerability during a consciousness transfer ritual to interrupt it and bind him. But that seal has now been broken. Apocalypse is loose again." He tapped the tablets for emphasis. S-Shield's preliminary tests tell us he wields at least 5 distinct powers: telekinesis, molecular manipulation, sand control, heightened perception, and the ability to open portals. He's dangerously versatile. Professor Xavier hanged a glance with Hank before speaking. "So you've come to ask me how to stop him." "We're not here to tell you what to do," Coulson said, his tone grave. "We're here to warn you, and to remind you about the third tablet, the prophet's prophecy." He slid the final tablet across the table. "Read it carefully. It holds the only clue to what's coming, and how we might stand a chance against him. After Apocalypse breaks the seal, the entire world will know that mutants exist." Hank's eyes shot open. He glanced nervously at Charles. "Charles, this is bad. Really bad." Charles's face grew solemn. "I'm aware, but I'm not sure I have the power to stop him." Agent Hill leaned forward, her tone firm. "I strongly advise caution. Apocalypse is at least a level 4 Omega. He's existed for centuries. His psychic defenses could very well withstand your telepathy. And even worse, you can't let him know you're out there." Hank's breath hitched as realization dawned. Of course, with his ability to transfer consciousness, Apocalypse will seek out the strongest mutant minds first. Nick Fury's deputy, Agent Coulson, pressed his hands to the table and spoke quietly but urgently. "Professor, we're fortunate that someone with your ideals, someone who truly believes humans and mutants can coexist, is standing against him. But if Apocalypse targets you and absorbs your telepathy, the fallout would be catastrophic. He wouldn't show mercy to humans, and with your powers added to his own, there'd be nothing, or no one, to stop him. He can obliterate an entire city, or even a country, with a single thought." Charles shook his head. "No. I will only move against him as an absolute last resort." "That's wise." Hank's shoulders slumped. "But your existence is still hidden, Charles. I may know more about him than anyone else, yet for the world you don't even exist." Coulson tapped his tablet, eyes tense. Every minute we lose tilts the odds further in Apocalypse's favor. Without Professor Charles, all of mutant kind is betting, and we're running out of chips. We've lost half the prophecy, but one thing's clear. Apocalypse's ambition will succeed unless something changes. Phoenix? Charles's brow shot up. You think the Phoenix Force is involved? Coulson looked to Charles with cautious hope. Professor, have you uncovered any sign of the Phoenix? Charles let out a humorless laugh. The only Phoenix left in the world was here, on our campus, just 2 days ago. Natasha's voice tightened. Where is it now? It left with its host. Barton leaned forward. And who is this host? Charles met their eyes steadily. You know him. He's Jean Grey's boyfriend, Aaron Gaius. He showed up in a panic 2 days ago, handed Chin off to me, approved her a month's leave, and then vanished with her. The four Coulsons exchanged pained glances. A beat passed before Natasha ground her teeth. I might as well be a fortune teller, she snapped. I always knew he was stubborn, but this takes the cake. Barton pinched the bridge of his nose. Just when I predicted he'd slip out of our reach, he bolts, girlfriend in tow. I've got to hand it to him, efficient as ever. I get wanting to run off with your girlfriend. That's classic him, Maria Hill said, popping her knuckles. But he's got the Phoenix. Who's left to stop the apocalypse? Coulson cut in over the comm channel, his voice cold. What a self-centered jerk. Remember New York? Loki skewered me through the chest, and it was his Phoenix tears that saved my life. He always said they were one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most priceless and costly assets. They all fell silent after that, the weight of his betrayal hanging in the air. The man who held the key to the Phoenix, or the end of the world, had run off with his girlfriend, and no one knew where he'd gone next. Wait, if he truly is a Phoenix, then he can summon as many Phoenix tears as he likes. Isn't that just him taking advantage of us and browbeating honest folk? A hush fell over the hall. Whispers rippled through the onlookers as they exchanged uneasy glances, each doddering whether the rumors of his power were even more outrageous than they'd believed. Chapter 925, Psylockean Angel. There's no ordinary person in this house, Part 1. Caliban, a shady fence who had just locked up his shop, counted his take with greedy satisfaction. A mutant himself, Caliban possessed the uncanny ability to sense other mutants, an asset that made him a premier information broker in the underworld. Business had been good, and he was already envisioning his next score. Then the lights flickered, and the air grew frigid. Caliban's spine tingled as a tall figure in flowing black robes glided through the doorway. Apocalypse. The room went silent. Caliban snapped his head up, heart pounding. He dropped his stacks of bills into the leather satchel on the table and backed away, voice tense. All right, why the Ice Age all of a sudden? And how did you get past my iron gate? The newcomer cocked his head, lips curling into a faint, inscrutable smile. That broken gate won't stop me, child. Caliban's eyes darted over the stranger's unnatural gray skin and rippling tattoos. He'd heard whisperings about a mutant named Apocalypse, but he'd never believed the rumors. Now he stood before him, breath ragged. I'm searching for the world's most powerful mutant, Apocalypse declared, voice low and resonant, and I know you can lead me to him. Caliban swallowed hard, sweat beading on his brow. Before he could answer, the back door creaked open, and a woman stepped into the dim light, a gleaming samurai sword cradled in her arms. Her eyes, calm and steely, fixed on Apocalypse without a flinch. Caliban's jaw dropped. In this house of mutants, it seemed there really was no such thing as a normal person. Psylocke's hand tightened on the hilt of her katana as she glared at the newcomer. What happened? Easy, Psylocke. Caliban held up a heavy-fisted hand, motioning for her to stand down. Then he turned to the stranger under the hood and asked, So, how much cash you got on you? None, the man replied flatly. Caliban laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. Figures. We're closed for the night. Got it? Without another word, the hooded figure peeled back his cowl. Moonlight glinted off a perfectly bald scalp. Caliban froze for a heartbeat, then rubbed his own shaved head. You know, he said absently, you look a lot like my old man. In the next instant, Caliban yanked open a nearby drawer, snatched a pistol from inside, and leveled it at the bald stranger's chest. The barrel glinted with lethal promise, yet the hooded man didn't flinch. His white, pupilless eyes locked onto the muzzle. Then, as though the gun were made of ash, it collapsed into smoldering black grit that drifted to the floor. The stranger's voice rang out, low and resonant. "You are all my children, lost under false gods and weak, broken systems. They destroyed my world, but now I will remake it." A second later, a blade of pure violet energy sprang to life at the stranger's throat, its razor edge hovering within a hair's breadth of skin. Silence fell, broken only by the hum of that deadly light. Salak stood alone in the cavernous shell of an abandoned factory, a single shaft of moonlight illuminating her violet psionic blade. She held it at the ready, every muscle tensed. "What do you want?" she demanded, her voice echoing against rusted girders. High above her, Apocalypse glanced at the blade as though it were little more than an ornament. After a few silent beats, he turned, his eyes glowing pure white. "I want you to unleash your power completely." A sudden wave of vertigo washed over Psylocke. Energy coursed through her veins, and with a thought, her psionic blade swelled until its purplish glow dominated the room. Apocalypse's deep voice resonated in the charged air. "What you've shown so far is only the tip of your potential. While others would stifle you, I intend to give you freedom." Something in her chest stirred, hope or something like it. She drew herself up, steadying her breath. "I know exactly who you're looking for, and I know where to find them." Apocalypse's lips curved into a knowing smile. Around them, the death, relicked machinery, and shattered windows stood silent witness to the promise of what was to come. Rock riffs echo in the warehouse. Perched on a high rafter, a white-winged mutant, known only as Angel, nurses a bottle of liquor, drowning his sorrows in near-constant intoxication. Without warning, a shimmering purple portal tears open the air, and Apocalypse emerges, flanked by the spirit butterfly he's just subdued. "Stay back! Get out of here!" Angel snarls, flinging his bottle so that it shatters at Apocalypse's feet. He vaults to another beam, eyes blazing with defiance. The spirit butterfly, Lingdi, studies Angel's wings with a frown. One wing droops uselessly, bone and feathers stripped away as if by some horrific violence. Though Angel still technically can fly, he's lost the grace and freedom he once commanded. This pitiful, broken angel who rages at the sky over a bottle of whiskey was not the proud warrior Lingdi had promised her master. "Master," she murmurs to Apocalypse, "look at him. His wings are ruined. There's no point in fighting. Let's go." But Apocalypse only steps forward, his cold gaze fixed on Angel. Unbowed, Angel grips his bottle and steadies himself on the rafter, ready for whatever comes next. He staggered unsteadily, wings broken, fighting just to stay on his feet. "What's happening?" he demanded. "I want to give you something," Tianqi said calmly, "and in return, you'll give me what I want." The angel, drunk, defiant, spun around and raised his bottle. He sneered, not even looking at Tianqi. He cared nothing for negotiations. He just wanted another swig, another high. "He can handle it," Lingdi said firmly from the shadows. Tianqi's eyes suddenly went blank white. He extended his right hand toward the angel's wings. The drunk trembled so violently that his bottle clattered to the floor, shattering and soaking the ground with wine. There was no time to curse. A knife-twisting agony bloomed in his back, as if flesh and bone were ripping apart. "Ah!" he roared, dropping to his knees and bracing himself on his shattered wings. Bloody ribs jutted from his waist and stomach, and two brutal rows of mangled wing bones erupted from his shoulder blades. The moment they pierced the air, the bones hardened into a gleaming obsidian-black alloy, an unholy armor for his pain. Exposed bone threads knotted and reforged themselves into metal, each fracture knitting back together in a cascade of searing heat. The angel bit back a scream as the transformation crept down his left side. Shattered wing bones mending, marrow hardening into razor-sharp blades. Snap! He clapped his wings together, the new metal plating ringing out in a triple clang. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his breath came in ragged gasps, the pain burning him from the inside out. Yet even in that inferno of sensation, he understood the gift unfolding within him, and gratitude flared in his chest. "Now, my child, rise," Apocalypse commanded, voice calm yet absolute. "Stand, my angel." The angel forced himself upright. He flexed one wing tentatively. A volley of gleaming metal quills shot forth and buried themselves deep in the stone wall. After a brief pause, he tested the other wing, another storm of deadly feathers embedding with satisfying thuds. He stretched his sleek silver-black wings to their full span, each edge honed to a wicked fine point. His eyes, once uncertain, now shone with fierce devotion as he turned to Apocalypse, loyalty blazing in their depths. Apocalypse allowed himself a satisfied smile as his ranks swelled by one. "Psylocke, who's next?" "Eric Lensher," Psylocke answered. He goes by Magneto, a super mutant with complete mastery over magnetism. His name carries enormous weight among mutant kind, arguably the most powerful mutant alive. If you wish to advance your grand design, winning him over will make the rest almost effortless. "Do you know where he is?" Psylocke frowned in thought. "Not precisely. He's been in hiding for some time, laying low and preparing for something. Caliban could track him down, but it will take a little while." Apocalypse, known as Key in Mortal Guise, paused. He saw no need to rush the final stages of assembling his 4 horsemen. This was an opportunity to investigate other mysteries, like the strange disappearance of some old allies. "Very well. First we'll find Caliban." With a gesture, Kai tore open a portal. He stepped through alongside his 2 freshly claimed horsemen. On the other side of reality, Agent Coulson glanced around the dimly lit fortune-teller's parlor of Gaius. Lola, Gaius's strange otherworldly car, had only 2 seats, one for the driver and one for a passenger. Coulson settled into the front seat, Maria Hill slid in beside him, and the engine quietly rumbled to life. Meanwhile, Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton climbed into the Quinjet, gathering the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives. With a nod, the jet's engines flared, and they lifted off, bound for the agency's headquarters. "Welcome," Aaron said smoothly. "Fury can be awfully particular. He only returned the compass, but insisted that both of you come in person." Hill froze, then, under Coulson's expectant stare, pulled the battered brass compass from his pocket and held it out. Aaron reached for it eagerly, but Hill dug in his heels, yanking it back. "This is exactly why I hate lending out my compass," he grumbled. "It's mine. Don't you think it's a bit much to just take it?" With a dramatic eye roll, Hill finally relinquished the compass. Aaron tossed it onto the wooden rack behind him. "There," he said, brushing off his hands. "I've been slammed this past month. If you don't have business here, feel free to leave. And if you do, try not to bother me unless it's really important." Coulson gave a slight nod and swept his gaze around the foyer, where twin staircases climbed to a living room and a lounge. "Is anyone else here right now?" "Jane's in the back, brewing this month's batch of potions for S.H.I.E.L.D., Hill replied. "Hayla's down at the hot spring pool." "And Jean Grey?" Coulson asked, his eyebrows lifting. "She's resting upstairs," Hill said with a smirk. "Of course," Coulson murmured. "The same Jean Grey whose prophecy you sold to S.H.I.E.L.D. and then spirited away from Xavier's school." A charged silence followed as the 3 men exchanged uneasy glances. "This is a bold move." Aaron shrugged, keeping his expression carefully neutral. "Hill, Coulson, you know me. I'm a cautious man, just an operator doing my job. The moment hostilities break out between humans and mutants, this school will become a war zone. There are plenty of human organizations ready to back any anti-mutant agenda. Even a sanctuary that preaches peaceful coexistence might not survive the backlash. Would you really leave her in that kind of danger?" Coulson forced a polite smile. "It makes sense, but aren't you implying you don't trust S.H.I.E.L.D.? Aaron held up both hands defensively. "Not at all. I trust you, and I want you to handle Chi-Chi's threat. I just need to cover my bases." "Then congratulations," Coulson said, sliding a tablet across the table. On its screen, the recorded footage of Chi-Chi's escape looped silently. "You've already put those precautions in place." Aaron snatched up the device. His eyes went wide as he watched the brief clip, Chi-Chi crushing the containment seal with raw power, shattering it in mere seconds. "Incredible," he breathed. "She did it so quickly. I can't believe I almost missed it." He pressed his lips together, relief washing over him. "Thank goodness I acted when I did." "You let KG out in 2 days?" Aaron's voice was sharp. "It wasn't us," Agent Hill said quickly, as if the very accusation burned her. "It was the military." "Honestly," Coulson added, "even if they hadn't freed him, those cultists would have." Aaron's eyes darkened. "I don't care whose fault it is. The fact is, KG's loose, and now he's vanished." "Obviously," Hill agreed. "So why are you here?" Aaron shot back. "What, you're gearing up for a skirmish? No, prepare for full-scale war?" Hill and Coulson exchanged a helpless look. "We didn't come to recruit you," Coulson said softly. Fuck. Aaron spat the word. You got the wrong guy. The exit's that way. Don't let the door hit you. He backed away, keeping distance from anyone connected to Horn's machinations. He wouldn't be dragged into another fight, and with Gaius's existence already exposed, Earth was a minefield. If S.H.I.E.L.D. needed him now, they were basically sending him to the wolves. Agent Hill rubbed his temples, exhaustion lining his face. We've got the wrong person, he said warily. You're literally the only one on the planet who fits the profile. Aaron exhaled in relief. Hill, the building hasn't collapsed yet, so there's no rush to seek medical treatment. And if it does fall apart while some big guy's propping it up, you can always call the Avengers. I'm just a fortune teller, not a miracle worker. Hill shook his head. We're not here for you. We're not looking for any human. Non-human, then? Aaron's eyebrows shot up, a wry smile tugging at his lips. He thought of his so-called family, each member, himself included, far from ordinary. He wielded a shadow dimension sorcerer, Hela the Asgardian death goddess, a vampire named Jane, and a mutant called Kin. Since he wasn't sure whether S.H.I.E.L.D. had guessed Hela's true identity, he offered the safest question he could. Okay, not me? Are you after Jane? Hill's eyes narrowed. Not a vampire either. Aaron's smile deepened. So Hela's secret remained intact, for now. Agent Hill pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated. We're not debating mutants here, Aaron. We're after your Phoenix Tears. Aaron blinked. Phoenix Tears? You've got to be kidding. How on earth would I have a phoenix? Agent Coulson stepped forward, voice tight with frustration. Dr. Charles told us you've got 500 million bottles worth. That's a fortune. 500 million per vial. Do you know how much that is? Aaron gave a wry smile. Thank you for the vote of confidence, but if you want 9 digits, you'd better know where my money's stacked. In fact, you're offering your lives for it. He leaned back, arms folded. If you'd rather not believe me, go ahead, blow your brains out right now. I'll wire the cash straight back to Nick Fury. Happy? Coulson's jaw tightened. Who was this guy? Already he treated their lives like a trivial investment, and now he dared them to die over it. We're not going to kill ourselves. Of course not, Aaron shrugged. I get it. You don't want to die. Neither do I. Which is why, despite having a total monopoly on Phoenix Tears, I'm free to name my own price. He paused, expression softening almost imperceptibly. Between you and me, though, I don't actually want to sell them. Fox has been with me for years, he said softly, and it breaks my heart every time he's driven to tears. So, Agent Coulson, I'll make an exception for you, just this once. Hill and Coulson exchanged a dubious glance, neither trusting a word of it. It looks like the actual chapter text didn't come through, only the placeholder notice, chapter error 926, temporarily unavailable. Could you please paste the full chapter content you'd like me to revise? Once I have the text, I'll gladly transform it into clear, idiomatic English. A day later, Caliban stood on a windswept cliff overlooking the roiling sea. Far below, hidden in a jagged hollow of the rock face, lay the cave he'd been sent to find. Relief washed over him, even if only briefly. He'd agreed to Apocalypse's mission under duress, and he knew better than to shrug off an assignment from someone who could kill him with a single glance. Finally, he whispered, eyes gleaming in the fading light. He advanced cautiously. Magneto's stronghold was no place for mistakes. Without warning, the rock above him cracked. In a blur, a figure dropped from a ledge 10 meters up and landed before Caliban with a wet slap. The newcomer's eyes burned with hostility, and a long, glistening tongue whipped through the air, dripping mucus. I'm a mutant, Caliban said quickly, raising a hand in greeting. A friend of Mystique's. I've come for Eric Lenshare. The stranger tilted his head, studying Caliban with reptilian curiosity. Hold on, he rasped. Then, as fluid as water, he sprang upward, folding into a tight backflip, pressing his limbs against the sheer cliff, and disappeared into the cave's yawning mouth. Caliban drew a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and prepared to follow into the darkness. Caliban crouched in the shadow of the cave's entrance, waiting fruitlessly for over half an hour. Suddenly, a slick, with muscular tongue shot out and coiled around his waist. Before he could cry out, it yanked him upright and sent him spinning through empty air. He landed hard on the stone floor, vision blurring. Sorry, came a deep croak. Our Toadman's sense of hospitality is unconventional. Still, He's preferable to the saber-toothed tiger. At least he doesn't bite first and ask questions later. A figure stepped forward from the gloom, a tall man in a dark uniform, crowned by a bronze-hued helmet that shimmered with psychic dampeners. This was Magneto. At his side stood a striking woman with cobalt skin and piercing amber eyes, Mystique. "You must be the one looking for me?" Magneto asked, voice calm but commanding. Caliban rubbed his sore side, forcing a courteous smile. "Magneto, I've heard of your reputation for years. It's an honor." He inclined his head toward Mystique. "And Raven, long time no see." Mystique crossed her arms. "Cut the pleasantries, Caliban. You're known as an information broker. Why have you dragged us here?" Caliban straightened. "What I have to share, it could determine the fate of every mutant alive." Magneto's brow furrowed. "Then speak quickly." "I don't know if you've ever heard the name Apocalypse," Caliban began. Mystique arched an eyebrow. "From the Bible?" she guessed. Caliban shook his head. "Not exactly. He's a mutant, perhaps the first mutant, incredibly powerful." Toadman strolled forward, dripping slime from his chin. "Never heard of him," he drawled. Caliban met Magneto's gaze, his voice dropping to a whisper. "That's what I thought, until yesterday. Now he's risen again." "I don't know how long you've been alive," Caliban began, his voice low and even, "but it's certainly longer than all of us put together. Now that you've returned, you're raising your own faction, and it looks like you intend to wage war on both humans and mutants." Magneto lifted an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth twisting into a wry smile. "Wage war? Forge a new team?" He shook his head. "You're hardly as rigid as Charles, but this is premature. Even with our powers, mutants can't hope to triumph over humanity's numbers and technology." Caliban's gaze hardened. Apocalypse is supremely confident. He's reached the apex of mutant evolution, a level 4 mutant with multiple abilities. His most astonishing gift, Caliban paused, lowering his voice, is the power to amplify other mutants' abilities. Magneto's grin vanished. He sprang to his feet as Mystique and Toad exchanged tense looks. To face a level 4 mutant, one who could bolster every ally around him, was a challenge beyond even Magneto's formidable talents. Apocalypse's strength was nigh unrivaled. Yet, however gaudy, he remained a single individual, and in the face of humanity's relentless technological advance and sheer numbers, one man, no matter how powerful, would eventually be overwhelmed. Magneto knew that only too well. Magneto sat in the half-lit chamber, flanked by Mystique and Caliban. He folded his arms and spoke first. "Humans can barely threaten me," he began. "Yet alone I cannot unite the scattered mutants whose loyalties diverge. My deterrent is mighty, almost like a nuclear threat, but it only goes so far. If Apocalypse could strengthen every mutant en masse, though, it would be a godsend. It would raise all our powers together." Mystique leaned forward, her violet eyes bright with curiosity. "How much stronger could they become? How does he do it? Are there any side effects?" Caliban shifted uncomfortably. "I don't know all the details," he admitted, "but I've seen the results. One mere glance from Apocalypse can multiply Psylocke's telekinetic blades several times over. And take Warren, the mutant they call Angel. His wings were shattered beyond repair. He could barely lift off the ground. After Apocalypse passed by, his wings regrew into living steel. Now he can fire razor-sharp feathers at will." Magneto's lips curved in a slow, thoughtful smile. "Intriguing, but why share this with me?" Caliban swallowed, glancing at Mystique as he spoke. "I'm not just here to tell you, I've come to recruit you." "Recruit me?" Mystique echoed, arching an eyebrow. "Yes," Caliban replied, voice trembling. "Apocalypse wants to name you one of his 4 horsemen, just as in the Bible." Magneto stood at the head of the long table, his eyes sweeping over the assembled mutants. "Psylocke and Angel are already our 2 knights," he announced, his voice calm but commanding. "And you," he said, inclining his head toward Caliban, "will be the 3rd. Toadman's face twisted in indignation. "Arrogant," he spat. "Do you really expect—" "Silence, Toadman." Magneto cut him off with a dismissive wave. "I am prepared to submit myself to your leadership. If, and only if, you can truly unite the mutants in open revolt. Should you fail or falter, we will move forward with our original plan without hesitation." A ripple of tension ran through the room. Toadman opened his mouth to argue, then snapped it shut at Magneto's ice-cold glare. Mystique leaned forward, her electric blue eyes narrowing. "Caliban," she said, her tone hushed but pointed, I'm sure you haven't come here with purely altruistic motives. You don't show up at a meeting like this uninvited, unless you're keeping something from us. Caliban shifted on his feet, his shoulders hunched. Truth is, he admitted, spreading his hands awkwardly, I'm looking for sanctuary. I don't believe the apocalypse is inevitable, and if you fail, the fallout will be catastrophic. Besides, I'm dangerous. I'd rather be under your roof than out in the open. Magneto regarded him coolly for a moment, then nodded. Very well, you may stay. He paused, then added, but on one condition. Caliban's eyes widened. What condition? We need you to locate someone for us, Magneto said. A mutant who can absorb and then use the powers of other mutants. Mystique arched an eyebrow. You're very specific. Eric, what exactly are you planning? Magneto offered her a thin, inscrutable smile. Just a precaution. With such a mutant at our side, we ensure that no ability, however rare, can be used against us unopposed. Silence fell across the chamber as each mutant processed his words. Outside, the fate of their kind teetered on a knife's edge, and Magneto had just placed his first move. Magneto let out a quiet sigh. If I arrive directly through my powers, it could seriously strain my body. But if I use a buffered portal, I can avoid most of that damage. I was going to ask you to track down those mutants for me, but with Caliban here, the job just got a lot easier. Mystique inclined her head and turned to Caliban. You'll be able to find them for us, won't you? Caliban frowned, clearly puzzled. I'll try, assuming those mutants actually exist. Do not forget your promise, Mystique warned. No tricks, no betrayals. Caliban let out a low, mocking laugh. I wouldn't dare. With Mystique watching my every move, there's no chance of me turning on you. Deep under the city, in the heart of the black market, Magneto stepped off the transport platform into a small intelligence chamber. Toad had delivered him here, and then slipped away, his croak echoing down the corridor. Inside, Spirit Butterfly and Angel tensed up the moment they saw the legendary mutant. Relax, Magneto said, his tone gentle. I've never deliberately harmed another mutant. I'm here on business. Now, where is Apocalypse? Spirit Butterfly, whose real name was Lingdi, pressed her lips into a thin line, forcing calm into her voice. I've let Master know we'll need a short delay. But don't worry, I've already sent word to Caliban. He'll be here soon. Didn't he return with you? Lingdi asked, eyeing her companion. I needed him for something, the other woman replied, and you won't see him again for a while. Lingdi frowned, about to press further, when a violet portal shimmered open at her side. From it stepped Apocalypse, his towering form framed by ancient stone ruins. Cracked pillars still stood here and there, and faint carvings hinted at a civilization long since fallen. My children, Apocalypse intoned, his gaze fixed on Magneto. Despite the mutant leader's graying temples, the immortal's voice bore the ease of addressing an eager youth. Children? Magneto's lips curled in scorn. You call me child? He straightened his cloak. Side by side, anyone could tell who's senior here. Apocalypse's stormy eyes glowed. I walked this earth 6 millennia ago. All mutants are my offspring. Magneto's jaw tightened. He'd known of Apocalypse's age, but 6,000 years? The claim sounded preposterous. A hush fell over Spirit Butterfly and Angel, 2 young acolytes who had followed Apocalypse for years, proud at the prospect of an immortal patron and the boundless future they imagined it guaranteed. Without another word, Apocalypse gestured at the portal. Come, see for yourself, my child. Conflicted though he was, Magneto stepped forward. He entered the swirling light alongside Apocalypse, Spirit Butterfly, and Angel, and left the world he knew behind. The chamber of horrors that greeted them on the other side was known to history as Auschwitz. Magneto stepped out of the portal and found himself in a bleak, abandoned camp. The brick barracks, cracked and time-worn, stretched into the distance, silent witnesses to a past dripping with suffering. Though he had endured countless horrors, in that moment he felt an unfamiliar ache in his chest. He hadn't expected Apocalypse to bring him here. This place, Apocalypse's voice cut through the stillness, is the cradle of your power and the scene of your family's slaughter. Magneto's gaze locked on the rusty barbed wire threaded with old stains of dried blood. His vision blurred, painful memories surging back. You shouldn't have brought me here, he whispered. Why? Apocalypse replied, stepping closer. He wore a faint smile as though testing his response. Are you so afraid to confront your own history, Eric Magnus? There is no escaping who you are. Eric's fists clenched. Who are you, really? Apocalypse's eyes gleamed with ancient certainty. En-Sabanur, that is my true name. Some have called me Elohim, others God or Ra. I have worn many titles across millennia. Born amid death, my purpose is to kindle the spark of human awakening and set the gears of civilization spinning faster. When the world's forest grows so dense that no new life can take root, I will be the fire that makes space for rebirth. Magneto swallowed, his heartbeat echoing in his ears. The ghosts of Auschwitz swirled around him, mixing with the promise of a future no one had dared imagine. Magneto's steel-gray eyes snapped up, and he stalked forward until only a few feet separated them. His voice was low, but every word burned with fury. Where were you when my parents were killed? Where were you when they died in this very place? Apocalypse remained still for a moment, as if testing the air for his reply. Then he looked down at Magneto with an expression that was all contempt. I was betrayed. Magneto bristled. Betrayed? By whom? Who could betray a god? A cold, humorless laugh escaped Apocalypse. Only another god. Don't mistake me. I'm not talking about Thor from the Avengers. Even divine beings have weaknesses. To me, Thor is merely a stronger child. Magneto's jaw clenched. What of Odin? Apocalypse's lips curled in a cruel smile. As long as Thor lives, the Allfather will not deign to involve himself in Earth's affairs. He flexed his arm and traced a glowing rune that pulsed beneath his skin. Odin, this so-called alien god, devised the ritual that sealed me here and crafted a mighty magic circle to wipe my memories. If I had not ventured into those forgotten ruins, I might still lie in darkness. In a strange way, I owe him thanks. He bound me, yes, but he also banished every other god from this world. And now that I have returned, there is no one left who can stand in my way. A slumber lasting over 5,000 years, all for the promise of a power unrivaled. Apocalypse considered it a bargain well struck. I wasn't there when you suffered, my child, he said, his voice earnest and strangely tender. But I am here now. You don't yet grasp the extent of your power, but I do. I know how strong you are. He took Eric's hand and pressed it against the cold earth. Feel the metal hidden beneath the soil, Apocalypse intoned, his voice weaving through the air like a spell. Reach down to the planet's core. You will discover in yourself the power to uproot it. Magneto obeyed instinctively. Beneath his palm, the ground pulsed, metal fragments stirring as if drawn by an unseen magnet. Gravel and scrap iron began to swirl toward his hand, coalescing into a small spinning cluster of debris. A flood of memories surged in Eric's mind. His parents gunned down by the German army right before his eyes. The bitter betrayal that cost him his wife and daughter when he arrived a moment too late to save them. He had not always walked this path of hatred, but the cruelty of the world had driven him deeper into darkness than he ever imagined. There was no turning back now, and in his heart he knew he would not want to. Magneto's face burned crimson as he channeled every ounce of his fury into his powers. With a sudden, shuddering pulse, he warped the local magnetic field. The sprawling, abandoned concentration camp was thrown into chaos. Ground plates buckled, thunder cracked overhead, and twisted metal and shattered concrete soared skyward. What had once been a quiet, lifeless relic was in an instant reduced to rubble. Apocalypse stood amid the upheaval, arms raised as if embracing the storm he'd unleashed. His voice rang out, low and inexorable. All that this world builds is destined to collapse. Only among the ruins can we construct a stronger, purer future. At Esield headquarters in the Triskelion, Nick Fury stared at the streaming satellite imagery, his jaw clenched. Damn it! This is exactly the kind of trouble we feared. Maria Hill's voice crackled over his earpiece. Fury, it looks like Apocalypse is reforming his 4 horsemen, recruiting Psylocke and Angel, both level 3 mutants, won't shake our defense too badly. But there's a new member you need to know about. Fury tapped a finger against the table. Who? Eric Lensher. Magneto. His command of magnetism makes him a whole new threat level. Fury's eyes narrowed. Then we're in deeper waters than we thought. Nick Fury sat in the dim glow of the command center's monitors, arms folded as he studied the latest intelligence feed. Wherever Magneto goes, he murmured, human-shaped disasters are never far behind. Charles managed to keep him in check before, but without that, Who knows what he might unleash? Agent Coulson cleared his throat. Hesitation making his voice catch. Sir, don't. Fury cut in with a half grin. Coulson forced a wry smile. All right, I'll say it anyway. I don't believe Magneto would ever truly throw in with Apocalypse. Fury's expression grew thoughtful. No, there's just no way. 20 years ago, Eric might have been tempted, back when he was younger, angry, and more unpredictable. But he's been through too much to become someone else's pawn. And notice, Coulson added, his Brotherhood didn't show up with him this time. He's not moving in lockstep with Apocalypse. He's hedging his bets, watching from the sidelines. Fury nodded, tapping a finger on the table. Good. That means he's weighing his own interests, not joining forces. For now, that'll have to be enough. Silence settled between them as they returned to the screens, each man lost in the uncharted possibilities of Magneto's next move. Chapter 928 Superheroes You Can't Rely On. Their Personalities Explained, Part 1. Nick Fury leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowed. So Magneto's going to wade into these troubled waters, he murmured. But whether he likes it or not, he can't afford to do nothing. He's allied with Apocalypse now. No human weapon, no matter how powerful, will work against him. Agent Coulson and Agent Hill exchanged uneasy glances. Controlling magnetism struck them as a dirty trick even by today's standards. Hill cleared her throat. What's our countermeasure? We've already distributed the alchemical rounds, she reported in a clipped tone. 25 bullets, one for each of our top sharpshooters. But it's a one-shot deal. Once they're gone, that's it. Fury tapped his fingers on the desk. And the Avengers? Have they been briefed? Coulson's expression darkened. Sir, I sent them everything first thing this morning. The dossiers on mutants, the intelligence on the so-called Tree of Omniscience, Aaron's prophecies, even the stone tablet records. Banner and Thor didn't seem convinced. They claim they've known about mutants for years. Thor's outright refused to get involved. Of course he did, Fury muttered. Thor's always got an excuse. He rose and began pacing. Time's running out. If Magneto makes his move and none of our Avengers lift a finger. He let the sentence hang in the air. Hill swallowed. What about the X-Men? Still MIA, Fury replied, stopping at the window to stare out at the skyline. And until we find them, we're on our own. He turned to face his team. All right, people, get ready. This is going to get messy. Bruce Banner shook his head. It isn't convenient for Thor to dive into human squabbles. He's the heir to Asgard, his identity far too sensitive. And I don't want to wade into this mess. The prophecy already predicts how the apocalypse ends. My being there won't change a thing. Besides, the Hulk's been losing his temper lately. Bruce can't afford to transform right now. It'd only make matters worse. God damn it, Fury slammed his fist on the table. At a time like this, we can't count on any of them. They're not active as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Phil Coulson reminded him with a wry smile. They're under no obligation to follow orders. What about Captain Rogers and Stark? Have they replied? Fury leaned back in his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose. Steve was taken aback, but he agreed to help. Bless him, he always does. Tony, on the other hand, read the briefing and went off on us. He trashed S.H.I.E.L.D., called you every name in the book, and then, get this, he insulted me personally. Coulson raised an eyebrow. What'd he say? He said I was stupid, Fury growled, that I shouldn't have buried this from them in the first place. He thinks I deserve to be caught flat-footed. Figures. He sighed. I'll never hear the end of it. Tony Stark's response was unambiguous. Beyond his forewarning about the looming threat, he argued that Apocalypse's emergence might finally force the world to acknowledge mutants and abandon its fragile, false peace. He even volunteered to develop new anti-mutant armor wholly impervious to magnetism. Otherwise, it would be a death trap against an army of Magneto-level adversaries. Nick Fury's eye twitched. He rolled his eyes. I see his point, but we can't let that kind of talk get out, and there's no way Iron Man takes on Eric alone. Maria Hill pinched the bridge of her nose. Only 3 Avengers are willing to help, and 2 of them, Natasha and Barton, are ours already. Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D. can't handle this solo. We need backup. Fury leaned back, arms folded. Fantastic. Where do we find reinforcements? Psylocke's telepathy and Angel's tech might help us keep pace, but Apocalypse is a level 4 Omega at his peak, and Eric isn't far behind. Silence filled the room as they faced the stark reality. Confronting two mutants of that caliber would require allies of equal power. Eric could hold his own, but facing someone on Apocalypse's level without another mutant of equal power meant we'd have to rely on human lives, and that's a last resort. I'm not saying we don't have an ace up our sleeve, Nick Fury admitted, running a hand through his hair. In fact, it's every bit as strong as Apocalypse himself. But you don't brandish your trump card at the first sign of trouble. That just robs it of its mystery and its deterrent effect. I might as well have used it at the climax of that old prophecy. Maria Hill's eyes narrowed. So our only hope is Charles Xavier and his X-Men? Fury shook his head. It's not a question of choice. If we want to stop Apocalypse, we must ally with the Xavier Institute. Now, that doesn't mean S.H.I.E.L.D. has to call all the shots. We can support the X-Men as much as they support us. The moment Apocalypse cracks the seal, Professor X will be desperate to strike back. We need to move together, not against each other. Hill pressed her lips into a thin line, but nodded. There was no denying it. With the ancient seal weakening and Apocalypse's power growing every hour, the uneasy partnership between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the mutants was the only real option left. Coulson and Hill exchanged glances, but they were accustomed to Nick Fury's blunt approach, and silently agreed that any step to minimize civilian casualties was worth it. Coulson cleared his throat. Director, there's one more thing I need to mention. Fury set down his teacup. Go ahead. Remember how I went to see Thor earlier? His reaction to our data on the Tree of Omniscience was unusual. Fury raised an eyebrow. He knows the Tree of Omniscience? He is Odin's son, after all, over 1,000 years old. He might actually recognize its origins. Exactly, Coulson said, leaning forward. Thor told me the tree bears a striking resemblance to the ancestral totem of a particular house he studied in Asgardian records. A family totem? Fury drew a slow breath, lifting his coffee again. Which house is this? Coulson shook his head. He mentioned it only in passing, and the name was lost in translation. But if the Tree of Omniscience is connected to a powerful Asgardian lineage, well, that puts a whole new spin on things. Coulson leaned back in his chair. The Gaius family. Nick Fury snorted, sending coffee dribbling down his mug. Excuse me? What did you say? It really is the Gaius family, Coulson repeated. I've confirmed it with Thor, several times. Fury sat forward, all business. Tell me more. Coulson met his gaze. They're born gods, every one of them an exceptionally gifted sorcerer. In our universe, 2 Gaius have ever shown up. The first is lost in legend, an ancient figure from the universe's earliest days, ranked alongside the primordial creators and dimensional lords. The second appeared only a few thousand years ago. He single-handedly drove the old gods off Earth, crushed malevolent deities and alien invaders alike, and raised humanity to its place as the planet's true rulers. And Fury raised an eyebrow. And, Coulson shrugged, Thor wouldn't elaborate, thoughtfully. So the world tree was literally planted on Earth by the second Gaius, he said. He turned to Maria Hill. Do you think Aaron Gaius might be descended from them? Hill's expression hardened. Descended or not, it doesn't change anything. I know where you're going, Fury, and yes, Aaron is unusual. Agent Hill tapped the dossier on the table, her expression tight. You know as well as I do that no one has the slightest idea where he came from, she said. Alchemist, pharmacist, healer, fortune-teller. His resume is a walking mystery. That's why some people think he might belong to the Gaius clan. But let's be honest, the man's a coward. At the first hint of danger, he disappears. Responsibility? He wouldn't know it if it hit him in the face. Nick Fury leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin. Call it caution, he countered quietly. Caution? Hill's eyebrows shot up. He's not cautious. He's got a thing for beautiful women. Daisy Louise, Jean Grey. You know the names. Add Jane Volt, Uri, the vampire, and his own cousin, Hela Gaius, to bring the total to 4. And I wouldn't bet against a 5th or 6th before long. Fury pushed himself to his feet and walked around the table. Frankly, that's normal. Men like attractive women. It's hardly rocket science. If you doubt me, ask Coulson. His girlfriend isn't exactly easy on the eyes. Phil Coulson straightened his tie and smiled. She's gorgeous. She's the most beautiful woman in my heart, Coulson blurted out. I'm just being honest, he added quickly. Nick Fury regarded him coolly. And? Well, Director, Coulson stammered. I haven't seen her in ages. Could I, maybe, get some time off over the holidays? Fury leaned back in his chair, arms folded. What do you think? Even one day, Coulson said hastily, would do. Cut the crap. Fury's voice dripped with irritation. You mean to tell me you haven't slipped away to see her at least twice on your last mission, and now you want formal leave? Agent Coulson, don't forget, you're operating on the foundation I laid. Coulson forced a guilty smile and fell silent, until Maria Hill spoke up from the doorway. Director, you're being too tough, she interjected. Tony Stark was always a playboy, even more so than Agent Aaron, and now he's Iron Man. Falling over herself to ease the tension, Coulson chimed in. And he loves money as much as he loves himself. Hill shot him a withering look. Obsessed is more like it. Fury, do you know how much Stark has netted for Eschild? Repulsor tech, alchemical munitions, divination drones, overseas contracts, at least 3 billion, possibly 5. Honestly, I'm starting to think we exist just to fund Stark Industries. Her words struck Fury like a knife to the chest. For once, he had no retort. Even if he'd wanted to defend Aaron, Hill didn't know where to begin. He'd been the one most thoroughly deceived. He's greedy for money, given to carnal pleasures, timid, trouble-shy, shameless, and malicious, Hill went on, scowling. How could a character like that possibly be a secret powerhouse of the God Clan? I'm simply voicing my doubts. Do you understand what doubt is? Nick Fury cut in, his tone deadly serious. Despite Hill's objections, Fury found his own certainty about Aaron's true nature shaken. After all, Hill's questions made a kind of sense. If the Gaius family's patriarchs really knew this junior as one of their own, they certainly wouldn't let someone so unscrupulous step out and humiliate the name. Director, there's no need to suspect him, Agent Coulson said, choosing his words carefully. I asked Thor the same question. The Lord of Thunder is absolutely convinced that Aaron Gaius has no ties to the Gaius lineage. It's only a coincidence that he shares their surname. Gaius isn't exactly a rare name in the atrium. Fury pressed on, clinging to a last shred of hope. Are you sure Thor couldn't be mistaken? Members of the Gaius clan bear a totem on their forearms, a branching mark resembling the Tree of Omniscience. It's how they prove their heritage, but Aaron's arm is clean. Silence fell as each man absorbed the implication. If Aaron truly bore no mark, then either he was an imposter, or the legends of the Gaius family were more complicated than anyone had realized. Coulson tapped his tablet and looked up at Fury. Sir, I've got a fuller picture of Eric Landshear. He is, by birth, a member of the Gaius family, renowned for their magical prowess, but ever since S.H.I.E.L.D. brought him on board, he hasn't cast a single spell. Instead, he's trained to the peak of human conditioning, excels with any firearm you hand him, and is more than a match in hand-to-hand combat. He's essentially a warrior, not a mage. Nick Fury let out a low sigh, the corners of his mouth tightening. A corner of disappointment flickered in his eyes. He'd heard rumors about Landshear's divine lineage and had quietly hoped for a magical ace in the hole. In his experience, though, Coulson was right. Eric Landshear may lack supernatural fireworks, but he gets results, often, more reliably than our so-called heroes. When money's on the line, Eric doesn't disappoint. Fury straightened. All right, Coulson, get in touch with Professor Xavier. Tell him that his old friend Eric Landshear has officially thrown in with Apocalypse's team, and if Apocalypse decides to start a full-blown war, S.H.I.E.L.D. will extend support to the Mutant Academy wherever we can. No fanfare, just make it happen. Understood, sir, Coulson replied, tapping at his device. Fury watched him go, already calculating the next move in a game that was beginning to feel all too familiar. At the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, Professor Charles Xavier sat in his study long after dusk. The telephone's sudden ring broke the silence, and when he answered, Agent Phil Coulson's grave voice left him unsettled. Just then, the door opened and Hank McCoy entered. Charles met his friend's anxious gaze. Hank, he said quietly, Coulson believes Apocalypse has broken Eric's will. Hank's expression darkened. That's disastrous. We need to get to the brainwave amplifier, Charles continued. I have to reach Eric. Hank ran a hand through his hair. How? His helmet blocks your telepathy. You won't get through. He doesn't wear it all the time, Charles replied. We have to try. If he truly sides with Apocalypse and declares war on humanity, no one will see him as anything but humanity's enemy. Hank's shoulders slumped. You've tried before. You know he's not easy to persuade. Charles pressed his lips together. Still, we can't stand by and do nothing. Beneath everything, Eric has always fought for mutantkind survival. He's one of us. Hank sighed and moved to push Charles's wheelchair from the office. I'll say this now, regardless of how your talk goes, we must prepare for war. Charles gave a firm nod. The X-Men have always been ready. That's some small consolation, Hank muttered. Together they crossed the corridors to the specially secured laboratory. Charles held out his palm to the retinal scanner. The lock clicked open, and the heavy door slid silently aside. Hank McCoy steered Charles to the heart of the cerebro chamber. Charles fitted the helmet over his head, and a cool blue glow immediately pulsed from its core. No sooner had he initiated the system's diagnostics than the room shuddered violently. Within the vast, spherical amplifier, countless pinpoints of blue and white light erupted, accompanied by a chorus of distant voices, each a mind calling out. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, the blue and white outlines collapsed. In their place spread a sea of crimson figures, mutant minds, flooding the space in a fierce, red radiance. "Eric, where are you?" Charles whispered, sending his thoughts coursing through the dense crowd of red-shaded consciousnesses. Gradually, his awareness latched onto one familiar signature. In a dimly lit warehouse not far away, Apocalypse stood before a workbench strewn with metal shards and humming machinery. With the slightest movement of his hand, he manipulated atoms and molecules, an effortless craft of creation. Sparks of energy coalesced into gleaming plates of armor, each curve and joint forming under his command as he prepared his 3 horsemen for the battles to come. Just then, a familiar voice cut through Charles's telepathic network. "Charles, I knew you'd seek me out." The voice was smooth, edged with amusement. Magneto stepped out from behind a stack of crates, his magnetic field shimmering as he raised an elegant eyebrow. A slow smile curved his lips. Charles steadied himself. "Eric, if you already knew I'd come, you must know why I came." Magneto chuckled softly, the sound echoing amid the hum of unseen machinery. "Your moral certainties, they never falter, Charles. Some things really do stay the same, even after decades." And with that, 2 old friends, one in the flesh, one through the mind, prepared to face the choices their convictions would demand. "Since I opened my mind to you, I have nothing to hide. When it comes to dealing with the mutants, Apocalypse is our best option. His power far exceeds yours or mine, and he may be the only one capable of breaking this stalemate." Chapter 929, Preventing World War III? Professor X was kidnapped, Part 1. Professor Charles Xavier paced anxiously in his study, the lamplight casting long shadows across the mahogany floor. He stopped and turned to face his longtime friend and adversary, Eric Lenscher. "Do you realize what you're doing?" Charles's voice trembled. "If you align yourself with Apocalypse, every government on Earth will know mutants exist. They'll see us as a threat, and they'll act accordingly." Eric's silver eyes narrowed, but he shook his head. "I don't think that's necessarily bad. Mutants aren't a disease to be cured. We're a new stage in evolution, a gift given to only a few. Even if we can't claim supremacy, we deserve at least the same rights as ordinary humans. If privileges are too much, then fairness is the bare minimum. Yet here we are, forced to fight for scraps of acceptance just to stay alive." "We're making progress," Charles urged, stepping closer. "Prejudice is fading. Laws are improving. You have to give diplomacy time." Eric ran a hand through his iron-straight hair, his patience finally snapping. "Enough, Charles. Prejudice doesn't simply fade. You've seen it in their actions, heard it in their whispers. Fear leads to hatred, and hatred to violence. Your Xavier School offers a fragile peace that placates both sides, until one side grows bold enough to shatter it. When that day comes, they won't hesitate to strike at you and your students, who they'll label as inhuman monsters. If we don't seize the chance to change the world on our terms, we'll be crushed in the dark." Charles closed his eyes, feeling the weight of Eric's words settle over him like a storm cloud. Around them, the study's silence stretched taut. Both men braced for the conflict that would decide the future of mutantkind. The damp, cavernous hall pulsed with an eerie blue light as Apocalypse's towering form stood motionless at its center. Across from him, Eric Lenscher, Magneto, folded his arms, jaw set. Somewhere deep within the darkness, Professor Charles Xavier's voice echoed, carried on the fragile thread of telepathy. "I'm done hiding like a rat in dark corners," Eric declared, his voice ringing with defiance. "Apocalypse is our chance to give the world a true mutant voice." A calm, measured reply pulsed into Eric's mind. "Apocalypse will not succeed," Charles said. "Eschild discovered 3 ancient stone tablets in Cairo. They foretell the circumstances of Apocalypse's return and his ultimate downfall." Eric's brow furrowed. He shot a glance toward the looming figure beside him. "What prophecy tablets?" he snapped. "Look, Charles, I'm just warning you. If you don't stand with us, you'll become a target for every government and media outlet on Earth." A soft, humorless laugh rippled through Eric's telepathic link. "Do you think I care about public criticism? What have I left to lose?" Charles fell silent. He couldn't help him if Magneto refused to listen, but the momentary lull was all Eric needed. He tilted his head, lips curling into a sneer. "As for these prophecies," he mused aloud, "it matters little. If Apocalypse prevails, so much the better. If he fails, his ruin will only clear the path for my own designs." "Your designs?" Charles probed, curiosity and alarm sharpening his mental tone. Eager to learn the depth of Eric's ambition, he reached out, only to be met with a sudden, jarring barrier. A helmet of polished metal snapped over Eric's head, blocking Charles's telepathic intrusion. Eric's expression hardened behind his mask. "Sorry, old friend," he said. "That's far enough." At that instant, the atmosphere shifted. Apocalypse, ancient, unblinking, lifted a hand and fixed his gaze on Eric. From those calculating eyes came a psychic pulse so powerful it rattled Eric's very core. The air in the cavern crackled. Tendrils of mental energy stretched across continents, homing in on Professor Xavier's hidden cerebro chamber. Charles reeled under the sudden onslaught. The connection flared, and alarms cried out in his mind. Across thousands of miles, Apocalypse had reached out to him, piercing the psychic defenses Xavier had so meticulously crafted. In the stunned hush that followed, Eric and Apocalypse faced one another. A new plan had been set in motion, one that none of them could fully foresee. And somewhere in the labyrinth of minds and motives, the first stones of a coming war had begun to shift. Professor X's formidable telepathy pierced into Eric's mind, and through that connection reached Charles. "Hank," Charles gasped. "Eric isn't alone. Apocalypse is with him, and he's discovered my location." "Excellent, simply excellent," the angel said, wonder threading his voice for the first time. "What did you see?" he pressed. "The answer I've been searching for." No sooner had those words left his lips than Apocalypse's consciousness surged into Charles's mind. In the laboratory, the brainwave amplifier's gauges spiked wildly as alarms began to scream. "Shut it down!" Hank McCoy yelled, racing toward the controls. "No! Destroy the amplifier! Dismantle it now!" He pounded commands into the console, desperate to sever the link. But it was too late. Apocalypse's mind had already merged with Charles's. Drowning in a tide of psychic energy, Charles felt himself teetering on the edge of unconsciousness, and then the same nightmare vision that had haunted his dreams unfolded before him, a world crumbling under Apocalypse's unstoppable might. "My God!" A cold whisper echoed in his head. "Thank you for letting me in." Apocalypse's eyes glowed an eerie gray-white as he seized full control of Charles's thoughts and discovered, for the first time, the extent of the professor's incredible mutant powers. Hank's eyes snapped open at the sight of deep violet blotches bleeding into the swirling red cosmos around him. Wherever that strange purple touched, the red universe dissolved in real time, as if some ravenous tide were swallowing it whole. He staggered back. "I have never felt such power," Charles Xavier whispered, his lips curling into a faint smile. His irises had gone utterly black. Desperately, Hank fumbled with the out-of-control brainwave amplifier, trying to shut it down and save them both. Nothing responded. Sparks fizzled uselessly at the console. Across the void, Apocalypse stood serenely with his eyes closed, tapping into Charles's amplified telepathy to probe the entire planet for its crowning defenses. Nuclear-armed submarines, fortified military bases, and S-shield helicarriers floated into view on his mental screen, almost completely unguarded. "Humanity never changes," Apocalypse murmured. "First stone tools, then spears, swords, bombs, always pushing for more, and now this ultimate weapon." He waved a hand, and the subconscious commands he'd slipped into every nuclear code holder began to activate. No more need for stone tools. No more need for spears, swords, or even these so-called superpowers, because none of it matters when the whole world can be erased in a single instant. Hank's heartbeat thundered in his ears. There was only one way to stop him. With a roar, he channeled every ounce of his mutate strength, and in a blinding flash of blue fur and sinew, he became the beast he had always feared. Launching himself forward, he delivered a crushing punch to the figure of Apocalypse, whose body convulsed under the impact. The mastermind let out a strangled cry as Hank grabbed hold of Charles's high-tech helmet and wrenched it free. Metal gears groaned and wires snapped, severing the psychic link in one wrenching motion. As Charles sagged unconscious, the violet tendrils receded. The Crimson Universe recoiled, healing like a scar backlit by dawn. Panting, Hank surveyed the flicker of restored reality and realized that, for now at least, humanity still had a chance. The searing agony of ruptured nerves dragged Charles back to consciousness and shattered his psychic link with Apocalypse. He collapsed to one knee, sweat pouring from his brow, gasping. He was so close, I could feel it, just a little farther. Charles, what's happening? Hank's voice cut through the haze of Charles's pain. Apocalypse. He's about to launch every nuclear warhead on the planet, Charles wheezed, rubbing his temple. He wants to break humanity's spirit completely, leave them too terrified to fight back. Good gods, Waltfa. Is he insane? Hank ran a hand through his blue-furred hair. No, he's frighteningly sane, Charles said, voice raw. He believes that by turning mankind into toothless tigers, he'll remove all meaningful resistance to his vision of a new world order. But if he does that, Hank growled, pacing, every human will brand mutants as monsters. There'll be no hope of peace, and the conflict will drag on forever. He clenched a fist. I could have done the same as Apocalypse, used every weapon at my disposal, but I never would. It's the same as declaring total war. And even without nukes, we'd stand no chance against billions of people who hate us. Charles straightened, exhaustion etched into his face. Maybe that's exactly what he intends. Your strike, it cut him off just in time and averted a global catastrophe. Waltfa, who had been standing guard by the door, slammed a fist into his palm. Enough theorizing. We need to move, now. Get down. Tianki has sensed your presence. He'll be here any moment. Too late. Charles Xavier's voice was calm, but his eyes blazed with determination. Get out of here. Summon the X-Men and notify Esild. I'll buy you as much time as I can. The rest is on you. A low, amused chuckle drifted through the air. The ground trembled as Tiank opened his eyes, their irises glowing with otherworldly light. Such a pity, he murmured, his tone deceptively casual. But at least now I know he exists. Let them rain arrows upon me from the heights of the Tower of Babel. They'll never harm a god. Tianki's gaze swept the clearing until it settled on Eric. Tell me, boy, who is this mutant with the prodigious telepathy? Eric straightened, his expression steady. Charles Xavier, an old friend of mine. Excellent. A cruel smile curved Tianki's lips. He shall be my fourth knight. From beneath a nearby archway, Salak stepped forward, hesitating. Master, Charles's psychic powers are unparalleled. I would advise against trying to conquer him. Why? Tianki turned his attention to her, interest piqued. His philosophy is utterly opposed to yours, Salaki explained softly. He believes humans and mutants should live side by side in peace. He will never bow to you. Tianchi laughed, the sound cold and mocking. Peaceful coexistence? Ridiculous. He calls himself a god, yet he seeks equality with mere insects. How delightfully naive. He paused, eyes alight with cruel intent. Very well, let us see just how patient this god can remain. If he's willing to repent, I'll give him a chance. If not, then he has no right to exist. But before that, there's one more task I need him to accomplish. Eric's eyes flickered. I can try to persuade him. Charles may be stubborn, but he's not without hope. Apocalypse inclined his head and with a gesture opened a swirling purple portal at the door of the laboratory. Psylocke, Angel, and Magneto stepped through first, followed by Apocalypse himself. Charles Xavier sat calmly in his wheelchair, unflinching as the portal's energy rippled around him. It's happening so quickly, Charles murmured to Eric, his voice unreadable. Eric reached out with his telekinesis, lifting Xavier's wheelchair and guiding it through the portal and into Apocalypse's war camp. As soon as all 5 of them had passed through, the portal snapped shut behind them. "The age of Apocalypse begins now, my son," Apocalypse declared, and another rift opened to carry them away. Back at the Xavier Institute, Hank McCoy wasted no time. He tapped his communicator and urgently summoned Aurora Munro, Scott Summers, and Pyotr Rasputin to the war room. The moment they gathered, Hank explained breathlessly, "Professor Xavier has been taken by Apocalypse." Aurora's eyes went wide. "Taken? How?" "We don't know," Hank replied. One moment he was in the lab, the next a portal opened, and Apocalypse emerged. They all vanished together. Scott clenched his jaw. "We have to get him back." Pyotr placed a reassuring hand on Scott's shoulder. "We will. The professor is counting on us." Storm nodded, determination lighting her eyes. "Then let's waste no time. We'll bring Charles home." In the aftermath of the attack on the Institute, the core team gathered in Professor Xavier's darkened study. The air was thick with tension. "Is Magneto still involved?" Aurora Munro's voice trembled with disbelief as she stepped from the shadows, eyes wide. "Hank, you can't be serious. This isn't a joke, is it?" Hank McCoy ran a hand through his unruly blue hair. He shook his head firmly. "I wouldn't joke about something like this, Oro." Pyotr Rasputin folded his arms and let out a low breath. "We have to get Charles back. Without him, the Academy is lost." Storm's gaze dropped to the floor. "But how do we save him when we don't even know where he's being held?" Beast offered a wan, half-hopeful smile. S.H.I.E.L.D. can help. Agent Coulson called earlier, said their resources are at our disposal. Their intelligence network is second to none. If Apocalypse makes the slightest move, they'll pick it up and lock in the location. Aurora looked up suddenly, as if struck by a memory. "Charles told me, right before he was taken, to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. if anything went wrong." "Then we shouldn't waste another second," Pyotr said, urgency sharpening his voice. "Call Nick Fury now." Hank McCoy didn't hesitate. He drew his phone from his lab coat and tapped Fury's number. As the line rang out, the room went silent, every mutant present knowing that, at this moment, the fate of their mentor and friend hung in the balance. "What happened, Professor Hank?" Nick Fury's voice was taut with urgency as he leaned forward. Hank McCoy's expression was grim. "The worst possible scenario. Charles has been captured by Apocalypse." Fury slammed a fist on the desk. "Damn it, what do you need S.H.I.E.L.D. for?" "I've sent word to the X-Men in the Academy," Hank replied, "but we can't pinpoint Charles's location on our own. We need S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources." "Consider it done," Fury said, though inside he was seething. The idea that Professor Xavier, mutant leader and diplomat, could be snatched so easily was infuriating. If Xavier died, Apocalypse would lose access to his powers, and the mutant-human conflict might cool. But Xavier's death would also destroy the only balanced voice between both sides. Fury tapped his earpiece. "Natasha, Barton, Rogers, report to my office immediately. You're leading an elite team to assist Professor McCoy." On the other end, the familiar voices of Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Captain America acknowledged the order without hesitation. Fury turned back to Hank. "We'll deploy assets to locate Charles and extract him safely. You'll have our full support." Hank nodded, relief flooding his features. "Thank you, Nick. Time is critical. Apocalypse won't hesitate." Fury steepled his fingers. "Then let's get moving." The two men stood, each determined that no matter how powerful the threat, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the X-Men would bring Charles Xavier home. "Look," Hank began, "our regular agents aren't equipped to take Apocalypse head-on. All we can realistically offer is precision fire support at key moments." Fury leaned back, steepling his fingers. "Understood." Hank exhaled in relief. Having all 3 Avengers on standby already demonstrated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s commitment. "Thank you. I'm mindful of the bigger picture, but there's one more delicate matter." Fury's brows knitted. "I'm listening." "If the entire X-Men team is deployed, who remains to defend the school for gifted youngsters?" Hank asked, shifting uncomfortably. Fury's expression softened with mild amusement. "You're not really asking us to babysit mutant school kids, are you? That's outside our remit." "Not at all, Director," Hank rushed to clarify. "I don't need armed protection. I only ask that you keep the school's situation completely under wraps. No press leaks, no unwanted attention from other organizations." Fury nodded decisively. "Consider it done." "We also want to avoid open conflict as much as possible," Hank McCoy said. Nick Fury folded his arms, watching him closely. "If," Hank hesitated, choosing his words carefully. I mean, if any hostile force really does try to attack the school and capture mutants, please notify us healed as soon as it's over. Fury nodded thoughtfully. Understood. But you must remember, the real linchpin in this whole situation is Charles Xavier. Believe me, we know, Hank replied firmly. Our first priority is getting Professor Xavier to safety. Fury raised an eyebrow. Professor Hank, no, Professor Henry Philip McCoy, you're exceptionally level-headed. I have a proposal. Once this crisis is behind us, the government is considering creating a mutant affairs department. If you'd agree to lead it, I'd put your name forward as director. Hank exchanged a glance with Fury, the weight of the offer, and the task settling on his shoulders. I'll give it serious consideration, he said at last. Our people deserve a voice. Let's save Charles first. After ending the call, Hank exhaled deeply and faced Logan, Scott, and Piotr. Suit up in your X-Men uniforms, then head to the jet and wait for my signal. Scott held up a hand. Hang on, Hank. Just the four of us. Are we really Apocalypse's match? Hank's expression didn't waver. We do what we can. If we can't beat him, at least we get Charles out alive. That's non-negotiable. Scott shifted uneasily. Wouldn't it help to call Jean? More firepower. Jean? Hank paused. Is now the right time for her? Scott pressed his point. We need every advantage. One more person could make all the difference. Piotr couldn't resist a grin. Hank, your abacus beads literally fell on my face. I'm embarrassed to expose you, but you're still crunching numbers. Hank straightened, voice taut. This has nothing to do with personal feelings. It's about protecting Professor Xavier and the Academy. He sighed, then met Scott's gaze. The prophecy about the Phoenix lingered in his mind, and Jean was the only candidate. All right, he said at last. I'll call Jean. Professor, notify Jean and fill her in on everything that happened. Right away, Professor.